Chapter 33. I've been made aware of some new intel that I need to share with you. We were all squished into the conference room, eyes riveted on Abraham. Every enforcer and every McCoy was present, the latter of which wearing grim expressions. We already knew what Abraham was there to discuss. It is my understanding that the Charlotte Pack is preparing to move against us. Murmurs erupted from every corner of the room. Abraham waited while the initial shock wore off and everyone quieted back down. Finally, he nodded and spoke again. I'm leaving tonight to meet with as many packs as possible to reinforce our numbers. I will return with enough enforcers from our allies to stand against Conrad and his pack. He looked around the room, meeting every pair of eyes there. While I'm gone, Elizabeth and Beatrice will be in charge. You are to defer to one of them as you would me. I swallowed harshly as that news sank in. He hadn't mentioned he'd be leaving me in charge. I suppose it made sense, but I felt woefully unprepared for the job. I shot a glance at Beatrice, who didn't look surprised at all. Hopefully, the enforcers would turn to her for help because I had no idea what I was doing. I want patrols doubled running around the clock. No one gets within 100 miles of these lands without one of us knowing about it. I know that will stretch our resources to the max, but I'll be sending back help as soon as I find it, so our numbers should swell soon. Speaking of our numbers, it's about to get pretty cramped in here. Someone snorted, but most of the men stayed silent. Anyone who has a single room, I'll expect you to triple up immediately. If you don't want to be rooming with someone you don't know, I suggest you invite some of your fellow enforcers in now. Things are going to be tight around here, but this is all necessary. Abraham grasped the back of a chair and dipped his head. His shoulders were drawn with tension, and I yearned to reach out to him, to comfort him, to take some of his burden, to help in any way I could. But I knew it wasn't the right time, so I fisted my hands in my lap and waited for him to speak again. As you all know, the Charlotte Pack outnumbers us about 3-1. We don't know exactly how many of them are enforcers, but we can assume about a third of them are. I don't have to tell you that's a fight we would be hard-pressed to win. He looked around the room again, and I took a minute to do the same. The familiar faces of my pack came into focus, and my chest swelled with pride. Instead of fear, all I saw was determination. Instead of submission, I saw the desire to fight harder. In that instant, I knew we'd come out on top, that there was nothing the Charlotte Pack could do that would break us. These werewolves had fought from the beginning to find a foothold, and they weren't about to let it go now. I'd never been more proud to be a member of the Asheville Pack. I sat up straighter and gave Abraham a small nod. He shot me a tiny smile before the grim determination was back on his face. With the help of our friends, we'll come out on top. We'll push the Charlotte Pack back and defend our homes. If there's any way to avoid the conflict, I'll do it, but I want us to all prepare for the worst-case scenario. War is coming to our doorstep, and we need to be prepared. A cheer went up somewhere in the back of the room, and the rest of the wolves joined in. I felt that warmth in my chest blossom as I hollered along with them. We had a treacherous road ahead of us, but we'd come out on top. There was no other option. Abraham stood up straight and crossed his arms over his chest. Are there any questions? The room was quiet for a prolonged moment, and Abraham nodded. You all know what is expected from you while I'm away. Make me proud. There were murmurs of agreement as the enforcers filed out of the conference room. When they were gone, that left just me and the McCoy siblings. Abraham shut the door behind the last enforcer and walked over to have a seat at the head of the table. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, his shoulders falling a fraction of an inch. Evie, you're in charge of accepting the visiting enforcers I send this way. I looked to the youngest McCoy, who nodded, her expression grave. He turned to Beatrice. B, you're in charge of the enforcers. I want you to double the amount of drills we're running and make sure every enforcer makes it to at least 2 a day. We need to be sharp and strong for the coming fight. No problem. she said as she cracked her knuckles and leaned back in her chair. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she almost looked excited at the news. I didn't know if it was because she'd get to ride the enforcers harder or if she was spoiling for a fight with the Charlotte pack, but it was pretty terrifying. Dell and Callie, in between practices and work, I want you to help out Aubrey and Ms. Elsie. There'll be a lot more wolves to feed and clean up after, and they're going to need the extra hands. When both women nodded in agreement, he turned to me. His eyes softened the slightest bit, and my heart thumped an extra beat just for him. Elle, you're going to be in charge of making sure the pack runs smoothly. All the wolves are going to be coming to you with their issues, and you'll have to find solutions for them without me. He took a deep breath and ran a rough hand down his face. I never intended to leave you with such a responsibility this early on, but it's unavoidable. A small smile tugged at his mouth. However, considering how you've been handling yourself without my help, I know you'll do just fine. Probably better than I could do. I shook my head. I doubt that. He sighed. You underestimate yourself. I've seen you rise to this position with the grace and poise of a natural leader. You'll do fine. I wouldn't worry too much about pack issues anyway. When the rest of the wolves hear about the coming conflict, I suspect most of them will set aside their petty problems for the time being. You'll mostly be a figurehead, someone for them to look to. I need you to be strong and present a calm front for them. If they see you're not worried about the coming confrontation, they'll be less likely to worry too. I took a deep breath and nodded. I'll do my best. His smile was wide and bright, and my heart pounded again. That's my girl. He looked around the table at every woman present before tapping the table twice. Any of you have questions? When we all shook our heads, he stood from his seat and held a hand out to me. Then I'm going to spend some time with my mate before I have to get on the road. My stomach sank at the reminder, but I rose from my seat and took his hand. It was warm and calloused, and so big it engulfed mine. He led me out of the conference room and up the stairs to our wing. He didn't stop until he'd made it to our bed. He kicked off his boots and crawled onto our king-sized mattress. I did the same, and when I was close enough, he pulled me into his arms, tugging until I was spread across his chest. My heart beat in time with his while we lay silently in each other's arms. My head was racing with everything that happened today as my heart broke inside my chest. This was the last time I'd have his arms around me for nearly a week, and I wanted to cry just thinking about it. We'd only been lying there a few minutes before the bed dipped beneath the small of my weight. Charlie walked right past me to curl up into a ball on the other side of Abraham's chest. He chuckled and reached around to scratch his head. It wouldn't be a real cuddle without him, would it? He asked. I shook my head as I willed the tears from my eyes. I needed to be strong. It was essential that Abraham visit these packs and find us some help. It didn't matter that I already missed him so much it was hard to breathe. It didn't matter that I didn't know how I was going to make it through this week without him. I needed to stuff my feelings in a box and seal them up tight. He let out a deep breath, the movement jostling me on his chest. I'm going to miss you so much, he said softly into the darkness. I sniffed back tears. I'm going to miss you too, baby. He hummed softly as he stroked his big hand through my hair. It feels like it's been so long since we've been apart. I've forgotten how I lived without you. My nose burned with tears, but I did my best to stifle them. I feel the same way, I whispered. I'm doing this for us, baby. I'm doing this so you have a safe place to live, so our pack can be safe, so we can live our lives without this threat. You understand that, right? I nodded against his chest, knowing that if I opened my mouth, the only thing that would come out would be sobs. I wish I didn't have to go, though. There's not much that could tear me away from you, Elle. The only thing making this decision easy is the need to protect you. That's the only desire in me that's stronger than the one to be with you. This time I couldn't stop a tear from escaping my lids and rolling down my face. Abraham must have smelled it because he paused and pulled away again. You're crying. I sniffed and nodded. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm going to miss you so much. He watched me for another couple of seconds before pulling me against his chest and holding me tighter than before. I'll call you all day, every day, as often as I can. You're going to get sick of talking to me, he promised. My chuckle was watery. Not possible. And I'll video chat with you every single night, he said. I bet I can even make you come through the phone again. I gasped. Abraham! He chuckled as his hand slid from my hair to the tops of my thighs. His fingers slid beneath the hem of my dress and I shivered in his arms. Let me love you one more time before I have to go. Let me leave you with a little piece of myself. Give me something I can take with me. His big hands were cupping my bottom as he pulled my dress even higher. Yes, I breathed. It didn't matter what was going on or what we had to face. Abraham's hands on my skin never failed to light up my senses. He slid my dress up and over my head, leaving me in nothing but a small pair of white panties and a white lace bra. His hands quickly removed the rest of my clothes and I was left laying naked on top of him. My own hands were roaming his body as well, unbuttoning his shirt and pulling it off his shoulders. Soon he was as naked as I was. We were still at first, quiet. I didn't know what he was thinking, but I was trying to carve into my memory the way his body felt against mine. The way we fit together like two halves of one whole. How my skin erupted in flames anywhere it touched his. Abraham's hands skimmed up my neck to cut my jaw. I love you, Elle. With every single piece of me, I love you. I know this next week is gonna be hard, but we're gonna get through it like we get through everything else. I promise. I nodded slowly before leaning toward him, my lips seeking his. When we found each other in the dark, all thought of talk quickly fled our minds. Abraham slowly and meticulously made love to me as I tried to memorize every inch of his body. I did my best to hold back my tears, but a few escaped as he brought me to my second orgasm. He kissed them off my face, his fingers threading through my hair and tipping my head back for better access. When he reached his own climax, he stilled inside me, his body tightening in pleasure before he sighed heavily and pulled me into his arms. We lay like that for a long time, our naked and slick bodies still twitching with the aftershocks of our pleasure. In all the times we'd been together, I didn't think we'd ever quite made love like that before. It filled me with so much joy that was weighted down by so much heartache. His fingers were stroking my scalp as I slowly drifted off to sleep. A little while later, Abraham woke me with a kiss on my lips. I'm getting ready to leave, baby. Come say goodbye to me. I sat up in the bed and rubbed my eyes. When I looked out the window, I could see the moon had risen further in the sky and realized I'd lost precious time with Abraham. I slid off the bed and threw on the first set of clothes I could find. He watched me with half a smile on his face and his suitcase at his feet. I couldn't even look at the offending luggage. When my hair was thrown into a messy bun and I was as presentable as I was going to get, I took Abraham's hand and let him lead me down to the ground floor. We made it to the door near the lot, and he stopped us before turning to me. I'm only going to Boone tonight, so I should be there in under 2 hours. I'll call you as soon as I arrive. I nodded and pasted on the best smile I could manage. Say hi to Grady for me. Abraham's smile was as weak as mine. I will. He sighed and dropped the handle of his suitcase before pulling me into his arms. I love you, baby, he whispered into my hair. The tears were burning in the backs of my eyes, but I closed them and hoped they'd hold. I love you too. He pulled far enough away that he could capture my lips with his own. He kissed me so long I forgot what I was upset about. But then he let me go and picked up his suitcase. I'll talk to you soon, he said, before walking through the door and taking my heart with him. Chapter 34. I watched his truck drive away through the small window on the door. When I couldn't see him anymore, I sighed and turned around. Every step felt harder than the last. Not knowing what to do with myself, I wandered into the kitchen, hoping there'd be some food left over from dinner. We were supposed to go out after Dell's show, but with Peyton showing up and the meeting Abraham had to call, we'd all forgotten about it. When I got to the kitchen, I found Miss Elsie in there, and her warm smile was almost my undoing. "Hey there, Ellie. What are you up to?" I shrugged and slid onto a stool at the island across from her. "Just thought I'd see if there were any leftovers from dinner." Miss Elsie chuckled. "Leftovers in this house? Not likely, but I can whip you up a sandwich or something." I waved a hand and slid off the stool. "No, don't bother. I'll just go to bed." The elderly woman frowned, her expression so stern I paused. "Go to bed on an empty stomach? Not while I'm around. Plop your little butt back in that seat and let me make you something to eat." The tears swam to my eyes again, but I sniffed them back and climbed back on the stool. Since when did I become this weepy woman who almost cries over a sandwich? "Okay, Miss Elsie, I appreciate it." She nodded once and spun around to the fridge. "I've got turkey, ham, chicken, and bologna." "Sounds good." I almost laughed, remembering the first time Abraham made me a sandwich in that kitchen. He'd offered me a variety of different lunch meats too, and I surprised him by accepting all of them at once. Miss Elsie was no exception. "You want 'em all?" I shrugged. "The more the merrier." She smiled and shook her head. "Now that's what I'm talking about. One everything sandwich coming right up." She chatted while she worked, thankfully not needing much input from me, which was good because every corner of the house reminded me of Abraham. From the sandwich meat to the stool I was sitting on, it all brought me back to him. I wondered for the 100th time how I was going to get through a whole week with him gone. "I know you're already missing that man of yours." I jerked my head up towards Miss Elsie, who just smiled at me knowingly. "You'd be hard-pressed to not miss a fine specimen like that," she said with a wink. Just like that, the tears were turned into giggles as I listened to Miss Elsie go on about my fiancé. "Hell, if I had a man like Abraham warm in my bed, you'd have to pry me from it." She slid a plate in front of me with a big bag of chips and a bottle of water. I was still laughing as I picked up one half of the sandwich. "I can barely control myself around him," I admitted as I tore off a bite of the overloaded sandwich. It was then I realized how hungry I really was. Miss Elsie just nodded with a knowing look in her eyes. "And why should you? Y'all should be thumping thighs every chance you get." Thankfully, I'd already swallowed the bite in my mouth, or it would have been sprayed all over the older woman in front of me. I calmed myself down enough to take a gulp of water, but I just barely kept it down too. "Where do you guys come up with this stuff?" She winked and wiped a rag across the counter between us. "Google is your friend, girl. Never forget that." I laughed again as I tore into the second half of my sandwich. She'd handed me barbecue chips, which were normally my favorite, but as soon as I opened the bag, my stomach churned. I quickly sealed them back up and pushed them away. Miss Elsie frowned. "Something wrong, hon?" I swallowed another bite of my sandwich and nodded toward the bag. "I think those have gone bad." Her frown deepened. "That's strange. I just bought them the other day." I shrugged and stuffed the last bite of sandwich in my mouth. "It's no big deal." The sandwich was enough. "Thanks again. It really hit the spot." Her smile was warm and her brown eyes lit up. "That's what I like to hear." She grabbed my plate before I could protest and began washing it while I finished my bottle of water. When she was done, she turned around to look at me as she dried her hands on a dish rag. "That man of yours will be home before you know it, Ellie." I sighed and looked down at the marble counter. I just keep thinking that maybe I should have gone with him. Maybe I can be more help that way. Miss Elsie shook her head and hung the rag on the stove. "You listen to me, girl. This pack needs you. I know some of them have been giving you a hard time, but this is when it counts. When things get hard, they need someone to turn to, and that someone is you now. The best thing you can do is be here for your pack. Abraham will be home soon, and you two will be together again. In the meantime, you need to put your duties before your heart and do what's best for your pack." I let her words swirl around my head. I hadn't really thought of it like that before, that the pack needed me more than I needed Abraham. It filled me with a renewed purpose, with a desire to be there for my pack in any way I could. Abraham mentioned that with all the turmoil coming our way, they'd need to turn to me, but I hadn't believed him. I'd thought for sure they'd find out I was the only alpha left and just wait until Abraham got home, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe I could be of some use. Maybe I could help ease their minds and prepare the pack for the confrontation coming our way. I looked up and met Miss Elsie's wise eyes and knew she was right. My place was here. My role was to lead the pack. I needed to stow my sorrow and pack away my longing because I had a job to do. I slid off the stool and walked around the kitchen island. When I was close enough, I wrapped my arms around Miss Elsie and squeezed her tight. She froze for the briefest second before hugging me back even harder. She kissed the top of my head and pushed me back until she could look in my face. "You're doing a good thing here, Ellie. It's no time to stop that. You need to be stronger than ever now." I nodded slowly. "I know. You're right. I'll get my act together, I promise." Miss Elsie pursed her lips. "You can still miss him, hun, but you need to keep living in the meantime. You got folks counting on you now." I nodded again. "I know. I'll figure it out." She squeezed one of my cheeks. "I know you will. Now, go get some sleep." I gave her one last squeeze and left the kitchen. Once in our room, though, the old sadness crept in as I looked around at all the empty space. It was strange being in here without him, and I knew sleeping in that big bed was going to be almost impossible. With a sigh, I picked up Charlie, hoping he'd be enough company that I'd get some sleep. I had a feeling it wouldn't matter much, though. Just as I reached the big king-size bed, I heard the hall door open and several sets of feet pad across the sitting room before there was a knock. I lifted my nose in the air, but the scents I was getting were layered one on top of the other, and I couldn't make sense of it. I walked over to the door and opened it to find all 4 McCoy sisters standing there with pillows and blankets in their hands. I frowned. "What are you guys doing here?" Evie shoved past me and the rest of the women filed through. "We're having a sleepover." My frown deepened. "A sleepover?" "Yeah. We knew you'd have a tough time tonight, so we thought we'd all join you," Dell said as she walked across the room to the bed. I raised a brow and shut the door behind them. "And who says I want company?" Dell and Evie laughed while Bea and Callie just smiled. "You're family now," Evie said. "You don't get a choice." My heart was so full it felt like it would burst. When my nose started burning with tears for the 100th time that day, I willed myself to calm down. There was no reason to cry over a sleepover. I walked over to the bed where all 4 sisters were making themselves comfortable. "You sure we'll all fit?" I asked, eyeing the mattress. Evie shrugged. "We'll just have to snuggle. If it's too tight of a fit, we can just make Bea sleep at the foot of the bed." "Hey, how come I have to sleep down there? You're the smallest. It should be you." "Well, this was my idea in the first place, so I get to decide the sleeping arrangements." "That's a lie. We all came up with this idea together." "No, I brought it up." "You just think you did. You always think, ladies." I interrupted before things got more heated and I needed to send them to opposite sides of the room. Both women turned to me with sheepish smiles that I couldn't help but laugh at. I swear, those 4 took any opportunity to argue. I crawled onto the bed and found a spot in the middle. "So, what do we have planned?" Callie picked up the laptop she'd brought with a smile. "We brought movies, and once we know what you want to snack on, Evie can run down to grab it." "How come I have to go get the snacks?" "Because, like you said, this was your idea." "That doesn't mean I'm your errand boy." "Ladies," I said again, but couldn't get the smile off my face. "I just ate, so I don't need a snack. Let's just see what movies you brought." They settled down again as Callie scrolled through her digital library. "Are you in the mood for comedy? Romance? Horror?" Romance was the absolute last thing I wanted to watch. I was trying to forget how much I missed Abraham, and the tears were still close to the surface. "You know what? Since we're all sleeping in here together, let's watch a scary movie." "Yes!" Dell hissed with a fist pump. Callie rolled her eyes and selected a relatively new paranormal thriller. She set the laptop up on some pillows at our feet while we all crawled beneath the blankets. An hour later, we had the sheets pulled up to our faces and our hands interlocked as we tried to make it to the end of the movie. "I'm gonna have nightmares," Evie whispered. "You just better not wake up with them. Be warned from my other side." "Would it kill you to console me, Beatrice?" "No, but would it kill you to keep your night terrors to yourself?" "Ladies!" I whisper-yelled as the main character unwittingly walked right into danger. The rest of the movie passed uneventfully, and soon we were all scared and thankful for the bedmates. A yawn fell from my lips, and Callie set the laptop on the nightstand. "It's late. We should try to get some sleep. AB should be sending some enforcers our way tomorrow, so we'll all have a long day." Almost as if he'd heard his name, my phone rang and "Sexiest Man Alive" scrolled across the top of the screen. Beatrice laughed at the display and handed it to me. "Hey, baby," I said as I climbed from the bed. "Oh," he breathed, and a shiver raced down my spine. How did he do that? How did he affect me like this with just a single word? "Did you make it to Boone?" I asked as I slipped into the sitting room. I knew the other women could still hear my conversation if they wanted to, but this felt like I had some privacy at least. He sighed through the phone line. "Yeah, I'm here. Grady's already agreed to loan us 5 enforcers." "That's great." "Yeah, it is. I don't expect all the packs to be as generous, but Grady's had problems with Conrad before. I think he's hoping we knock him down a couple pegs." "Yeah, Conrad seems to make friends everywhere he goes." Abraham chuckled, and the deep husky sound sent another shiver down my spine. "What are you doing, baby?" I smiled against the phone. "I'm having a sleepover." "With who?" he asked, his voice stern. I laughed. It might have been fun to mess with him a little bit, but I was too tired to drag it out. "Down, boy. It's just your sisters." "My sisters?" I nodded, even though I knew he couldn't see me. "They all decided to sleep in the room with me tonight, so I wouldn't miss you so bad." He grunted softly. "Is it working?" I sighed. "It's helped get my mind off you being gone, but nothing will make me stop missing you." He let out a deep breath that rushed through the phone line. "I miss you too, Elle. It feels like I left a limb behind in Asheville." The tears swam to the surface again, and I blinked them back. "Then hurry back to me." He sighed again. "I will, baby. I promise." "I love you." "I love you more, Elle. Try to get some sleep, and I'll talk to you in the morning." I hung up the phone feeling both better and worse. It was like just hearing the sound of his voice made my longing that much more real. I went to bed that night, stuffed between the McCoy sisters, wishing the next few days would pass as quickly as possible. We all woke up around the same time the next day, and it was actually kind of nice. I hadn't had a proper sleepover in decades, and I'd forgotten what it was like to wake up to a bed full of my friends. "Are you all ready for today?" Del murmured from one end of the mattress. Beatrice stretched her arms above her head and nodded. "Can't wait." "That's just 'cause you get to beat on the enforcers extra hard now," Evie muttered. Bea shrugged. "Yeah, but it's for a good reason at least." I shook my head with a smile. "Maybe I'll join you for a couple sessions." "Yeah, if you can get away from the lodge." I turned to the oldest McCoy sister and frowned. "What do you mean?" "Haven't you checked AB's schedule yet?" My frown deepened. "I don't even know how to do that." She shrugged. "I'll show you after breakfast. He's got about a dozen appointments today, and I'll bet they're all about the same thing." "The coming conflict?" I guessed. Bea nodded. "Yep. Get ready to field the same questions over and over again." My stomach dropped as I realized how unprepared I was for this job. "You'll help me prepare? At least for the first one." "Of course, Ellie. We're all here to help you." I settled back down on the massive pillows and sighed. Last night I'd been jabbed in the ribs by rogue elbows more time than I could count, but at least I'd gotten some decent sleep. And thoughts of Abraham had taken a back seat for a few hours. Now, I just needed to get through the day and hope I had the answers my pack was looking for. Chapter 35. I heard there's 10 packs that have declared war on us, and I want to know what you're doing about it. It had been like that all day. Each and every pack member was there to ask the same question, except with each one, the story got more ridiculous. There aren't 10 packs who've declared war on us, Maggie. Well, that's not what Monica said. Well, Monica is full of shit. Maggie gasped and clutched her shirt over her chest. Monica is my sister. I sighed and let my head fall forward. This day was turning out to be a disaster. I felt sicker and sicker as the hours passed, and I'd had to deal with pack member after pack member demanding to know what was being done about the coming threat. I didn't have much in the way of answers for them, but I did my best to placate. I took a deep breath and lifted my head so I could look in Maggie's dark brown eyes. We've received word that the Charlotte Pack is preparing to move against us. She gasped again. So we are at war. I shook my head. We aren't at war. This is one pack with a grudge against our alpha, but we're handling it. She scoffed. It's because of that Calvin, isn't it? I always knew that boy was no good. What could I say? She wasn't wrong. Yes, we believe it's because of what happened with Calvin about a month ago. But like I said, Abraham is handling it. And how is he doing that? I wanted to sigh again, but just barely held it in. He's out meeting with other North Carolina packs right now. He's sending back extra enforcers to beef up our forces. We are doing everything we can to make sure this threat is eliminated. So we're going to attack the Charlotte Pack? I shook my head and this time just barely held back an eye roll. No, we are not going to attack the Charlotte Pack. We are going to continue to live our lives the way we always have, but we're also preparing for the worst-case scenario. None of this affects your day-to-day life. Keep getting up in the morning, keep going to work, and keep cooking dinner at night. Abraham and I are working to make sure we can preserve our way of life here. And what if we can't? What if the Charlotte Pack wins? I swallowed harshly and did my best to hold her gaze. I knew I was being tested. My resolve was on the line, and my leadership was in question. The Charlotte Pack will not win. We'll make sure of that. Maggie looked just the least bit mollified, but when she opened her mouth again, I cut her off. Thanks for dropping by, Maggie, but I've got a ton more people to see. If you have any more concerns, feel free to stop by. She gripped her purse by the strap and stood from her chair. When is Abraham getting back? A small lightning bolt of pain jolted through my heart because that was the question playing over and over through my head all day. I pulled my lips into a smile. He should be back by the end of the week. What if something happens while he's gone? We've got Beatrice and all our other enforcers, plus everyone Abraham sends our way. 5 new enforcers showed up just this morning. I wrapped an arm around Maggie's shoulders and led her toward the door. Trust me, Maggie, we have everything under control and there's no reason for you to worry. We'll keep everyone in this pack safe, and that's a promise. She eyed me critically for a moment, and I did my best to hold her gaze. I'd meant every word I'd said. I knew Abraham and every enforcer in the lodge would lay down their lives to protect his pack, and I included myself in that. I'd come to love those people as if they were my family. I'd have done anything to protect them, anything to keep them safe and happy. I just hoped it didn't come to that. I finally got Maggie through the door and closed it behind her. Slumping against the cool wood, I let my head fall back and my shoulders slump. I was feeling sicker than I'd ever felt, and I knew it was only going to get worse. I'd been able to choke down the smallest amount of food that morning and decided to skip lunch altogether. That might have explained why I was feeling lightheaded, but didn't really account for the way my stomach churned with nausea. I figured I should grab something to eat in between appointments, even if it was only a granola bar. When I made it to the kitchen, it was blessedly and surprisingly empty. I hustled across the room and grabbed a cereal bar before anyone could stop me. I just ripped open the wrapper and taken the first bite when someone called my name. I spun around slowly to find Austin standing on the other side of the kitchen with a serious look on his face. I swallowed the dry oats in my mouth and gave him a smile. "Hey, Austin. What's going on?" He shrugged. "I think I'm your next appointment." Holding in the sigh that wanted to release from my body, I hiked my smile up a notch and nodded toward the hall. "Sure, let's go to the conference room." I was able to sneak a couple more bites of my granola bar as we made our way down the hall. When we got to the conference room, I gestured for him to take a seat while I took my own. I raised the bar to my mouth again when he started speaking. "I want to help." I paused with the granola bar inches from my lips before lowering it slowly. "Help with what?" He looked down at the hands he had fisted together on the table in front of him. "I want to protect this pack. I want to be an enforcer." I set my granola bar down and folded my own hands. "Why is that?" He raised an unimpressed brow at me. "I've heard the rumors, Ellie. I know the Charlotte pack is going to attack us any day now." I shook my head. "We really don't know that. We don't know when they'll strike, do we? It could be tomorrow, right?" I tilted my head to the side and shrugged a shoulder. "I guess it could be. It's not very likely, though." "Why do you say that?" I blew out a big breath and sat forward in my chair. Conrad has had more than a month to retaliate against us, and he hasn't. I'm sure it's coming, but I don't think it's any time soon. He leaned back in his chair and stared at me. "But it could be." I sighed. "Yeah, it could be tomorrow. That's why we're doing everything we can to prepare now." He nodded. "I want to help," he said again. "Me and a couple other guys were talking about it, and we want to join the enforcers." "Why now? Why not join them before?" He sighed and reached up to scratch the side of his neck. "I'm not much of a joiner. I like to be by myself, to do my own thing." His features hardened as his eyes turned back to mine. "But this is my home, and I want to protect it. Let me do my part." My chest filled with warmth as tears swam to my eyes. What was wrong with me? I took a deep breath and willed the moisture away before giving him a nod. "Okay, I can talk to Beatrice, but I don't think it'll be a problem. What about your duties as groundskeeper?" He shrugged. "That's only a couple days a week. I can fit training in between that." I picked up a pen and pulled my notepad toward me. "And who else was it that wanted to join the enforcers with you?" "It's me, Marco, and Brad." I wrote the names down before shooting him a look. "They've all got important jobs here on the pack lands." Austin shrugged. "They said they'd work around their hours." "Well, I guess they had it all figured out, huh?" I shrugged and gave him a smile. "I'll talk to Beatrice and have her get in touch with you about training, okay?" Austin's lips pulled up into the first smile I'd seen from him today. "Thanks, Ellie." He rose from his seat and held out a hand for me to shake. I got up too, and a wave of dizziness hit me, but I ignored it and took Austin's offering. His smile widened and he nodded. "I'll see you around." "Bye, Austin." He was just pulling the door open when I realized I had more to say. "And thanks for this. It means a lot that you're willing to take on extra work to defend the pack." He shrugged. "This is my home. I'll do whatever it takes to protect it." Those damn tears swam to the surface again, and I was glad he hadn't waited for a response from me. I plopped back into my chair and choked down the rest of my granola bar. I really needed to get myself under control, and I needed to go find Beatrice. I checked the laptop I'd set up in the conference room and saw that, thankfully, Austin was my last appointment for the day. I quickly logged off and shut down the computer before leaving my makeshift office to go find Beatrice. I didn't need to look long or far. She'd been out back running drills with the enforcers all day. Problem was, if I wanted to talk to her, I'd have to shift because she'd been in her wolf form since she got out there. I walked through the back door and checked my surroundings before quickly disrobing and shifting right there on the balcony. It wasn't easy getting down the stairs on my 4 clumsy legs, but I managed. I rounded the house at a trot, thankful to have the grass under my paws and the wind in my fur as I went searching for Bea and the other enforcers. They were in the grassy field we always used for practice, and it looked like they were sparring. "Huxley, you just left yourself open for Matthias to attack your flank. If he didn't suck as much as you do, this fight would be over." I shook my head and did my best to stifle my chuckle. Beatrice could really be a tyrant when she wanted to be. I trotted over and nudged her with my shoulder. She turned and gave me a wolfy smile. "Hey, Ellie, you here to practice?" I tilted my head. Yeah, I could go a few rounds after the morning I had. She chortled. "That bad, huh?" I shook my head. Each one had a wilder story than the one before them. That's what happens in a pack. It's like a giant game of telephone, and the farther down the line you go, the more wrong they are. That pretty much sums up my morning, but my last appointment was what I'm here to talk to you about. She was watching the 2 wolves fighting in front of us and shot me a look. "One sec, Ellie." She turned back to the fight and yelled, "Matthias, what the hell was that? Are you salsa dancing or fighting a werewolf?" She growled, and I was thankful I wasn't on the other end of her ire for a change. "You know what? Why don't you all take 5 and work on removing your heads from your asses? Come back ready to actually fight and not just tap dance around your partner." The rest of the enforcers trotted away, grumbling just softly enough that we couldn't make out their words, while I did my best not to laugh. When Beatrice finally turned to me, I could see mirth in her eyes. "You have to speak their language, or you'll get nowhere with these idiots." I finally let out the laugh I'd been holding in, and she joined me. Man, she was scary. "So, Austin Anderson came to see me today." "Oh yeah? What'd he want?" "He and a couple of his buddies want to join your enforcers." She raised a furry brow. "Is that right?" I did my best to shrug. "That's what he says." She looked away and nodded slowly. "Well, he's got the build for it. I don't see why we can't add him to some of these drills." When she looked back at me, her brow was raised again. "Who else wants to join?" He said Marco and Brad were interested too. She eyed me seriously for a moment before shrugging a shoulder. "Sure, why not? I'll get them on the schedule and have them start running patrols with the other guys." I think he'll be happy to hear that. "Yeah, well, we can use all the help we can get." I frowned. "Abraham just sent over 5 guys today, didn't he?" "Yeah, but that still puts us at a disadvantage. And like A.B. said, we can't expect every pack to send us that many enforcers. That would cripple most packs." I didn't comment on the fact that Abraham said that to me on a phone conversation that was supposed to be private. I knew they'd been able to hear us. I just hadn't known she'd been listening. I suppose it made sense that she'd tuned into that part of the conversation, since it technically involved her too. After a quick rundown of the rest of what we said, I thankfully realized there'd been no part of that conversation that would have been awkward for her to overhear. That time, at least. There was something still bothering me, though. "How many enforcers do we have?" She sighed and looked away. "After we lost Calvin, that dropped our numbers to 9. Now that we have Austin, Marco, and Brad joining us, we're up to 12, plus the Boone enforcers bring us to 17. My stomach sank as I did the math. That means we're still outnumbered by the Charlotte pack about 2 to 1. Beatrice nodded slowly. "And don't forget, he may be finding allies of his own. He's been the alpha of that pack for almost 15 years. He's made a lot of enemies in that time, but I'm sure he's also made at least a couple of friends. We need to prepare for that possibility." Abraham's mission to find us more enforcers seemed more important than ever. According to Peyton, it wasn't if they attacked, it was a matter of when. If he were to move on us today, we'd more than likely lose that fight. I promised myself then and there that I would throw myself into the drills and practices too. The pack needed all the help it could get to defend what we had, and I wasn't going to sit aside and let everyone else defend us. This was my pack, and those were my people. I'd defend them as long as I was able to. In the meantime, I had to hope Abraham could work that charm of his to get us the help we needed. It was more apparent than ever how important his trip was. As much as I couldn't wait until he got home, I also had to hope he'd be returning with some good news. Chapter 36. Ellie, I think I should get somebody. I was hunched over the glittery trash bin in my office, my body heaving while I tried to get myself under control. All week I'd been feeling worse and worse, and now that we'd made it to Wednesday, I couldn't hold back the nausea any longer. I'm fine, I gasped as another wave hit me and I retched some more. I heard Wyatt sigh and vaguely registered the click of the office door, but I was too busy vomiting to really care. I didn't know why my separation from Abraham was manifesting in that way this time, but now I had another reason to wish he'd get home faster. My throat was burning, and my stomach was sore from expelling what little food I'd had in me so violently. For a split second, I wondered if I should go to the hospital, but I quickly threw that thought out. What would I say anyway? My werewolf mate was out of town and I couldn't keep anything in my system for longer than 30 minutes? Yeah, that would go over well. The door clicked again, and a soft voice reached me beyond my misery. Ellie? I glanced up to find Callie walking across the room with a concerned look in her pale blue eyes. I opened my mouth to speak, but felt the bile rising and instead tucked my head back into the trash bin. A soothing hand rubbed between my shoulder blades as my body dry heaved. There was nothing left in me to throw up at that point. Wyatt, go grab her a glass of water and a wet rag from the bathroom. I didn't hear him answer, but the door clicked again, and I assumed he'd gone to do her bidding. I've never heard you speak so civilly to him before, I gasped between retching. Callie's hand on my back paused for a second before she was back to rubbing in circles. I speak to him civilly. I lifted my head far enough to shoot her an incredulous look. Unfortunately, it was probably not as effective as I'd have liked, because in the next instant, another dry heave wrecked my body and I shoved my head back in the trash. She sighed and smoothed the hair off my sticky forehead. Still think he's not your fated mate? She asked softly. If I could have spoken, I'd probably have told her to shut up, but lucky for her, I was still gagging. A few minutes later, the door opened again, and a cool cloth was pressed against my forehead. I sighed in relief as my stomach seemed to stop gurgling for a moment. I leaned back in my chair while Callie rubbed the wet paper towel around my face. I wanted to feel embarrassed at being taken care of like a sick toddler, but I couldn't find any shame in me. I was sick as hell, and I could use all the help I could get. My eyes were still closed when the rim of a glass was pressed against my mouth. I opened my lips and let whoever it was tip some water down my throat. It felt good and helped to settle my stomach even more. When I felt a little more like a human, or a werewolf, I opened my eyes and looked around the room. Callie was still next to me, running the cloth over my face, and Wyatt was across the room, his gaze completely transfixed on Callie. I wondered for the 100th time what was up with these two. They acted like they couldn't stand each other, but I knew better. Intense feelings like that usually came from somewhere. Since, to the best of my knowledge, Wyatt had never actually done anything to Callie, there had to be more to the story. Some deeper secret they were both keeping. My cell phone rang out in the quiet room, and I turned to look at the lit screen. Sexiest man alive was sprawled across the top, and a small smile tugged at my lips. True to his word, Abraham had called me incessantly since he'd been gone. I probably talked to him more now than I ever had when he was home. It was nice, but it made me miss him even more. I moved to sit up and grab my phone when another wave of nausea whipped through my body and I instead grabbed the trash. I'll get it, Callie said softly before picking up my phone. Hey, Abby. Yeah, she's right here. She's not feeling well, so I answered for her. My mouth filled with saliva, and I knew I was about to be sick again. I tugged the bin closer to my face and heaved into it, but all that came up was bile. Callie's hand was back between my shoulders as I retched. Let me get her settled, and I'll have her call you back when she's feeling better. I didn't bother listening to what he had to say on the other end, and soon there was the soft beep of the call ending. This bout of nausea passed quicker than the last, and that time it felt like it might really be over. I set the trash on the floor and sat back in my chair with my eyes closed. I think you should eat or drink something to calm your stomach, Callie said. I shook my head. Whatever I eat just comes right back up. What about some ginger ale? Ginger is supposed to be good for upset stomachs. I shrugged. At that point, she could have probably poured arsenic down my throat and I wouldn't have cared. I'll go run to the deli. Wyatt's deep voice sounded from across the room. Neither Callie nor I responded, and moments later, I heard the click of my office door again. Now we were alone, and I felt like I might be able to make it through a whole conversation without throwing up. Neither Callie nor I responded, and moments later, I heard the click of my office door again. Now we were alone, and I felt like I might be able to make it through a whole conversation without throwing up. I wanted some answers. I opened my eyes and turned to her. Callie, what's going on with you and Wyatt? She averted her gaze, but soon it flickered toward the office door. It's nothing. I pursed my lips and raised my brow. Nothing? You practically had steam coming out of your ears when you found out he'd be coming to work with me every day. She bit her lip and looked away again, but this time there was color creeping across her cheeks, and I knew I'd struck a nerve. I can keep a secret, Callie. I just want to know what's going on with you. Clearly, it's something big, or you wouldn't be reacting like this. Her pale blue eyes flickered to me. Promise you'll keep this between us? I nodded as I held her eyes. I won't say a word to anyone, not even Abraham. She blew out a deep breath and looked away again. It's a long story, and one I don't want to get into when he could be back any minute. Just give me the gist. She sighed and tipped her head up to the ceiling. He wants more than I'm willing to give. I gasped, which almost brought on another round of sickness. He likes you, doesn't he? She rolled her eyes. We're not in middle school, Ellie. I shook my head. But he does, doesn't he? He likes you. She shrugged a single shoulder but wouldn't meet my eyes again. I guess you could say that. So what's the problem? You don't like him back? She shot me an exasperated look. Do you think we could talk about this like adults and not preteens? Just answer the question. She bit her lip again. I don't know, Ellie, and I'm not willing to find out. I frowned. Why the heck not? Wyatt's a great guy. I never said he wasn't. Then what's holding you back? It's complicated. I'm sure I can keep up. She opened her mouth to speak again, and I just knew I was about to get some real information from her when the sound of heavy footsteps stomping down the hall reached us. We both knew it was Wyatt, and that meant our little sharing session was over. I wouldn't forget it, though. There was something between them, and Callie was holding back for some reason. I wanted to get to the bottom of it and hopefully help my friend. Since things became serious with Abraham, I realized I'd been an idiot for pushing him away for so long. When someone was that devoted to you, when someone made you feel as much as Abraham made me feel, there was no reason to push back. No reason to fight what your heart knows is true. If I could help Callie see that, I'd do it. The door opened and Callie straightened her spine. I watched carefully, but her face was a mask of indifference, and I knew I wouldn't get anything out of her. Stifling a sigh, I turned to the enforcer tasked with guarding me once again. Hey, Wyatt. Thanks for running to the store for me. He shrugged and pulled a bottle of ginger ale out of a brown paper bag. He handed it to me, and I took a tentative sip, ready for the liquid to make a reappearance any second. When it seemed the soda agreed with my stomach, I took a bigger sip before setting it aside. Now that I wasn't throwing up anymore, I felt ridiculous that so many people had to drop what they were doing to take care of me. Granted, Wyatt's only job was to watch over me, but that didn't mean nursing me. That just meant protecting me. Thanks, guys. I think I'll be all right for a while, at least. Callie eyed me seriously for a prolonged moment. You sure? I can stay if you need me. Even though she'd offered, I could see how uncomfortable she was in Wyatt's presence. I didn't know exactly what happened between the two of them, but it was clear she wanted to be anywhere but there. I waved her off and took another sip of ginger ale. I'm fine. I'm just going to get some research done while my stomach is behaving. She picked up my cell and handed it to me. Don't forget to call A.B. back. You know he'll worry if you don't. I took my phone and promised I'd call him. The problem was, I knew he was going to worry no matter what I did. I'd been trying to hide how sick I'd been, but I wasn't fooling him. He seemed to be under the weather too, but nothing compared to me. I wondered again why being away from him was hitting me so hard this time. What changed? Was it just because I lived with him and we were together more often? I didn't plan to spend much time away from him in the future, but it had to be inevitable at some point, right? Would I only continue to get worse? Would it get so bad that I couldn't even leave my bed? And speaking of beds, I hadn't had mine to myself since Abraham left. All the McCoy sisters had shared the king-size mattress with me the first night, but every day since then one of them had showed up. First, of course, was Evie, then Del and Bea, and finally last night was Callie's turn. I don't know how they chose that order or who'd be sharing the bed with me that night, but I couldn't deny I was grateful for their company. It was funny, because up until a few months ago, I'd spent every night alone. Now it was almost unfathomable. Callie left my office, and I watched Wyatt the whole time. His eyes would dart from her to anything but her over and over. I knew how that felt. To want to watch someone, but not be caught doing it. It was clear that he wanted more with her, and I wondered why she was holding back from him. Now that my head was clearing, something else Callie said was ringing through it. Still think he's not your fated mate. I'd been so convinced he wasn't, that because I couldn't explain it and because there was no record of this ever happening before, that it had to be impossible. Somehow, I'd let myself forget how awful I always felt without him. Well, there was no denying it this time. Abraham was gone, and I'd never been sicker. I guess I'd been foolish to think we weren't fated, even though it didn't make any sense. Even though it should have been impossible. Having spent half my morning with my head in a trash can, it was hard to deny that fact now. So, if we were fated, there really was no reason to prolong our ceremony, was there? Even as the thought crossed my mind, my stomach clenched and my palms began to sweat. Okay, I could admit we were fated, but that still didn't mean we needed to rush into a ceremony. I was perfectly happy with the way things were, and it seemed Abraham was okay with waiting too. I'd give it another couple of months and see how I felt about it then. If we were really fated, neither of us was going anywhere, so there was no reason to jump into it. I spent the rest of the day nibbling on crackers Callie brought me and sipping the ginger ale Wyatt kept me stocked with. It wasn't my most productive day, but I was just thankful I'd managed to get something done. Mac continued to be a nuisance, though, and I had a feeling I'd have to deal with him soon. "Hey, Ellie, are you doing anything after work today?" he'd asked as I packed my things that evening. I could hear Wyatt's soft growl from across the room, and I shot him a look. He was there to protect me against werewolves, not overeager coworkers. His shoulders were still stiff, but he gave me a small nod, and I knew he'd let me handle this. "I'm not feeling well, Matt. I think I'm just going to head home." He leaned against my desk and crossed his arms. It looked like he was making himself comfortable, and I just barely held back a sigh. "Where is home for you?" I shot a look at Wyatt, who was resolutely looking the other way. Apparently, I was getting what I'd asked for, and he was letting me handle it. "Well, I was in Raleigh for years, but I moved out here to Asheville about a month ago." A smile spread across his face. "So you're new here. I bet you could use a tour guide. I know a lot of hidden gems around the city that I'd love to show you sometime." I took a deep breath and pasted a smile on my face. "That's a nice offer, but I'm really pretty busy." I shouldered my purse and he straightened up, his arms falling to his sides. "What about this weekend?" "I'm busy this weekend." "What about next weekend?" I shot him an exasperated look. "Matt, listen, I'm engaged. I don't think it's a good idea for us to spend time together outside of work." His smile fell. "So he doesn't let you have friends? That doesn't sound healthy." Another growl sounded from the other side of the room, and I knew I needed to wrap this up. "My relationship with Abraham isn't a concern of yours. We're doing great, and we're getting married soon, and none of that has anything to do with you." I pushed past him and opened my office door. "I'm heading home for the night. I'll see you tomorrow, Matt." His face fell even further, but there was a firm set to his mouth that made me think he wasn't going to drop this. "Have a good night, Ellie," he said as he brushed past me just a tiny bit closer than necessary. When he was gone, I shut the door behind him and slumped against it. "You really have an issue with coworkers, don't you?" I wanted to deny it, but how could I? He'd seen the situation with Ben Collins go from bad to worse back in Raleigh, and now I had Matt to deal with. Honestly, my brain was too full of everything else to properly worry about Matt Miller. I pushed thoughts of him out of my head as Wyatt and I left my office for the night. I hoped that Matt wouldn't prove to be a problem, that Abraham and Wyatt were overreacting, and he'd prove to be as harmless as I thought he was. Chapter 37. "Hey, Wyatt, do you think we could get an early start today?" I'd come down to breakfast earlier than usual in the hopes I'd find him there. I'd woken up feeling less nauseated than the day before, and I thought I'd take advantage of the reprieve and get to the office before anyone else. I'd fallen behind on my work, and I needed to rectify that. I knew Callie understood that I'd been sick, but that didn't change the fact that they needed me, and I needed to pull my weight. Wyatt shoved the last few bites of scrambled eggs into his mouth. "I'm ready when you are." I gave him my most grateful smile. Wyatt really was a great guy. He'd been tasked with babysitting me again, and instead of complaining like I knew some of the other enforcers would have, he just did the job. In fact, he usually went above and beyond expectations. He stood from the long table and brought his dish over to Aubrey. That was another issue that rested in the back of my mind. The housekeeper still regarded me as nicely as you would a bug that had the audacity to die on your windshield. I didn't know what I'd be able to do to change her mind, and to be honest, I was running out of reasons to care. If she wanted to dislike me, she'd do it no matter what I did. I figured my best course of action would be to keep doing the best job I could at the alpha thing and hope she came around. Wyatt sidled up next to me and gave me a look. "Aren't you going to eat something?" I dug into my purse and unearthed a granola bar. "I've got breakfast right here." He eyed my cereal bar with disdain. "That's all you're having?" I patted him on the arm and headed toward the hall. That's all I'll be able to keep down. I heard his heavy footsteps and knew he was following me. I also knew I wouldn't be able to keep eating so little with how fast my metabolism was now I was a werewolf, but I figured I only had to hold out a little longer. Abraham said he'd probably be back by Friday, and it was already Thursday. I could survive on bird food until then. I reached my gray compact car and unlocked the doors for the both of us. Wyatt eyed my little vehicle like he did every morning, but this was something I wouldn't budge on. It was bad enough I had a babysitter again. I wouldn't let him cart me around, too. I needed to have at least a little independence, and that was my preferred method. Wyatt folded himself into the car, making sure to grumble just loud enough for me to hear. I ignored him while I buckled my seatbelt and turned the key in the ignition. I started down the steep gravel drive, careful to drive slow enough that my little car didn't bottom out along the way. "You seem a little better today," Wyatt commented as I merged onto the highway. I shrugged. Honestly, I still feel pretty crummy, but not as sick as yesterday. Maybe I had a stomach bug or something. "Werewolves don't get stomach bugs." I shot him a glance out of the corner of my eye. Well, maybe humans turned werewolves do. He grunted from the passenger seat but didn't comment further. He was right, though. I'd been told over and over that werewolves don't get sick, that their immune systems were far superior to humans. Why, then, was I so ill? Was it really the distance between Abraham and me? If that was the case, I should have felt worse and not better. That was how it had always been in the past when I'd worked in Raleigh during the week and only saw him on the weekends. Each day, I'd felt crappier than the last until we were reunited. I sighed as our exit loomed before us and flicked on my turn signal. There was no use worrying about it now. I felt better than I had yesterday, and I'd try to get as much work done as I could, just in case the sickness came back. I hit the brake to slow down before the exit, but the pedal gave no resistance and my foot pressed it almost to the floor. I pumped the brake again, but it did nothing. I was already on the off-ramp, but I was going way too fast to take the turn. "Ellie, you need to slow down." I gripped the wheel tighter and tried pressing on the brake over and over again, but nothing was happening. "I can't stop." "What?" "The brakes aren't working. I can't slow down." The car continued to race toward the exit, only slowing slightly because I wasn't pressing the gas anymore. "Ellie, you need to slow this car down. We can't take the exit going this fast." "I know. I don't know what to do. The brakes aren't working." I continued to stomp on the pedal, but there was no change to the speed we were going. That's when I remembered the emergency brake. We were just approaching the bend in the off-ramp, and I yanked on the lever between the two front seats. The car began to slow, and I was able to navigate the curve well enough to get us around it. Thankfully, right off the exit was a shoulder, and I pulled onto it, letting the car roll to a stop. Other vehicles continued to drive past us, but all I could do was stare straight out my windshield. I'd never had something like that happen to me before. Never even been in a fender bender. The adrenaline was pumping through my system and my stomach was rolling. I just hoped it would hold until we got off that road. "Are you okay?" I was still gripping the steering wheel when I turned to Wyatt. I nodded slowly, not sure if I really was all right or not. "I'm gonna call Brad and see if he can get us towed back to Packlands." I nodded again and turned to stare out the windshield. What happened? How had my brakes failed like that? I was no mechanic, but I had my car regularly serviced, and I knew it wasn't time for me to have them replaced. Besides, even if they were old, it didn't make sense for them to just completely stop working like that, right? Wyatt was talking on the phone, but the ringing in my ears drowned out his conversation. I was still reeling from the accident we'd narrowly avoided. "Ellie." I turned to Wyatt again, my hands still white-knuckling the wheel. "Can you pop the hood? Brad wants me to take a look." I shook my head and reached underneath the dashboard to pull the lever. He slid out of the car, and I watched as he walked around and lifted the hood. With another shake of my head, I gave myself a little pep talk. I was okay. Wyatt was okay. My car was okay. Everything was okay. I needed to get myself together and try to figure out what happened here. I unbuckled my seatbelt and climbed out to join Wyatt. "I don't know, man. It all looks the same to me." I heard Brad's voice on the other line promise he'd be there with a tow truck within 30 minutes before they both hung up. Wyatt turned to me and wrapped his big hands around the tops of my arms. When he ducked down to catch my gaze, there was only concern in his light brown eyes. "Are you sure you're okay?" I took a deep breath and gave him a nod. "Yeah, I was just taken by surprise. I'm all right now." He let me go and stood back up, placing his hands on his hips. Yeah, I think we both had a shock this morning. He turned to me again. Good thinking with the e-brake. I nodded again. Thanks. We stood there with the hood open, both of us just staring at the mess of machinery beneath it. I thought you liked cars. He shot me a look. What? Back in Raleigh, you were always reading hot rod magazines. Shouldn't you know something about this? I asked, waving to the engine. He chuckled. Just because I like fast and pretty cars doesn't mean I know shit about fixing them. I guess that's fair. He nodded toward my car. Come on, let's get back in until Brad gets here. It's not safe standing out here so close to the highway. Just as he said that, a car went whipping past us, probably driving even faster than I'd been going when my brakes stopped working. Wyatt glared at the offending vehicle as he ushered me back into my seat. When he got in on the other side, he pulled his cell out and began pressing buttons. I'm going to call Abraham while we wait. I whipped around and put my hand over his phone. Don't do that. He frowned at me. Why? If you tell him about this, he'll come home. He shrugged. That's his right. He tugged at his phone, but I wouldn't let go. Wyatt, you know how important it is that he keeps visiting other packs. He's only been able to send another 12 enforcers back to us. We need more than that if we're going to have a fighting chance against the Charlotte pack. His frown deepened. Ellie, I have to tell him about this. I nodded. Of course, but can't we wait? Let's find out what happened before we call him. Or we can just wait until he gets back tomorrow. He won't be happy we kept this from him. I'll take all the blame. I'll explain to him it was my idea, and I ordered you not to call him. One of his blonde brows rose. Ordered me? I swallowed but shrugged. If that's what it takes. My voice could have been a little stronger, but it would have to do. Wyatt continued to eye me as I watched a battle play out across his features. Finally, he sighed, and his shoulders slumped. He's not going to be happy about this. I pulled my hand away from his phone now that it seemed like he wouldn't make the call. And you know how important what he's doing is. If he found out, he'd just rush home, and we need him to keep finding us new allies. He pursed his lips but nodded. Okay, Ellie, we can do this your way. I let out a deep breath and leaned against the back of my seat. I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing, but I knew Abraham. He'd be back in Asheville before nightfall if he thought I was in danger. And until we knew one way or the other, there was no sense worrying him. Brad showed up about 20 minutes later, and we got out to greet him. He had a big smile for me, and it was nice to know some of my pack actually liked me. Hey, Ellie, you okay? I gave him the best smile I could manage. I'm all right. Could have done without the brake failure this morning. He nodded slowly. I'm sure you could. Let's have a look. He ducked his head and began fiddling with different things under the hood, none of which made any sense to me. Finally, after a few minutes, he straightened back up and sighed. He pulled a rag out of his back pocket and wiped his hands as he shook his head. There's nothing I can see from here. I need to get it back to my place and lifted before I can tell you more. My spirits sank at that news. I was hoping he would be able to tell me this was nothing more than a system failure and we could all go about our day. But there was a deep, dark intuition inside of me warning that it wasn't that simple. That nothing ever was. I watched as Brad got my little car hooked up to his tow truck. Wyatt walked up next to me with his phone in his hand. You want to go back to Packlands with him or head into work? We could probably walk to that store across the street and call an Uber from there. I weighed my options and realized there was only one place I'd be of any use. Let's head to the office. We'll only be in Brad's way. We walked over to the new pack mechanic just as he finished getting my car all settled. Brad, we're heading into the office. Will you give one of us a call when you know something? He tipped the brim of his baseball cap and gave me a smile. I've got Wyatt's number. I'll call him when I figure out what happened here. Thanks, Brad. Make sure you let me know what I owe you. He shook his head. Don't worry about it, Ellie. He nodded at Wyatt and then gave me another smile. "Try to have a good rest of your day." We said our goodbyes and walked across the street to the little convenience store Wyatt pointed out. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a black Suburban pulled up, and we hopped in. When he dropped us off at the Asheville Initiative, Callie's car was already parked on the street, and I realized all the time I thought I'd saved that morning had gone right out the window. On the bright side, my stomach was still feeling fine, so hopefully I'd be able to get a bunch of work done and make up for the past few days. Unfortunately, my good luck ran out, and within a few hours, I was throwing up into my trash bin again. Wyatt paced the floor of my office while I was sick, asking over and over what he could do. Every time I waved him away, his pacing got more intense, and I almost had to send him out of the room because he was making me dizzy. At a low point in my nausea, Wyatt's cell rang, and I lifted my head from the pail. "It's Brad," he said before sliding his finger across the screen and raising the phone to his ear. Another wave of sickness washed over me, and their conversation was drowned out by my retching. I lost track of time, but it couldn't have been more than a few minutes later when I heard Wyatt growl and promised to see Brad soon. I wiped my mouth with some tissues and took a tentative sip of my room-temperature ginger ale before looking up at Wyatt. "What's going on?" I croaked. His jaw ticked, and I could hear his teeth grinding from across the room. "This morning wasn't an accident." My stomach rolled again, but I swallowed and did my best to hold it down. "What does that mean?" He pursed his lips into a thin white line as he squeezed his cell in his big hand. "It means someone cut your brake lines. This was intentional." Chapter 38. We need to get back to Packlands, now. My stomach was still gurgling but felt like it would hold for a little while at least. Knowing there was no use arguing with Wyatt when he was like this, I nodded and began to pack up my things. He continued to pace the floor, his hand squeezing his cell phone. "We need to call Abraham. He needs to know about this." I sighed. "Yeah, I know. Let's go talk to Brad and get all the details before we call him, though." Wyatt's shoulders slumped, but he nodded. When I was done gathering my things, Wyatt rushed to the door and opened it for me. With a hand on my back, he ushered me down the hall faster than I would have walked myself. We were almost to the lobby when Callie stepped out of her office and frowned at us. "Hey, what's going on?" Earlier, I'd explained that something had gone wrong with my car, but I hadn't gone into detail. I figured it didn't make much sense to worry her before we knew anything. Now seemed like the appropriate time to tell her, but Wyatt was on a mission to get me out of the building as quickly as possible. Without pausing, Wyatt grunted, "The issue with her car is bigger than we thought. We're heading back to Packlands right now." Callie spared him the smallest of glances before training her eyes on me. "I can give you guys a ride home if you want to wait a minute." Wyatt shook his head. "Don't bother. Wes is almost here." I turned and frowned at Wyatt. It wasn't what he said, but how he said it that was bothering me. Sure, Callie hadn't always been the friendliest toward him, but she didn't deserve for him to be that short with her. I dug in my heels, and Wyatt had no choice but to stop pushing me down the hall or knock me over. Thankfully for me, he chose the former. "Thanks for the offer, Callie. You stay here and finish out your day. I brought a bunch of stuff home with me so I can get more work done there." She waved a hand. "Don't worry about that, Ellie. There are bigger issues you need to be focusing on than the Asheville Initiative right now." She shot another glance at Wyatt before turning back to me. "Have you told Abby yet?" I winced, and her expression turned exasperated. I held up both hands. I didn't want to worry him when we didn't know if there was actually anything to worry about yet. "Ellie, he's not going to be happy about that." I sighed. "Yes, but his trip is more important than what's going on here." She raised a brow. "Don't you think he should be the one to decide that?" My shoulders slumped as I released a deep breath. "Probably. I thought I was doing the right thing by holding off. You know how important it is for him to find us more allies." I lowered my voice in case any of the humans in the office were listening. The Charlotte pack could attack any day. We need all the help we can get if we're going to have a fighting chance. You know that." She held my gaze for a long moment before she sighed. "Yeah, you're right. I just know he won't be happy about being kept in the dark." I shot a glance at Wyatt, who looked ready to throw me over his shoulder and march out of the office. "Well, I'm going to take the blame for this one. I did what I thought was best at the time. Now that we know it was foul play, I'll call him and fill him in." Her pale blue eyes got wide. "Foul play?" My smile was grim. "Apparently my brake lines were cut." She gasped, "Oh, Allie!" I shrugged. "Yeah, that was definitely not the news I was hoping for." "What are you going to do?" Wyatt stepped up next to me and grasped my bicep. "We're going to figure out who the hell is responsible and make them pay." He looked down at me, his expression hard. "We're leaving now, Ellie." I narrowed my eyes at him before shooting Callie an apologetic look. "I'll talk to you when you get home." The worried expression was still pinching her soft features. "Get there safe." Wyatt grunted. "Thanks for the suggestion, Callista." I shot him another annoyed look, but he wasn't paying attention. He was too busy dragging me down the hall and through the front door. When we were out on the sidewalk, I ripped my arm out of his grasp and turned on him. "You didn't have to be so rude to Callie. She's just concerned." He ran a rough hand down his face and looked away. "She's not always so nice to me, either." I raised a brow at him. "And since when do two wrongs make a right?" He sighed harshly and tipped his head back to stare at the bright blue summer sky. "Can we not talk about this right now? My only concern is getting you home safely. Everything else can wait." I let out a deep breath and nodded. I knew the events of the morning were wearing on Wyatt. It was his job to keep me safe, and he almost hadn't been able to do that. Of course, it wasn't his fault someone cut my brake lines, and it was impossible for him to have known that in advance, but I knew none of that would matter to him. He had a job, and he needed to do it. It was as simple as that. A dark red SUV pulled up to the curb, and Wyatt let out a deep breath. "Thank fuck," he muttered as he ushered me toward the vehicle. Wyatt's twin Wesley was behind the wheel, and he shot me a small smile as I climbed into the back seat. I barely held back an eye roll as Wyatt insisted on watching me buckle up before getting in the front. I knew his protectiveness was in overdrive, but he was bordering on ridiculous. The car remained mostly quiet as we drove back to Pack Lands. I had to assume Wyatt had already filled Wes in on the events of the morning. The rocking motion of the truck wasn't helping my weak stomach, but somehow I held the sickness at bay. When we arrived, Wyatt jumped out of the SUV before Wes even put it in park. He ripped my door open, almost pulling it from the hinges. "Let's go." I unbuckled my seatbelt and gathered my things as quickly as I could. He slid my briefcase and purse off my shoulder and handed them to Wes, who just made it to our side. "Make sure this stuff makes it up to their sitting room." Wes nodded and accepted my bags before Wyatt placed another hand on my back and led me toward the pack houses. No words were exchanged while we walked, but my mind was a flurry of activity. Who'd cut my brake lines? Who hated me enough to sabotage my car? With a snort, I realized that list was actually decent-sized. I'd made a few friends since I'd started acting like an alpha, but I'd also accrued some enemies. I suppose it was inevitable, but it still didn't feel good. We got to the 10th pack house and found Brad's garage open with my car lifted inside it. We walked up the driveway, and when we got closer, the mechanic popped his head into the open doorway. "You guys got here fast," he commented. "Explain what you found," Wyatt grunted without even a semblance of a hello. I shot him another glare, but he ignored me. Man, he was moody today. Brad sighed and nodded toward my car. "Come on over and I'll show you." Wyatt did as he asked, but I hung back. To be honest, I didn't really want to see the evidence I knew would be there. But just because I didn't want to see it didn't mean I couldn't still hear what they were saying. "If you look here, you'll see where the brake line was severed," Brad said. Wyatt grunted again. "Is it possible this could have happened on its own?" Brad sighed. "No, And I'll tell you why. Here, you can see there's a straight cut through most of the brake line, but not all the way. What that did was make it so the brakes would work the first few times you used them, but eventually they'd fail. I didn't need to look to know Wyatt was grinding his teeth. So, they wanted her to already be well on her way to work. I turned just in time to catch Brad's shrug, and I bet they knew she'd be on the highway when they finally failed. They wanted to make sure she was going fast enough to do serious damage. Wyatt continued. Brad shrugged again, the look on his face showing how uncomfortable he was. "It looks that way," he finally said. Wyatt nodded, his hands fisting at his sides. "So this was done by someone who knew what they were doing?" Brad's eyes darted to me before he fixed them back on Wyatt. "That would be my guess. Your average Joe would probably have just cut right through. Only someone who really knew about this stuff would sever them partially." "Why do you think that?" I asked as I finally joined them in the garage. Brad's chocolate-colored eyes met mine. "If they cut the line completely, your brakes would have given out almost immediately. Then you would have known something was wrong and you wouldn't have kept driving." His eyes darted to Wyatt, almost as if he was afraid to keep talking. Finally, he sighed and met my gaze again. "But because they only partially severed them, you were able to use them a few times, giving you a false sense of security. If this person knew you'd be taking the highway to work, I can guess their intention was for your brakes to stop working then, when you were going the fastest and had the greatest chance of wrecking." My stomach fell while Wyatt let out a menacing growl. "I bet it was that fuck Craig," he grunted, his knuckles white with how tight he was squeezing his hands. Brad looked uncomfortable as his eyes darted between Wyatt and me. He shrugged. "I guess it could have been Craig, but probably not." "Why do you say that?" I asked. I was grasping at straws. I knew Craig and I had our differences, but I didn't want to believe he'd try to kill me over them. My stomach sank even farther as those words echoed through my head. Someone tried to kill me today. That was the only reason someone would cut my brake lines in the hopes I'd be going too fast to stop. Someone was trying to kill me. Brad's voice broke me out of the dark turn my thoughts had taken. "If it was Craig, he probably would have cut your e-brake line too. So she would have had no way to stop." Wyatt spat between gritted teeth. Brad looked scared as he nodded at Wyatt. "If I was trying to kill someone, that's what I'd do." In the next instant, Wyatt had Brad pinned against the wall, his hand around his throat. "Wyatt, what the hell are you doing?" I screeched.
"Was it you?"
Wyatt growled into Brad's face.
"You seem to know an awful lot about this shit. Were you the one who tried to kill our alpha?"
Brad's face had turned completely white, his body shaking slightly.
"No, man. Why would I kill Ellie? She got me the job of my dreams. I'd never hurt her."
I could hear the sincerity in his voice, and I hoped Wyatt could too. There was another tense couple of moments before Wyatt finally released Brad and took a step back. He ran a rough hand down his face and shook his head.
"I'm sorry. I shouldn't have accused you like that."
Brad straightened back up.
"It's okay, man. I get why you're upset. I'm pissed too."
Wyatt sighed, his shoulders so tense they almost reached his ears. He turned to me, the look in his eyes wild.
"You're calling Abraham now."
I bristled at his tone but didn't comment. It was clear Wyatt was on the edge, and I wouldn't be the one to push him over it. "Okay. I'll call him when we get back to the lodge." Wyatt shook his head and stormed over, holding his phone out to me.
"No. Now."
I narrowed my eyes at him and pulled my own cell from my pocket. "All right." Jeez. Despite my cavalier attitude, my heart was racing with the coming confrontation. I knew Abraham was going to flip out, and I wasn't looking forward to it. I just hoped he was so mad about the brake failure that he didn't have time to be angry about the fact that I hadn't called him sooner. I dialed his number and put the phone to my ear before I turned my back on the two men and walked down the driveway. I saw Maddie coming out of her house next door, and I gave her a wave, hoping my smile didn't look as fake as it felt.
"Hey, baby. How's work going?"
Abraham asked after answering on the second ring. I took a deep breath. Actually, I left early today. Still not feeling well? I'm starting to really worry, Elle. You've never been this sick before. Maybe you need to go see Doc Monroe and get checked out. There could be something else causing you to be this ill. I shook my head even though I knew he couldn't see me. That's not why I left. Something happened this morning, and we just found out some new information about it, so Wyatt and I left early and came back to pack lands. He was quiet for a prolonged moment before his deep voice rumbled through the phone line. What happened this morning, and why am I just hearing about it now? I took another breath and launched into the story about what happened during my drive to work. I purposely avoided his question of why I hadn't told him earlier. Hopefully we could argue about it later, because a headache was forming behind my temples and I really wasn't in the mood to fight right then. When I finished telling him everything Brad revealed to us, Abraham remained silent on the other end. So silent, in fact, that I pulled the phone away from my ear and checked the screen to make sure the call hadn't been dropped. Abraham? I'm on my way home. I sighed. That's not necessary. It's not negotiable. I'm leaving now. I let out another deep breath. Where are you? Outside Raleigh. I'll be home in a couple hours. Abraham, that's a 4-hour drive, and with the way I'm feeling right now, I could probably run it in half that time. I winced and looked down at my feet. I know you're worried, but I'm fine. I'm here on pack lands, and I'm sure Wyatt has no intention of leaving my side anytime soon. There was a loud bang on the other end of the line, and I cringed. I'm not fucking worried, Elle. I'm murderous. Well, this was going worse than I thought. I sighed again. I know you're mad, but please drive safe. I don't need anything happening to you. He laughed, but it was humorless. It's clearly not me we have to worry about. I'll see you soon. With that, he hung up and my stomach fell. I had a feeling there was a storm heading my way, and it was in the shape of a tall, dark, and handsome alpha werewolf. Chapter 39. Wyatt waited with me in the kitchen while I paced the floor. It had only been a couple hours since I spoke with Abraham, but if he made good on his threat, he could be home any minute. My stomach still felt sick, but thankfully, I hadn't thrown up since I was in the office, which was good, since I couldn't focus on anything but the coming confrontation with my fiancé. The roar of a vehicle speeding up the drive reached us all the way in the kitchen, and I cringed. Apparently, Abraham was home. My belly flipped as I made my way out to the lot. I was excited to see him because I'd missed him so much, but at the same time, I was worried about how he'd react to what happened that morning. It couldn't be good that he'd had hours alone to stew about this mess on his drive home. The second his black pickup came to a screeching halt, he was out the door and storming over to me. I braced myself for the fight I knew was coming, but he surprised me by wrapping his arms around my shoulders and tugging me into his hard chest. I let out a deep breath, letting his familiar scent wash over me as I wrapped my arms around his waist. I missed you, I mumbled against him. The only answer I got was a grunt. A few moments later, he pulled away and held me at arm's length. His dark blue eyes raked over every inch of my body before he nodded once. Seemingly satisfied with his inspection, he turned on his heel and stormed off. I stood there confused for a moment before jogging after him. Heavy footsteps sounded behind me, and I knew Wyatt was hot on my heels. Abraham, where are you going? Stay in the lodge, Elizabeth. Huh. Fat chance. I had to run to keep up with him as he raced toward the pack houses. He made a beeline to the fourth house and raised his fist to bang on the door. The second Craig answered, Abraham pulled him out of his house and wrapped his hand around his throat. Did you think I wouldn't know it was you? Abraham growled inches away from his face. Craig's dark eyes bulged out of his head as he turned red. What are you talking about? He wheezed. Abraham pulled him back and slammed him against the side of his house. You fucked with her car. You tried to kill my mate. He growled the last word so low I almost missed it. I ran up to them and grabbed Abraham's bulging bicep. It wasn't him, Abraham. Let him go. He tried to shake me off, his attention still riveted on Craig. You threatened her and then someone cut her brake lines and you expect me to not believe it was you? Just admit it before I tear your throat out. Craig's eyes were bloodshot as he clawed at Abraham's hand, still wrapped around his neck. I didn't do anything, he gasped. I tugged on his arm again. Abraham, we don't think it was him, just let him go. He finally turned to me and I almost wish he hadn't. His face had been transformed from the handsome features I was so used to seeing to this mask of fiery rage. I almost didn't recognize him. I know it was him, Elizabeth. You need to go back to the lodge and let me handle this. He turned back to Craig and squeezed his throat tighter. The older man had to be close to passing out at this point, and I knew I had to do something. I spun around to Wyatt, who was looking on with wide eyes. Say something to him, I yelled at Wyatt. Tell him what Brad told us. Wyatt shook his head and stepped toward us. She's right, Alpha. Brad doesn't believe it was Craig. Abraham snarled and slammed Craig against the wall again. Of course it was him. Who else could it be? I grabbed his arm again. We're not sure yet, but it wasn't Craig. Let him go and we can talk about this. Abraham turned his molten eyes toward me again, and I held them as best I could. Finally, he growled and let go of Craig, who fell to the ground. He sputtered and coughed and wheezed, and I felt so bad I knelt beside him. Are you okay? I asked softly. He looked up at me with wide eyes and nodded. I'll be all right, he whispered. I figured his throat had to be sore and my insides twisted with guilt. I should have filled Abraham in completely. I should have called him back after he hung up with me and made sure he had the whole story. Instead, he'd spent the hours-long drive home letting his rage build until he could unleash it on poor Craig. I wrapped my arm around the ex-mechanic's shoulders and pulled him to his feet. When we were both standing again, Abraham reached out and snatched me away from him. I shot a glare at my fiancé, but his gaze was trained on Craig. Explain to me why I'm not tearing this asshole apart right now. I glanced at Wyatt, but he didn't seem too eager to speak up again. I took a deep breath and tugged on Abraham's arm until he was looking at me. Let's go talk to Brad. He'll tell you his theory. Abraham's eyes darted back to Craig, and he nodded once. I let out a small breath of relief and hung on as Abraham stormed toward the new mechanic's house. I shot an apologetic look back toward Craig, who was still rubbing his bright red neck. With a sigh, I realized he'd have even more reason to hate me now. We made it to Brad's house, and Abraham stomped up to his door and banged on it until he answered. The messy-haired werewolf's eyes widened as he took in the furious alpha werewolf, and the rest of us struggling to keep up. Hey, guys. What's going on? Abraham took a menacing step forward. I want to know everything you do about what happened today. Brad nodded quickly. Sure, let's go take a look. Abraham dragged me after him as he followed Brad to the garage. The mechanic immediately launched into the same story he'd told me and Wyatt earlier. The only indication that Abraham was listening was the ticking in his jaw. It would speed up or slow down depending on what Brad was saying at that particular time. If it was someone with any in-depth knowledge of cars and the desire to really kill her, they would have cut both the brake lines and the e-brake cable, leaving her with no way to slow down, Brad concluded. Abraham snarled and let go of my arm so he could pace the length of the garage. So you don't think it was Craig? He said it as more of a statement than a question, but Brad answered anyway. I think if Craig wanted to kill her, he would have done a better job of it. Abraham halted his pacing and let loose a growl in Brad's direction. He stormed over to the skinny mechanic, his hands fisted at his sides. I figured he did that to stop himself from strangling another pack member. That is my mate you're talking about, he said, his voice deep and dangerous. Brad held up both hands, his eyes wide. I know, Alpha. I'm just telling you what I think. I don't want anything to happen to Ellie. I think she's the best thing that's ever happened to this pack." My heart warmed at his sentiments, but I had little time to bask in his words. Abraham spun around and grabbed my arm again before tugging me back down the driveway. He didn't say a word as he hauled me back toward the lodge. When we got to Craig's house, he was still outside, holding on to what had to be a pretty sore neck. Abraham stopped and turned to him, his voice low and deadly. "If you so much as sneeze in her direction, I'll tear you apart piece by piece. You hear me?" Craig held up his hands and nodded slowly. "I wouldn't hurt her, Alpha." Abraham grunted and stormed off again, towing me behind him. I tried talking to him on our way back to the lodge, but nothing I said made any difference. With a sigh, I decided to keep quiet until he was ready to talk. Clearly, what happened today was affecting him more than I thought it would. I knew he'd be mad, knew he'd be worried, but I hadn't prepared for this unadulterated rage. We made it inside the lodge where most of the pack was convening for dinner. Abraham's head whipped around the room before he stomped toward the hall and up the stairs. At that point, I was getting a little sick of him dragging me around, but I knew better than to say something when he was like that. We made it to the 3rd floor, and he turned down the sisters' wing before I could ask him what we were doing there. When he got to Callie's door, he pounded on it as viciously as he had at Craig's and Brad's places. When Callie opened her door, her eyes were wide as they looked between the two of us. "Abby, you're home." He pulled me closer and shook me silently. "She doesn't work for you anymore." I whipped my head around to face him so quickly I almost gave myself whiplash. "What?" He ignored me. Callie looked just as shocked as I felt. "Why? What happened?" Abraham let loose a menacing snarl. "What happened? She almost died today on her way to your office, and I won't let that happen again. She's done there." Callie looked at me and shrugged before turning back to Abraham. "If that's what you think is best, Abby." "Well, I don't think it's best," I said as I struggled to pull out of his hold. He ignored me again and took off back down the hall. I figured he was heading toward our wing, but I'd had enough of being dragged around like a rag doll. I dug my heels into the carpet and wrenched my arm out of his grasp. He turned to me with wild eyes, and I almost balked. But then I remembered he was being irrational and unreasonable, and I wasn't going to take it anymore. "I'm not quitting my job." "You are. It's done." "The hell it is, Abraham. You can't do that. I get a say in my life." He took a step toward me, and I just barely held my ground. It was instinctual to back down, but I didn't. I tipped my chin and met his gaze head on. "You are my mate, and I'll tell you what you can and can't do." An incredulous laugh shot out of my mouth. "That's not how it works. That's how I work." "No, you don't, because if you did, I wouldn't be your damn mate." He took another step closer, and I fisted my hands at my sides to stop them from shaking. "You say that like you have a choice," he rumbled. I tipped my chin up higher. "Of course I have a choice. If I knew what an unbearable ass you would turn out to be, I'd have stayed in Raleigh." His eyes widened before he threw his hands in the air and paced away from me. "Someone tried to kill you today, Elizabeth. Don't you get that?" "I was there. Of course I get that." "Well, you're not acting like you do." "This is nothing new for me. Ever since I took that godforsaken trip out there, I've had someone trying to kill me. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop living my life." "If I don't find a way to protect you, you won't have a life to live." "Well, I'd rather die living my life the way I want than live under your thumb." His eyes widened further and his mouth fell open. "You don't mean that." I narrowed my eyes at him and stood my ground. "Yes, I do. I won't be told what I can and can't do. You don't own me, Abraham. You never will." His head fell back as he let out an exasperated growl. "I'm not trying to own you. I'm trying to keep you alive." "Then do it in a different way," I yelled. He took a deep breath, his hands opening and closing at his sides. Finally, he speared me with a look so full of anger, it almost knocked me back a step. This conversation is over. You're not leaving Packlands again until the threat is eliminated. That's an order. My spine stiffened without my permission as my eyes practically bugged out of my head. An order? You're ordering me now? I screeched. He shrugged. If that's what it takes. My blood was boiling so violently it felt like it would spew out of my orifices any second. I knew I needed to walk away, or I'd do something I couldn't take back, like strangling my fiancé until he saw reason. I stormed off, slamming into him with my shoulder on my way by. "Where the hell are you going?" he called after me. Instead of answering, I flipped him off over my shoulder. I knew it was immature, but I couldn't even form words at that moment. Never in my life had I met a more frustrating person. I knew he was concerned for my safety, but he was completely blowing this whole situation out of proportion. Like I'd said to him, this wasn't the first time someone had tried to kill me, and it seemed like it wouldn't be the last. My life had been in danger from the moment I'd stepped into Asheville months ago, and not much had changed since then. I stomped down the stairs and took off through the kitchen, ignoring every greeting I got. When I made it to the sliding glass door, I whipped it open and slammed it closed behind me. Out on the patio in the warm summer air, I took a deep breath and hoped it would ease some of my ire. It didn't. I jogged down the stairs and across the lawn, my anger pushing me to move faster. I felt out of control, like I'd bust at the seams or explode into a million tiny pieces if I didn't get this feeling out of me. I heard the back door open and close again before heavy footsteps sounded behind me. The wind carried a leather scent to my nose, and I knew it was Wyatt. Ignoring him, I made it to the tree line and let my body do what it had been craving since the moment Abraham told Callie I was quitting. A large crack rang out in the quiet evening air, my clothes ripping and tearing at the seams until I was a wolf instead of a woman. I heard another series of cracks behind me and figured Wyatt shifted too. I took off into the woods, running as fast as I could. I hoped if I moved fast enough, I could outrun the whole day. Like I could race back through time and stop that morning from happening altogether. "Ellie, where are you going?" I wanted to ignore him. I wanted to tell him to fuck off. I wanted to tell him to go away, but I did none of that. I knew he was only doing his job, and I would try to not make it harder for him. I don't have a destination. I just want to be alone. I heard his steps fall back a few paces before he spoke in my head again. "I'll give you as much space as I can, but just know I'm with you." My nose burned as tears swam to my eyes at his sweet words. I knew Wyatt was with me. He always was. I also knew Abraham was only acting so crazy out of love. But that didn't change how overbearing he was being, and that didn't change the fact that he was trying to keep me caged there. With those thoughts and more spinning through my head, I took off through the woods, hoping I could outpace every mistake I'd made that day. Chapter 40. The sun had set a while ago, but I had no intention of going inside anytime soon. I'd run through the woods for a long time, and I'd almost been able to forget that I was being tailed. Almost. When I'd made a huge loop around the Packlands, I'd circled back to the yard and came out to the lake. Now I was at the end of the dock, watching the placid water and hoping it would infuse me with some of its calm. I was still angry. No, furious. I knew it was in Abraham's nature to be the boss of everyone around him, but he'd never gone that far with me before. I didn't even know he could go that far, but maybe that was my mistake. Maybe I'd underestimated him. Maybe this wouldn't really work between us. My heart clenched in my chest, and if I'd had hands at that moment, I'd have rubbed the sore spot. Abraham was it for me. The only person I ever wanted to be with, but I would not be controlled. I would not be caged. I wouldn't let someone else control my life for me. That was all non-negotiable. And so, even though my heart ached with every beat, I sat out there and tried to imagine a future without all this. Without Abraham, without my sisters, without my pack. I'd have done anything to prevent that, but if Abraham didn't get some sense knocked into him soon, I didn't know if I'd have a choice. I heard the sliding glass door open but ignored it. It was probably Wyatt. He'd been close by since I'd stormed out of the lodge, but I'd convinced him to let me come down to the lake by myself. The compromise we'd made was he'd sit on the patio where he could watch me. I felt his eyes on my back, but did my best to ignore him. As the sound of heavy steps thudded against the grass heading toward me, I figured my time was up and Wyatt was finally coming to get me. But as they got closer, the scent of spearmint and soap hit my nose and my spine instantly straightened. It wasn't Wyatt. It was Abraham. I didn't know if I was ready to talk to him yet, but it didn't seem like I had a choice. His heavy steps sounded against the planks of the wooden dock, and I knew I had seconds before he reached me. I took a few steadying breaths, but kept my eyes focused straight ahead. "I brought you some clothes," he said when he reached me. I shot him a glance out of the corner of my eye before turning back around. There was a heavy sigh behind me before I felt the board shift with his weight. He stepped up next to me and lowered his body to the dock. "You missed dinner." I ignored that, too. I didn't want to talk about clothes or food or any of the other meaningless things he might have come out here to say. In fact, I wasn't really in the mood to talk to him at all. Thankfully, I was a wolf at the moment, and it wasn't possible for me to answer him. He reached out to touch me, but I flinched away from him. The last thing I wanted right then was his touch, because I knew if I let him put his hands on me, it would make me forget why I was mad in the first place. Abraham had a way of blocking out everything else, and I couldn't lose focus like that. We had a huge problem between us, and no amount of sweet words or touches would fix it. He sighed again. "Elle, will you just shift back so we can talk?" I ignored him again, but when he added, "Please," my resolve crumbled. I looked around the yard, but there was no one I could see, not even Wyatt. Abraham probably sent him away when he came out. He must have noticed my trepidation because he rose to his feet and set my clothes next to me. "I'll block you if you want to shift back and get dressed." I huffed out a breath as I considered my options. I couldn't avoid him forever, right? If I'd had it my way, I might have waited a couple more hours, but if he'd come to talk to me, that must have meant he had something to say. I just hoped for his sake it was something along the lines of, "I'm sorry." If it was anything less, I was storming back into that lodge and sleeping in my old room. I checked the clearing for stray pack members one more time before I willed myself back into a woman. Once I shifted, I tugged my clothes on as quickly as I could. It wasn't just because I didn't want anyone to catch me out there naked. It was also because I didn't want to feel vulnerable in front of Abraham. Not when I was so mad at him. When I was dressed, I took a seat at the end of the dock again and lowered my feet into the warm water. It was a nice reprieve from the sticky summer night, but it did little to cool my temper. "Thanks for shifting back," he said as he took a seat next to me. "What did you want to talk about?" He sighed, and I caught him running a hand down his face out of the corner of my eye. "Elle, I'm sorry." He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'm really sorry." Well, that was a start. The tension in my shoulders lessened by the smallest degree. But sorry wasn't enough. That wasn't a complete apology, and I wouldn't settle for anything less. Without prompting, he spoke again. "Do you have any idea how scary it was hearing something almost happen to you today when I was so far away?" My heart clenched without my permission as his words seeped into my brain. I hadn't really thought about that. Now that I did, I realized it must have been terrifying for him.
He always felt like he needed to be on top of everything and protect everyone he was responsible for, and today, he couldn't. I sighed. Yeah, I'm sure that was scary for you. It was kind of scary for me, too. I saw his hand reach out for me again, but he fisted it and placed it back on his lap. The whole drive here, all I could think about was something happening to you, of losing you, of not being there when you needed me most. It gutted me, Elle. Another layer of ice melted from my heart, but I still didn't turn to him. I don't blame you for feeling that way, Abraham. He let out another deep breath. It made me crazy. It felt like I couldn't even see straight. I was terrified, and instead of letting myself feel that fear, I let the anger take over instead. I nodded slowly. He really had let his anger take over, and that wasn't a good look for an alpha. You probably owe Craig an apology. Yeah, I plan on that. He ran another rough hand down his face. I was so sure it was him, but the more I think about it, the more I believe what Brad said. Besides, Craig is a more straightforward kind of guy. If he had a problem with someone, he wouldn't slink in the shadows and sabotage their car. He'd confront them to their faces. I snorted. Been there. He chuckled once. I guess you have, haven't you? I nodded again and waited for him to continue. Once it was clear I couldn't take my rage out on the person who did that to your car, I turned to the next closest thing. That was you. My shoulders stiffened again at his honesty. He sighed and turned his body until he was facing me. I should have never spoken to you like that. Hell, I shouldn't have spoken to Callie like that either. I don't want to cage you here. I don't want to hold you back. All I want, the only thing I need, is to make sure you're safe. As long as you're happy and healthy, I can deal with anything else that comes my way. I sighed and finally turned to him. That wasn't the tune you were singing earlier. The anger was still brimming in my system, and a bit of it seeped out into my words. You can't keep doing this, Abraham. You can't get scared and start ordering me around. I'm supposed to be your equal, and I won't let you treat me like less. We're in this together, or we're not in this at all. His blue eyes darted away from me as his shoulders slumped. I know. I was wrong. I handled this whole situation wrong. There are other ways to keep you safe, and I should have been looking into them instead of ordering you to quit your job. A humorless snort flew out of me. Yeah, ordering me won't get you very far, McCoy. He shot me a rueful smile. That is something I'm fully aware of. He sighed and reached out for me again. This time, I let him take my hand and sandwich it between both of his. They were big and warm and rough and felt so much like home, tears swam to my eyes. I'm sorry, baby. Will you please forgive me? Will you let me make this up to you? I stared into his deep eyes and read every sincere word there for myself. That apology from him was more than I ever could have hoped for, more than I would have asked from him, and yet there he was, admitting his fears and laying his pride on the line. For me, how could I not forgive him? I wanted this thing between us to work more than I'd ever wanted anything else in my entire life. If we were going to make it, I'd have to accept his apology and we'd have to move past it. There just wasn't another option. I sighed again and nodded. I forgive you. His smile was so wide and beautiful, I almost had to look away. Without warning, he tugged me onto his lap and wrapped his arms around me. Digging his face into the crook of my neck, he took a deep breath and let it out slowly, blowing strands of my hair across my face. I love you, and I missed you so much. I'm sorry about today, but I promise to do better in the future. As long as you'll stick by my side, I'll do anything to keep you there. Those tears that were previously being held at bay finally freed themselves and slid down my cheeks. He froze in place before pulling away from me. His expression fell as his hands cupped my face and wiped at the salty trails.
Baby, why are you crying?
I sniffed as I tried to get myself under control. I don't know. He chuckled and tugged me into his chest again, pressing kiss after kiss to the top of my head.
Please don't cry. You know it kills me when you do.
I took a deep breath and willed the moisture from my eyes. When I thought I had myself under control, I pulled away so I could look at him. So you're not going to try to make me quit my job? His eyes turned wary.
Not quit. No.
I raised a brow. Why do I hear a but in there? He sighed and looked away before meeting my eyes again.
I was hoping you'd compromise with me.
I pursed my lips as I eyed him. I suppose I'd be willing to compromise, but it depends on what you want. His eyes darted back and forth between mine for a long time before he spoke again.
Will you let me take you to and from work from now on? That way I know you're getting there safely. It'll make me feel a lot better.
I thought that through carefully, knowing I only had one chance to get this right. Would it be such a big deal to let him drive me? I know I said I didn't want to be carted around by Wyatt, but things had changed that morning. If this would ease some of his fears and make him less crazy, would it be too much to agree to? I took a deep breath and nodded. I accept your terms. His smile was wide before he kissed my mouth. When he finally pulled away, the wary look was back on his face.
Can I ask you for one more favor, though?
I tilted my head to the side. What is it?
Will you work from home tomorrow? You can go back to the office on Monday like usual, but I'd just feel better if you spent tomorrow with me. Besides, I've missed you so much. I'd love to have a whole day with you.
I thought that one through too, but it didn't take me long. Okay, I'll talk to Callie and let her know I'm working from home tomorrow. They shouldn't need me in the office anyway. He smiled again and tugged me against his chest.
Thank you, baby.
He breathed into my hair. Now that the worst was behind us, I let myself melt into his embrace. It felt like he'd been gone so much longer than he was, and I was just happy to be in his arms. When my stomach growled, I knew there'd be no hiding it from Abraham. He pulled away from me.
You didn't eat dinner.
I shrugged. Wasn't really hungry. He grabbed my hips and lifted us both to our feet before taking my hand.
Well, you're hungry now. Let's go see what's left over from dinner.
I let him lead me into the kitchen and, to our surprise, there was actually some food left. That was probably because the residents of the lodge had swelled and the kitchen staff had to make so much more food. Thankfully, they overdid it, but that meant we'd get a good meal. It had been a while since I'd eaten more than a few bites, and I made up for it that night. After my second helping, I finally had to turn Miss Elsie away. I swear, that woman would have fed me until I popped if I let her. When we'd had our fill, the day caught up with me, and I found I could barely keep my eyes open. I trudged up the stairs with Abraham's arm wrapped around my shoulders, but by the time we made it to the second landing, he'd had enough. He turned and scooped me into his arms, and for once, I was too tired to protest. He carried me right to our bed and gently placed me under the covers before crawling in himself. I yawned so hard I almost unhinged my jaw, and Abraham laughed while he ran a hand down my cheek.
I missed you so much,
he whispered. I turned to him with a soft smile and closed my eyes as he threaded his fingers through my hair. I missed you too, Abraham. I yawned again. Did you see all the packs you wanted to? I cracked an eye open and saw him shrug his big shoulders.
I visited as many as I needed to. From here on out, I'll contact other packs by phone and hope they'll be as sympathetic as the others.
Another yawn racked my body, and he chuckled before leaning over and pressing a kiss to my lips.
You are so tired, baby. Let's talk about this in the morning.
I meant to tell him okay or sure or I love you, but I was too tired to do anything more than sigh and let the blackness consume me. Tomorrow was a brand new day, one where I'd have my fiancé back, one where I wouldn't have to deal with the debilitating sickness anymore. There were infinite possibilities, and as it turned out, I wasn't prepared for any of them. Chapter 41. I woke up the next morning blissfully warm in my fiancé's arms. Unfortunately, the contentment lasted only a few minutes before the nausea rose in my system. Knowing I had only seconds, I jumped from the bed and raced to the bathroom, making it to the toilet just in time. "Elle?" Abraham's voice called from the bedroom, but I was too busy being sick to answer him. Moments later, I registered his presence in the bathroom with me before his hands were pulling my hair away from my face. I heaved and heaved as last night's dinner made a second appearance. What felt like hours later, but was probably only minutes, my stomach felt like it would hold for a little while, and I sat back against the wall. Abraham's dark blue eyes were worried as he crouched next to me. "What's going on?" he asked as he passed me a wet rag. I wiped my face as I fought to catch my breath. "I don't know. I've been like this for days. I thought it was from missing you, but you're back, and I'm still sick." As the words tumbled from my mouth, my stomach sank at the realization. The whole time, I thought I'd been so sick because we really were fated. Now that he was back and I was still ill, it looked like it had nothing to do with him. That meant we weren't really fated. Tears swam to my eyes as that sank in. I'd gone back and forth for weeks, convincing myself it was one way and then being sure it was the other. Finally, I thought I had it right. I figured my sickness was irrefutable proof that we were fated, but now I knew that wasn't the truth. We really weren't fated, and Abraham had been wrong all along. Warm tears raced down my face as I struggled with the news. Abraham crawled closer and cupped his hands around my jaw. "Baby, why are you crying? What's going on?" I'd kept this from him for so long, battling my fears in private, but I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't hide how devastated I was. "We're not fated," I wailed, my voice hoarse with the tears still streaming down my face. He rocked backward at my words before gripping me tighter. "What are you talking about? Of course we're fated." "No, we're not. There's no way for a bitten wolf to be the fated mate of a born wolf. You know that. I know that. Everyone knows that," I cried. He shook his head and sat on the cold tiles next to me before pulling my shaking body onto his lap. Wrapping his arms around me, he gently rocked us back and forth while his hands rubbed my back. "Baby, I don't care if it's never happened before because it's happened now. I know you're my fated mate. I've known since the moment I met you. How can you think we're not?" "Because it doesn't make sense. We've never made sense." He sighed and kissed the top of my head. "Elle, everything makes sense when I'm with you. The whole world aligns the moment I'm in your presence. I know we're fated. There's no other possibility." I sniffed and hiccuped as I tried to get myself under control. "I had Callie do some research, and she couldn't find anything." He froze for a moment before resuming his rocking motion. "Why didn't you tell me that?" I hiccuped again. "I didn't want to hurt you," I said softly. He sighed again and squeezed me tighter. "Baby, if you told me you were having doubts, I could have helped. I could have made it better." I pulled away so I could look in his eyes. "How can you make this better?" He cupped my face and smiled. "I could have reminded you of all the reasons why I know we're fated." I sniffed and took a deep breath. "Like what?" He pulled my head to his chest again so I could feel his words rumbling out of him. "Like how the moment you opened your beautiful brown eyes in the woods that night I found you, I knew right away. My heart yearned for you in that instant, like it found its other half, and it was lying in a broken heap right in front of me." He ran his fingers through my hair and cupped the back of my head. I could remind you of how sick we both get when we're up. But I'm still sick, I interrupted. How could it have been the fated mate's magic making me sick when I'm still throwing up even though you're here? Well, what about me? I was so sick the whole time I was gone, I could barely get out of bed in the morning. But as soon as I got within a mile of the lodge, I started to feel like myself again. How do you explain that? I shrugged. I don't know. He sighed and pulled me away so he could look in my eyes again. Elle, I know you can feel me. He placed his hand over my heart. I'm here, just like I can feel you. Do you think the average couple can do that? I looked away and shrugged again. I don't know. He chuckled and grasped my chin to turn my face back toward him. They can't, but we can. That's because we're fated. We're meant to be together. I've always known this, and I know you know it too. Tears flooded my eyes again and raced down my face before I could stop them. Then why am I still sick even though you're here? His face fell and the lines around his eyes deepened. I don't know, Elle, but it's worrying me. Maybe you should go see Doc Monroe today. I took several deep breaths as I tried to get myself under control again. Abraham's words tugged at me in a way I hadn't expected. Everything he was saying was true. I did feel him deep inside of me. I did feel ill every time he was away. But the question remained, why was I still sick? I sighed and relaxed into his hold again. I'll go see him after breakfast. Abraham let out a deep breath and kissed the top of my head. That would make me feel a lot better. I'll call and let him know to expect you. I nodded but didn't answer him. I had too many thoughts racing around my head to settle on just one. Everything was a mess, and I needed some answers. I needed to know why I was still so sick and what I could do about it. Finally, Abraham stood us both up and walked me back into our bedroom. Do you want to get some more sleep? I shook my head. Actually, I'm starving. Can we go down to breakfast? His eyes sparkled as he nodded. Of course. Why don't you take a shower while I call the doc, and I'll join you in a minute? As it turned out, a shower was exactly what I needed. The hot water seemed to wash away the events of the morning, and by the time we were dressed and ready to head down to breakfast, I felt like a new woman. The kitchen was even more packed than usual with all the new enforcers we had living in the lodge. We greeted a frazzled-looking Miss Elsie before grabbing plates full of food and finding seats amidst the chaos. I dug into my scrambled eggs like I hadn't eaten in weeks. I think we should hire some temporary staff to help Miss Elsie, I said between mouthfuls. Abraham took a long sip of his black coffee. I think you're right. This is too much for just her and Aubrey to handle. Should we be expecting any more enforcers? He nodded. Yeah. 3 more from the Raleigh pack should be showing up today, and Bryson promised to put a call in with the Greenville pack. I took a big bite of sausage and instantly my stomach rolled. Not wanting to embarrass myself, I finished chewing and swallowing before I took a big sip of tomato juice. Now that tasted delicious. Sounds great. You did a good job, Abraham. He smiled at me and my heart thumped harder. When I'd finished everything on my plate except for the sausage that I figured had to be bad, Abraham grabbed both our dishes and carried them to Aubrey. He walked back over to me and took my hand to help me stand. Let's get down to Doc Monroe and find out what's going on with you. I nodded and let him lead me to the back door. He just reached for the handle when his name was called from across the room. We both turned to find an irate-looking Beatrice storming across the kitchen. Abby, we've got a problem. He frowned. What's going on? Her eyes darted to the many men surrounding us and shook her head. We should talk about this in private. He sighed. I was just taking Elle down to see Kyle. Beatrice's head whipped in my direction. Why? What's wrong? I shrugged. I haven't been feeling well lately. Her eyes narrowed. Werewolves don't get sick. My stomach twisted at the reminder. So I've heard. Abraham took a deep breath before pulling his phone out of his pocket. Elle, if it's okay, I'll send Wyatt with you so I can take care of whatever's going on with Bea. I shrugged. That's fine with me. He shot me a grateful smile as he instructed Wyatt to meet me in the kitchen right away. Honestly, I felt bad for the guy. It couldn't be fun being at my beck and call. Abraham leaned down and kissed my forehead. "Come and find me when you're back. I want to know what he has to say." I smiled up at him. "I will." He followed a still angry Beatrice out of the kitchen, and moments later, Wyatt showed up. "I'm sorry about this," I said as soon as he made it to my side. He shrugged. "Doesn't bother me. Where are we going?" I pulled the door open and we both walked out onto the back patio. "I'm going to see Doc Monroe about why I've been so sick lately." He shot me a look out of the corner of his eye. "You're still sick? Even with Abraham home?" My stomach clenched at his words and I nodded. He too must have thought my illness was because I was separated from my fated mate. It seemed we'd all thought that, and we'd all been wrong. We were quiet the rest of the walk to the pack houses as my mind spun with possibilities. Maybe the shift hadn't been as successful as we'd thought. Maybe I wasn't a full werewolf. Maybe I had some weird werewolf disease no one had ever heard of before. Maybe I was contagious and I'd infect the whole pack. The possibilities were endless, and I was doing nothing but scaring myself by worrying about them all. When we made it to the pack houses, I slowed to a stop as I realized I didn't know which one Doc Monroe's was. Wyatt must have realized my predicament because he pointed to the first house on our left. "That one is the Doc's." I gave him a grateful smile and we both headed up his drive. However, the closer we got to his door, the more reluctant I was to go in there with Wyatt. When it'd been Abraham to accompany me, I hadn't minded, but I wasn't sure I wanted Wyatt to hear what was wrong with me. At least not until I had time to process it myself. We reached the front door, and I turned to my personal bodyguard. "Could you wait out here?" Wyatt looked a little shocked, but he covered it well. "Sure, Ellie. I'll be right here when you're done." I gave him a grateful smile and knocked on the dark green door in front of me. Doc Monroe answered almost immediately, and he already had a warm smile on his face. "Ellie, it's so nice to see you, although I wish it was under better circumstances. Come in and let's have a talk." He led me into his homey living room, and I couldn't help but look around at the place. There were wall-to-wall bookshelves packed with books of all sizes, and comfy-looking overstuffed couches and chairs took up what little space was left. "Is this a living room or a library?" I asked him with a smile. He shrugged. "I guess it's a little bit of both. Come with me to my exam room and we can talk about what's going on with you." He led me down a hall into the last door on the right. When he opened it, I was shocked to see it looked like an actual room in a doctor's office. He motioned for me to sit on the exam table, and I did cautiously. When he was seated on a small rolling stool, he clasped his hands and gave me a reassuring smile. "So, Abraham told me a little bit, but I'd like to hear from you what's been going on." I took a deep breath and launched into the story of how I'd been feeling for the past week. I explained that I initially thought it was because I was away from Abraham so long, but after I got sick with him right beside me, I knew it was something more. He nodded slowly as he listened. When I was done, he spoke up. "Have you noticed any changes in your appetite? Things that used to taste good that don't anymore, or vice versa?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, that's happened a couple of times lately." He pursed his lips. "What about your emotions? Have they been a little wacky this week?" My eyes widened. "Kinda, yeah. I feel like I'm always crying lately. Why? Do you think you know what's going on with me?" He nodded and reached into one of the drawers behind him before handing me a plastic cup. "I have a hunch, but I won't know until I do a couple tests. Can you provide me with a urine sample?" I shrugged and took the cup. "Yeah, sure. Where should I go?" He stood up and helped me off the table. "There's a bathroom across the hall. When you're done, you can bring the cup back in here and then have a seat in the living room. I'll come get you when I'm ready." I shrugged again and did as he asked. When I made it out to his library living room, I found Doreen in there reading what looked like a textbook. She saw me, and her smile spread across her face. "Hey, Ellie, what are you doing here?" I took a seat next to her on the big cushy couch. "I haven't been feeling well lately." She frowned and closed her book before setting it aside. "Oh? That's not typical for werewolves. What's going on?" I told her what I'd explained to her mate, but this time I included the symptoms the doc had asked about too. When I was done, there was a glint in her eyes and a small smile on her lips. "Did Kyle have you give a urine sample?" I frowned. "Yeah, he said he needed to run a test and for me to wait out here." Her smile grew across her face as she stood up. "I'm going to go check in with him. I'll be right back." She was gone from the room before I could protest. Now I was alone, I had a moment to try to understand what was happening. It was clear that both of the Monroes had a hunch as to what was going on with me, yet I was still in the dark. I probably should have done some research of my own before I came down there, but what was I supposed to Google? Reasons a werewolf throws up? I snorted and shook my head. My life had become so much more complicated than it had ever been before. I heard a door close softly down the hall before 2 sets of steps thumped toward the living room. When Kyle and Doreen came into view, they both had huge smiles spread across their faces. "I have good news, Ellie," Doc Monroe said. "There's nothing wrong with you. In fact, I'd be willing to bet you're perfectly healthy." I frowned at the glowing couple. "Okay," I said slowly. "But there has to be something wrong, right? I shouldn't be throwing up like this all the time." The couple shot each other looks before Kyle crossed the room to sit next to me. He took one of my hands in his, and the smile was so wide, I swore I could see every one of his teeth. "The reason you've been so sick is you're pregnant. Congratulations." Chapter 42. "I'm what?" I screeched. There was a bang outside the front door before Wyatt yelled, "Ellie," and came bursting inside. He ran into the middle of the living room, crouching low while his sharp eyes took in the scene. I jumped from my seat and hurried over to him. "Wyatt, I'm fine." He slowly straightened out of his stance and narrowed his eyes at me. "You yelled." A nervous laugh escaped my lips. "Sorry, I was just surprised. I'm fine, I promise. Can you please go wait outside again?" He looked around the room once more, taking in the doctor and his wife before he nodded. "I'll be right on the other side of that door if you need me," he promised. I gave him a grateful smile that I knew was paper thin. The moment the door was shut behind him, I turned on the Monroes. "I'm what?" I asked again, my voice only slighter softer than before. Their smiles had dimmed the smallest bit as they looked at each other and back at me. Doreen took a step forward. "The test was positive. You're definitely pregnant." My eyes widened as I staggered toward the couch. Once the backs of my legs hit a cushion, I let my body sink. "This can't be possible," I mumbled as my mind raced at the speed of light. Doreen walked over and took a seat next to me. "Do you remember when your last menstrual cycle started?" I turned wide eyes to her as I racked my brain. "I don't remember," I whispered. Clearing my throat, I spoke up again. With the move and the new job, I wasn't even thinking about it. I jumped from my seat and paced the length of their living room. "This isn't possible. Your test has to be wrong." "I did 2 tests, Ellie," Kyle said from across the room. Another hysterical laugh escaped me. "But I have an IUD, I yelled. "I can't get pregnant." Doreen stood and held out a placating hand. "It's possible it could have dislodged." "How could it do that? Why would it do that?" Doreen shrugged. "Werewolves don't use IUDs. It's not practical because we shift into wolves every month. Yours probably moved during one of your shifts." I let out a groan as I continued to wear a track in their carpet. "This can't be happening. I can't be pregnant," I muttered. Doreen sighed and grabbed my arm when I got close enough. Ellie, just take a deep breath and calm down. This isn't a bad thing. I looked at her incredulously. Not a bad thing? How can you say that? I'm not ready to be a mom. I can't have a baby. Doreen winced and shook her head. There's undoubtedly more than one in there. I could feel all the blood drain from my face as I remembered that conversation I'd had with Miss Elsie a while ago. She'd said werewolves came in pairs. In fact, she said since Abraham was one of 5, there was no telling how many offspring he'd produce at once. Holy shit. I could be pregnant with a whole fucking litter. I wrenched my arm from her grip and started pacing again. I can't do this. I'm not ready. I can't be a mom. Doc Monroe sighed from across the room and spoke up. Well, you do have options, Ellie. It's your body, and it's your choice. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned to him. Are you talking about abortion? He looked uneasy, but he shrugged. If you really don't want this pregnancy, that's an option you could look into. My stomach sank as this new information infiltrated my brain. I could abort. I could end this pregnancy. I could pretend like this never happened. I began pacing again, all these thoughts racing around my head like cars at the Indy 500. However, he continued, I think that's something you should at least talk to Abraham about. My heart nearly stopped. Abraham. Holy shit, Abraham! What would he think? What would he do? What would he want me to do? I reached up and pressed my palms to either side of my head. There was too much going on there. I couldn't think straight. I didn't know up from down. I had no idea what I was doing. Suddenly, I was exhausted, like bone-deep tired. I shuffled back over to the couch and sat down with a huff. Bending over, I let my head fall between my knees as I took deep breaths. I see this was unexpected, but it doesn't have to be a bad thing, Ellie, Doc Monroe said. Children are a gift, and for what it's worth, I think you'd be an excellent mother. I laughed incredulously and speared him with a look. What makes you say that? I can barely keep my cat alive. How am I going to raise a kid without killing it? Kids, Doreen corrected softly from next to me. I groaned and let my head fall between my knees again. I can't do this, I repeated for what felt like the 10th time. That was all I could think about, though. That I couldn't do this. That I wasn't prepared to be a mother. I didn't even know how to be a mom. My own was about as useless as a glass hammer. How could I think I'd be any better? Doreen wrapped an arm around my shoulders and squeezed. I don't know what you're going to do, but it's clear your IUD is ineffective and needs to be removed immediately. If you want, I can do that right now. I looked up at her and nodded, my whole body so stiff I wasn't sure if the gesture was apparent or not. She smiled softly and stood up before grasping my hand and pulling me to my feet. Leading me back to the examination room, she instructed me to undress from the waist down and have a seat on the table with a blanket across my lap. I did as she asked on autopilot. It was like my body was going through the motions while my mind sprinted in another direction. I couldn't believe I was pregnant. It was actually inconceivable to me. I'd had an IUD put in, so I never had to worry about that possibility. I'd promised myself years ago that I'd never have kids because I didn't want anyone to have the kind of life I had. How could I subject someone else to that? There was a knock on the door before Doreen popped her head through. All set? I shrugged. I guess. She smiled softly and asked me to lie down and place my heels in the stirrups. It might have been awkward having a friend get up close and personal with my lady parts, but I was beyond that right then. My head was so clouded, I barely registered as she located my IUD and gently removed it. Just as I thought, she said from the foot of the bed. It wasn't where it was supposed to be and was rendered useless. I chuckled once humorlessly. Clearly. Her smile was thin as she finished up what she was doing. Finally, she stood and walked over to me. I think while I have you here, we should do an ultrasound. It's probably too early to see much, but it should give us an indication of how far along you are. My heart thundered in my chest as my palms began to sweat. This was too real, too much, too fast. But I knew she was right. I needed all the information I could get so I could make a decision. Since I couldn't rely on my emotions or my foggy brain, I'd have to resort to cold, hard logic. I nodded. Okay, that's fine. She smiled again and rolled a machine with a monitor over to me. It's too early to do an external ultrasound, so we'll have to use this wand, she said, holding up something that looked like a thick drumstick. I shrugged and looked away. It doesn't matter. Let's just get it over with. She talked me through the procedure, and soon she began clicking buttons on the machine. A smile spread across her face as she turned the monitor to me. It looked like an old black and white television that wasn't getting a signal. See there, and there, she said as she used the mouse to point out little black blobs on the screen. Yeah? Those are gestational sacs. You've got 3 of them. I swallowed harshly and closed my eyes. What does that mean? I asked, but I knew. Damn it, I already knew. You're pregnant with triplets, she said. It was as if she was giving me the weather report and not the single most significant fact I'd ever heard. Triplets? I croaked. Yep, it's clear as day. We've even got 3 little fluttering heartbeats. My head whipped toward the screen as I tried to see what she was seeing. How can you tell? She used the mouse to point out little flickers in each gestational sac. Those are heartbeats. It looks like you're measuring about 7 weeks and 3 days. What does that mean? Just that you're a little over halfway through your first trimester. It's the hardest, as I'm sure you're aware of. I leaned back on the table and stared up at the popcorn ceiling. This is why I've been so sick? It's morning sickness? Yep, that should clear up in a few weeks. We can get you some candies and stuff to help with the nausea, though, if you're interested. That would be nice, I whispered. Triplets. Not only was I pregnant, but there were 3 of them in there. 3 lives that were now my responsibility. Doreen finished up with the exam and left the room so I could get dressed again. A few minutes later, she knocked on the door with some pamphlets in her hands. I know you're not sure about what you want to do yet, but I thought you could use some reading material on the subject. I took the papers from her and skimmed through them. Half were about pregnancy and half were about abortion. I swallowed harshly as my stomach sank. I looked up at Doreen, and she must have seen the terror on my face because she reached out and grabbed my hand. What would you do? I asked her desperately. She pursed her lips and shook her head. I'm not you, Ellie. This isn't my decision. This is yours. No one can decide it but you. She paused and looked down at our clasped hands. But if you decide to terminate, you're going to have to make that decision fairly quickly. Terminate. 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 The word blared through my head, getting louder each time. It was so final, so abrupt, so decisive. I met her soft brown eyes as mine filled with tears. I don't know what to do, I whispered. She tisked and pulled me into her arms as the tears raced down my face. It's okay, Ellie. Shh. It's okay. You don't have to decide anything right now. You have some time. I pulled away from her and wiped angrily at my eyes. I didn't think there'd ever be enough time for me to decide this. It's an impossible decision. Either I terminate my pregnancy, or I have 3 kids that I'm bound to mess up. She frowned. Why would you say that? I think you'd be a great mom. I laughed, but it was cold and emotionless. If you'd met my parents, you'd know why. They were awful people and let strangers raise me. How can I be a mom when I don't even know what one looks like? My voice was becoming shrill as the hysteria bubbled up inside me. I felt the need to pace again and fisted my hands at my sides. Doreen shook her head and grabbed one of my fists between both her hands. Ellie, we aren't our parents. In fact, I believe we can be better than they were. We're able to see where they went wrong or where they went right and do things differently when it's our turn. You know how terrible your parents were, and I know you'd never be anything like them. Why can't you believe that too? I pulled my hand from hers and wiped at my still flowing tears. I don't know the first thing about kids, let alone babies. I'm not prepared for this. I can't do this. She smiled patiently. All new mothers feel that way. Don't worry. Your instincts will guide you. Besides, you have a whole pack at your side. We wouldn't let you mess up too badly. We'll be there every step of the way, no matter what you choose. Those choices spun around my head while I tried to weigh them out, but it was impossible. I couldn't make that decision. I could never make that decision. I stood up and wiped at my face again. I think I need to go. Doreen stood as well and folded her arms across her chest. Are you going to talk to Abraham? I shook my head. Not yet. I need to figure out what I'm going to do first. She pursed her lips into a thin line. I think Abraham would be a big help in figuring out your next step. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes as I tried to imagine what his reaction would be. Would he be happy? Would he be mad? Would he be scared like me? I could guarantee one thing, and that was he'd be as surprised as I was. We'd been banging like buddies for months when, for most of that time, I'd been completely without protection. I cursed myself with every bad word I knew for not thinking of that sooner. Of course an IUD would come dislodged when my entire body shifted into a wolf and back into a human as often as I did. I was an idiot for thinking that would be a reliable method of birth control. This was all my fault. Doreen walked me out to the living room where the doctor was waiting for us. His mate filled him in on everything that happened in the exam room while he listened intently. When they were done, they both turned to me expectantly. Listen, I said, but I couldn't meet either of their eyes. Can we please just keep this between us for now? I need to get my head around it before I tell anyone else. They looked at each other before focusing on me. Okay, Ellie, if that's what you want, we'll keep quiet. Doc Monroe paused and eyed me for a moment before continuing. I do have to warn you, though. Your increased level of hormones will be noticeable very shortly. Oh, what the fresh hell was this? I sighed. What do you mean? I mean you're going to start smelling like a pregnant woman very soon. It will be obvious to every single one of us, and there'll be no hiding your condition. Great. So my timetable just shortened considerably. How long do you think I have? He shrugged. My best guess would be no more than a few days. I nodded with a sigh. So, not only had my whole world just been tipped upside down, but now I had a fast-approaching deadline to make the biggest decision of my life. And just like that, knowing someone was out there trying to kill me became the least of my worries. Chapter 43. I stepped out of the Monroe's house and almost walked right into the back of Wyatt. Honestly, with everything else I had going on, I'd almost forgotten he was there. You all set? He asked. I nodded and took off for the lodge. I knew I wouldn't be much of a conversationalist and figured with Wyatt, that wouldn't be a problem. That man was taciturn on the best of days. Unfortunately for me, it turned out today he decided to be chatty. Everything go all right in there? He asked. I almost laughed, but I held it in somehow. Did everything go all right? Well, I wasn't the first werewolf to ever get sick, and I guess that meant Abraham and I were probably still fated mates, right? So I guess all of that was good news. On the other hand, I had to make the hardest decision of my life. Either I'd be a mom to triplets in 8 months, or I'd terminate the little lives inside me. Little lives that were not only part of me, but part of Abraham, the most amazing person I'd ever known. Could I go through with it? Instinctively, my hand reached for my stomach and Wyatt's sharp eyes caught it. Are you still not feeling well? I ripped my hand away from my belly and fisted it at my side. No, not really. I think I need to go lie down. Did the doc know what's wrong with you? I stumbled on my next step as my mind went blank. Damn it, I hadn't thought of a suitable excuse yet. My mind was so filled with thoughts of babies, I hadn't even considered what I'd tell Wyatt. I almost tripped again as I remembered Abraham was also waiting to hear how the appointment went. What the hell was I going to tell them? I said as I stalled for more time. I don't really remember most of what he said, but he didn't seem worried. Wyatt shot me a look as his blonde brows furrowed. You don't remember? I barely held back a wince. Now that he said it like that, I realized how dumb it sounded. I spent all that time in the doctor's house, and I'd already forgotten what he'd said. You gotta do better than that, Montgomery. I took a deep breath and tried again. He said something about maybe my immune system is still part human since I've only been a werewolf for a little while. There, that sounded plausible, right? He said sometimes the full shift from human to werewolf can take a while, and I've just caught a regular old human stomach bug. I should be better in a few days. Which was a lie. I wouldn't be better for another 8 months. But I was proud of myself. That lie didn't sound half bad, and lucky for me, bitten wolves were so rare, there weren't many people who knew any better. Wyatt shrugged but remained quiet, and I had to hope Abraham would swallow down my lies as easily as my bodyguard had. When we made it back to the lodge, Wyatt followed me up the stairs to our floor, only letting me leave his sight when I'd stepped into Abraham's office. You really couldn't say that guy did his job halfway, could you? Hey, baby, how was Doc Monroe's? My smile was thin as I walked around his desk to take a seat on his lap. It went all right. I hoped he'd leave it there, but those hopes weren't particularly high. My fiancé wasn't the kind of man who would settle for half a story, and today was no different. Did he figure out what's wrong with you? Boy, did he. I cleared my throat and looked down at his desk, hoping that if I didn't meet his eyes, it would be easier to lie to him. I launched into the same story I'd told Wyatt, hoping the words sounded more believable than they felt. When I was done, I left my eyes glued to his desktop while the words settled around us. Finally, he grasped my chin and turned my face toward his. So you're just sick? It's nothing serious? Actually, it was the most serious thing that ever happened to me. I pulled my lips into the closest thing I could get to a smile. That's what he thinks. Apparently, I just need some rest and some fluids, and I should be better in a few days. What I didn't say was the only way I'd be better in a few days would be if I terminated the pregnancy. My stomach clenched at the thought, and I reached for my belly again. Abraham, who didn't miss much, caught the movement and frowned. Are you feeling sick now? I shrugged. Kinda. To be honest, I'd never felt more sick in my life, but it had nothing to do with my stomach and everything to do with my heart. There was a monumental decision ahead of me, and I honestly didn't know what to do. Both options seemed impossible, and I felt like I was stuck in a tug-of-war between them. Abraham stood us both up and scooped me into his arms. What are you doing? I asked breathlessly as a wave of nausea hit me. Apparently, the babies didn't like being manhandled like that. I'm taking you to bed. I smirked at him, feeling like myself for the first time in a long time. That sounds like fun. He grinned down at me but shook his head.
Not for that, Elle.
I pouted, and he laughed again before kissing my lips.
There'll be plenty of time for me to make up for the week we spent apart.
Butterflies took flight in my stomach at his promise, but I told them to settle down. It was clear that sex was not on the agenda just yet. He locked us into our room and placed me under the sheets, much like he had last night. When I was tucked in, I realized I actually was pretty tired. A yawn escaped my lips, and Abraham looked at me knowingly.
Why don't you take a nap, and I'll bring you up some soup in a little while?
I yawned again and wiggled into the soft mattress. That sounds good. Thanks for taking care of me, baby. He leaned over, caging me in with a thick arm on either side of me. His lips met mine in a gentle kiss that curled my toes. When he pulled back, his blue eyes full of so much devotion, it made my heart stop for a moment.
I'll always take care of you, Elle. Every day for the rest of my life. You got that?
I smiled softly. Yeah, I got it. He kissed the tip of my nose.
Good. Get some sleep.
I did as he asked and was out before he shut the door behind him. I woke up a little while later feeling so much better than I had. Apparently, all I'd needed was a little nap. The bed dipped next to me, and I frowned when I saw Abraham was lying there shirtless. When did he get here? He cracked one of his beautiful eyes open and smiled softly.
You're finally up,
he said, his voice deep and rough with sleep. I frowned. What do you mean? He yawned and stretched his arms above his head before wrapping them around my waist.
You slept through the night. I tried to get you up to eat some soup around dinner, but you were knocked out.
I froze in place. I slept the whole day? So it's tomorrow already? He nodded and placed a kiss on my cheek.
Don't worry, baby. It seems like you needed it.
I racked my brain as I tried to figure out if there were any repercussions for me sleeping through a whole day. I was supposed to get more work done for the Asheville initiative, but I could make that up this weekend. There hadn't been any appointments scheduled for me, and I hadn't promised to do anything with anyone, so I guessed it wasn't a big deal. It kind of sucked, though. I turned to Abraham and kissed his bare chest. Sorry I slept all day. He shook his head and pulled me closer.
Don't be sorry, baby. Are you feeling any better today?
I shrugged. So far, so good. Let's see what happens when I get some breakfast in me. Speaking of breakfast, I suddenly realized I was famished. It felt like I hadn't eaten in weeks rather than a day. My stomach took that opportunity to rumble loudly, and Abraham chuckled.
Let's get you down to breakfast before we have a mutiny on our hands.
I smiled sheepishly. That's probably a good idea. We got dressed and walked hand in hand down to the busy kitchen. Abraham made us both plates overflowing with food, and I didn't even bother to reprimand him. To be honest, I was pretty sure I'd be finishing all that food anyway. We found a set of seats, and I wasted no time digging into my food. Abraham chuckled beside me, but I ignored him. I didn't know what Ms. Elsie had done with the eggs that morning, but I'd never tasted anything more delicious. I could even eat the sausage, and it almost melted in my mouth. When my feeding frenzy slowed down slightly, Abraham spoke up next to me.
Nana's coming over today.
I shot him a wide-eyed look. Family dinner? He nodded, but his eyes were cautious. I knew he still felt immense guilt over the death of his cousin, despite the fact that he'd turned out to be a psychotic serial killer. It didn't matter when it came to family, did it? You loved them no matter what, and I knew that would never fade for Abraham. Not wanting to let him dwell on Kelvin for any longer, I tried to change the subject slightly. Are we going to pick her up this time? His eyes lit with fire for a moment before he shook his head.
That would not be a good idea.
I frowned as I shoveled another scoop of eggs into my mouth. How come? He sighed as he pushed the home fries around his plate.
I doubt Conrad would allow me access to his lands in light of what happened with his son. It's best we keep our distance for as long as possible."
I swallowed harshly as I heard what he was trying not to say.
He'd avoid Conrad until it came time to face him head-on.
When that would be, we didn't know, but it could happen at any time. It was why Abraham was so adamant about getting us extra enforcers, and why the lodge had tripled its occupancy in the past week. I shook my head and pressed on. "So, who's going to get her?" He sighed again.
"She was trying to drive herself, and I just barely talked her out of that. I don't like her making that trip back and forth all alone."
I smiled at my sweet fiancé. He was always thinking of others, always trying to figure out how to take care of everyone around him.
"Evie and a handful of my enforcers are heading down there this afternoon."
I frowned as my stomach twisted uncomfortably. "Why Evie?" I didn't want my friend and the smallest of the McCoys anywhere near that man and his pack. Who knew what he was capable of? Abraham released a deep breath and speared me with a look.
It was full of all the doubts that were circling my head. "She figured she was the least threatening of all of us."
I swallowed. "Isn't that a problem, though?" He shrugged and looked away.
"When she found out about my issue with getting Nana here, she insisted."
I looked back down at my plate as my stomach continued to clench uncomfortably.
"How many enforcers are with her?" 3 in the car with her and 5 more following them there and back. And they have orders to not cross into his territory. Nana is going to meet them at the gate."
My heart slowed its racing tempo slightly at that news. That didn't sound like a half-bad plan. I felt much more comfortable knowing Evie wouldn't be behind those gates with Conrad. I let out a deep breath and rested my head on his shoulder. I wish Nana would just stay here with us instead of going back there. He leaned down and kissed the top of my head.
"You'll have to tell her that. Maybe she'll listen to you since she won't listen to me."
That had about a snowball's chance in hell of working, but I guess it couldn't hurt to try, right? Abraham's phone rang in his pocket and he pulled it out and answered it right away.
"Adam, good to hear from you, man."
I could easily listen in on the other end of the conversation, but I worked to tune them out as I finished up my breakfast.
"You're kidding. That's great. Congratulations."
I shot Abraham a look and found him smiling from ear to ear at whatever Adam was saying. I shrugged and turned back to my plate, scooping the last of the grits onto my spoon and shoveling them into my mouth. Truth be told, I could probably have eaten another plate just as full, but I figured I wouldn't push it. It was a miracle my stomach was agreeing with this amount of food. I'd just be happy if I could keep it down.
"We'll have to stop by sometime soon and meet your new additions. I'm really so happy for you, man. Let me know if there's anything I can do for the 2 of you."
There were a few more pleasantries before Abraham hung up and tossed his phone on the table. I looked at him expectantly and found his smile just as wide as before.
"That was Adam from the Greensboro pack. His mate, Maggie, just gave birth to 2 healthy boys."
My stomach curled as I tried to paste a smile on my face. "That's great." He sighed and shook his head.
"Isn't it? Adam's a lucky guy."
I gulped and looked back at my empty plate. "Why's that?" He wrapped an arm around my shoulders and squeezed.
"He gets to be a dad," he said simply.
My heart thundered in my chest as I turned to him. "You think he's lucky to be a dad?" His brows furrowed, but his smile was still stretched across his face.
"Of course he is. I can't wait until we have pups of our own."
My heart skipped a beat before pounding erratically again. "Really? I don't think I'd make such a great mom, Abraham. You might not want to have kids with me." He laughed and waved a hand in my direction.
"Don't be ridiculous, Elle. You'll be a great mom. Look at the way you love my sisters. Look at the way you love Charlie. Look at the way you love and take care of this pack. You're amazing, and our kids are going to be so lucky to have you as a mom."
My nose burned as tears rushed to my eyes. I looked back down at my plate, hoping to hide them from him. Abraham thought so highly of me, but was that just because he was in love with me? Or did he see something I was missing? Did I have the ability to be a good mom? Could I really do this? Sitting next to this man who was so ecstatic over someone else's kid, I knew I'd be the luckiest woman in the world to have children with him. He'd be the most amazing dad. There was no doubt in my mind. The only question that remained was, could I live up to that? Could I be as good of a mom as he thought I'd be? Was it possible for me to have the babies and actually do right by them? Or was I doomed to be as miserable of a parent as my own were?
Chapter 44. Where are my babies?
Abraham rolled his eyes, but his smile was wide across his face. He stood up from the kitchen table we'd been waiting at and held out his hand for me.
Looks like Nana's here,
he said. I let him lead me to the door where Nana was holding several trays of food, surrounded by her grandchildren. Abraham grumbled and dropped my hand before rushing over to his grandma.
Nana, let me take those.
She handed over the aluminum trays, and once her hands were freed, she reached up and pinched his cheeks.
Such a good boy you are, she gushed.
I stood back while all the other McCoys greeted Nana. Even Clyde was there, although he looked like he didn't want to be. I'd been seeing less and less of him, and it worried me. I didn't think it was healthy for him to sequester himself away from everyone. He clearly had some deep issues he was dealing with, and it's usually better to shine a light on them than let them fester in the dark. Although, I wasn't one to really talk when it came to hiding things. The last time we'd all been in the same room, and everything that had been revealed about my past swam to the front of my mind. I thought that would be my first and last family dinner with the McCoys, but they'd surprised me. Thankfully, they'd all seen through Peyton's attempts to turn them against me. They'd understood that the police report her brother Paul dug up hadn't been accurate and that I'd just been a kid when it happened. It was one of the few times I'd had someone look past what I'd done back then and see the real me underneath. That was the night Beatrice decided to stop being antagonistic toward me. She claimed it bothered her when Peyton threw me under the bus. From that night on, we'd slowly but surely built our relationship into what it was today. We joked, we sparred, and we had a great time together. If you'd told me a couple of months ago that I'd be such good friends with Beatrice McCoy, I'd have laughed in your face. But we really were.
Ellie, what are you doing over there? Come over here and give me some sugar.
I was broken out of my thoughts by a very adamant Nana. I gave her a sheepish smile and did as she asked. When I was close enough, she pulled me into her arms and kissed both of my cheeks. She pulled away until I was at arm's length and eyed me speculatively.
Did you get prettier, or is that just my imagination?
Instantly, my cheeks were on fire while I looked everywhere but at her. I think it's your imagination, Nana, I mumbled. I caught sight of Evie, who was seconds away from bursting out laughing, and I shot her a look. It only made her face turn redder as she tried to hold her laughter in. A thick arm landed around my shoulders, and I bathed in Abraham's familiar scent.
No, you're right, Nana. She gets more beautiful every day.
I rolled my eyes, but my smile couldn't be contained. Being complimented like that from the most handsome man I'd ever met will do that to a girl. Nana shook her head, but her eyes were still trained on me.
Well, whatever it is you're doing, keep doing it. Your skin is so beautiful, it's almost like you're glowing.
My stomach sank in that instant, and I fought to keep the smile on my face. I've been drinking a lot of water lately, I said lamely. Nana raised her brow but shrugged.
I hear water is good for the skin. That must be it.
I did my best to hide my sigh of relief, but it looked like it hadn't escaped Abraham's eagle eye. Honestly, nothing ever did. That man was so attuned to me, he probably knew what I was feeling before I did. But I had a secret I was keeping from him, and I wasn't ready to share. I needed to do my best to hide it for as long as I could. I wanted to make up my own mind about what I was going to do before involving anyone else. I was afraid their opinion would sway my own, and I didn't want that. This was my body, and it had to be my decision. I wouldn't be able to live with either outcome if it wasn't. I hope everyone's hungry because I brought extra food, Nana hollered as she made her way down the hallway. Abraham leaned in to whisper in my ear.
What did I tell you? She probably cooked enough to feed the whole pack.
My stomach growled and he chuckled.
Or maybe just you.
I elbowed him in the ribs and he had the decency to wince. It wasn't my fault I was eating for 4. As we followed Nana and the others down the hall, we came upon Will, who looked lost in thought. I hadn't seen much of the original werewolf in recent weeks, and I wondered why that was. He seemed like a loner, and I wondered if that was by design or not. Did he have trouble relating to people so much younger than him? Did he feel lost in this modern world? Did he not get along with the other werewolves, or did he not even try? There were so many questions surrounding his presence, I could have spent all day just thinking about them. One of the biggest was, what was he still doing here? It seemed like he was a wanderer, never staying in one place for very long. At least that was the way it seemed when he first got here. But it had been over a month and he was still hanging around the lodge. I wasn't sure what he did all day, but I barely saw him. Suddenly, I felt immensely sad for him. He must have been so lonely, and I knew I hadn't made much of an effort to make him feel welcome. I figured it was time to do something to change that. "Hey, Will," I called out as we approached him. He lifted his dark curly head and speared me with a gentle smile.
Elizabeth, how are you?
I shrugged. I'm doing all right. Are you heading somewhere important? He shrugged and looked over my shoulder.
I'd planned to go for a run in the woods.
Could you postpone it? We're having a family dinner, and I'd love for you to join us. His eyes darted from me to Abraham before he reached up and rubbed the back of his neck.
I don't know that I'd be welcome.
I discreetly pinched Abraham's side, and he jerked in response before clearing his throat.
My grandma's made tons of food. You'd be doing us a favor by helping us eat it all.
Will's smile was wide and so genuine that I knew I'd done the right thing. Will needed to be included more. If he was planning on sticking around for a while, there was no reason for him to live on the outskirts of all of us. We needed to drag him right into the mayhem. I pulled away from Abraham and linked my arm through Will's. Come on, let's go grab a seat. The food should be warmed up by now. Will shrugged and let me lead him toward the dining room. When we arrived, the space was full of loud talking and boisterous laughter, and Will hesitated in the doorway. I felt for the guy. My first couple of times with all the McCoys had been pretty jarring too. After being used to solitude, their brand of crazy was a lot to handle, but I knew he'd grow to love it as much as I had if he let himself. I dragged him farther into the room and found a set of 3 chairs on one side of the giant table. Nana was directing traffic and filling up plates, while the sisters fluttered around her and Clyde sat quietly in a chair. I wished there was something I could do for him, too, but I knew he wouldn't accept the help from me. Our relationship hadn't been the best before the mess with Calvin, and I couldn't imagine it would be any better now. It was my fault his brother had gone off the deep end and wound up dead. That wasn't something you just forgave. Once the plates were filled and everyone had drinks, we sat down to eat, Nana the center of every conversation. Soon, though, our mouths were too full of her delicious cooking and the room grew as quiet as it could with so many people in it.
Would you pass the butter?
Will asked from my right. I reached for the dish and set it next to his plate.
Thank you, granddaughter.
It wasn't the first time he'd called me that, and it gave me pause every time. I never had the courage to ask him what he meant by that, but apparently, Dell didn't have the same issue. Why do you always call her that? She spoke up from across the table. Will raised his eyes to meet hers and frowned.
Pardon?
Dell swallowed the food in her mouth and reached for another roll in the center of the table. I always hear you calling Ellie granddaughter, but you call the rest of us daughter or son. How come she's different? He shrugged as he buttered his dinner roll.
That's because she is my granddaughter.
I almost spit out my drink. I'm sorry, what? I'm not your granddaughter. He shot me a curious look.
Of course you are. You're a descendant.
The whole room grew quiet. So quiet, I could hear every heart in the room thumping in time with mine. What the hell was going on? What's a descendant? Callie asked from the end of the table. Will shrugged again.
She's related to one of my offspring. I call them my descendants.
Again, a hush fell over the room, and this time I couldn't hear a single heartbeat because the ringing in my ears was too loud. What are you saying? I asked. My voice sounded a little desperate, but it was coming from an honest place. I had no idea what he was talking about, and the more he said, the less I understood. I thought your wife died. Did you have kids before then? His face fell the tiniest bit, and I felt awful for bringing it up. It was clear the death of his spouse was still a sore subject, but he was the one talking in riddles, and I was just trying to understand what was going on. He set down his roll and knife and met my eyes.
No. Unfortunately for me, Adela and I never had children of our own.
Okay, then how am I a descendant of yours? His face turned the slightest shade of pink, and I almost laughed. Was the original werewolf, the man who was thousands of years old, really blushing?
She was not the only woman I've ever laid with,
he explained softly. My brain was working hard at putting the pieces together, but I felt like I was still missing a few. So you've laid with other werewolves? Then shouldn't I have been born a werewolf? Shouldn't my parents be werewolves? The mere thought of Bill and Regina Montgomery being werewolves was laughable. He shook his head, his cheeks darkening.
I've also been with human women before. There have been a few instances where, despite our best intentions, we procreated.
Another quiet fell over the room. This time Beatrice was the one to break it. So you've just run around for centuries knocking up human women and taking off? He frowned at her, his shoulders stiff.
I did not run off. I stayed and raised the child as long as I was able.
What the hell does that mean?
Is it not obvious?
He paused for only a moment, but when no one spoke, he pressed on.
I don't age. There was only so long I could stay with any one person before they realized that, and I had to move on.
Beatrice scoffed and shoved her chair back, the legs screeching across the floor. This is bullshit, she muttered before storming out of the room. I wanted to investigate her peculiar behavior, but I had bigger things to deal with at that moment. So, you think I'm related to one of the children you had with a human woman? His eyes were still fixed on the doorway Beatrice stalked through, but he nodded.
I don't think. I know. You're one of my descendants. I thought you knew.
A hysterical laugh bubbled out of me. How the hell would I know that? He shook his head and finally met my eyes.
Because you're mated to a born werewolf, of course.
Of course.
Of course!
Like it was so damn obvious I should have seen it before. I really liked Will, who, I guess, was my many times over great-grandpa, but in that moment, I could have strangled the man. How would I know that? Why would I assume that? He frowned.
You came to me asking about bitten wolves being mated with born wolves. I thought you knew why that was possible for you.
Elle? Abraham asked softly from beside me. I could tell by his tone that he was hurt I'd gone to Will with that issue, but I didn't have time for that right now. I had a million more questions for Will, and they were all spinning so quickly through my head I didn't know which one to ask first. Thankfully, Callie spoke up and asked one of the major ones. How do you know she's a descendant? Have you kept track of them over the years? There was a hint of excitement in her voice, and if I had to guess, I'd bet it was at the thought of getting her hands on a document like that. She'd probably kill to study a family tree that old and complex.
Will shook his head. That would be impossible since there's no way to accurately tell paternity. I suppose I could have followed the women of my line, and I have in the past, but after a few centuries, it becomes complicated and convoluted.
Then how do you know I'm a descendant? I asked.
He shrugged and picked up his dinner roll again. I can just tell.
Another crazed laugh spilled from my lips. What do you mean you can just tell? How?
He shrugged again, and my hands itched to circle his neck and squeeze. I've always been able to tell. I assume it has something to do with the magic in me responding to the magic in you.
I have magic in me?
You are a werewolf, he countered.
I shook my head, but what you're saying is I had magic in me before I was a werewolf, that I was born with some of your magic. He nodded.
Yes, you were. I believe that was why you were able to be fated with a born werewolf.
His words echoed through my head as I tried to wrap my brain around them. There were so many, but a few swam to the forefront, and I tried to focus on them. I was a descendant of the original werewolf. There was magic running through my veins before I ever became a werewolf. But most importantly, I now had an explanation as to how I could be fated to be with Abraham. I had concrete proof that there was a cosmic force pulling us together, that I was born to love him and for him to love me, that we'd live our whole lives together and die the same way. It seemed that family dinners around there always came with life-altering revelations.
Chapter 45. I was quiet the rest of dinner as my head spun with what I'd learned.
Abraham was silent beside me, too, and I could only guess why. He was probably upset at me, probably hurt, and I felt awful about that. The reason I'd kept my doubts to myself was so I wouldn't hurt him, but it seemed like I had anyway. Thankfully, Nana and the sisters kept the conversation going, and we were left to our own thoughts. Beatrice never came back, and I had to wonder what her issue was. But that would have to wait for another day because right then I had a million other thoughts in my head. I was Will's descendant. One of my parents was related to the original werewolf. I'd had magic running through my veins my whole life and never knew it. And most important of all, I finally had an explanation for what was between Abraham and me. I had proof we were meant to be together. My head could catch up with my heart and fall in line with what it always knew. That Abraham was the one person in the whole world meant for me. That person, however, was not happy, and it hurt me that I'd hurt him. As soon as our plates were clear, Abraham leaned close to speak in my ear.
Can we go to bed early tonight?
I turned to him and nodded, my tongue tied in my mouth. His eyes were so sad that it broke my heart. Before my eyes, his face transformed, and he pasted on a smile, but I could still see the lines around his eyes, and knew this was only skin deep.
Elle hasn't been feeling well lately, so I think we'll go to bed early tonight, he said when there was a lull in the conversation.
Nana frowned at me. What's going on with Ellie? Abraham gave her the lie I'd fed him, and my stomach clenched tighter with every word. Wasn't it amazing how a lie could grow and swell and travel from person to person until you felt trapped in the middle of it? I'd never understood the phrase web of lies until that moment, and I wished I could have kept my ignorance. Abraham stood and held out a hand for me. His was big and warm and rough as always, and I hoped by the end of the night, everything else between us would be the same as well. We walked over to give Nana hugs and kisses goodbye before we left.
Nana, I think you should stay here tonight. If you want, one of us can take you home in the morning.
She waved a hand at Abraham. I don't want to be a bother. I took a step forward. You could never be a bother, Nana. In fact, we'd all be ecstatic if you lived here full time. She raised a brow, her eyes darting between me and Abraham. Did my grandson put you up to this? I pursed my lips and shrugged. He might have mentioned it, but I agree wholeheartedly. None of us like the idea of you living so far away. Your family is up here. She sighed. But my home is there. How can I leave everything I've worked for and built over the years? It was on the tip of my tongue to tell her she'd have a lot more to live for up here in about 8 months, but I swallowed the words. There was no way I could tell Abraham like that. It would have been so unfair to him. Besides, I still wasn't entirely sure what I was going to do. However, the more time that passed, the more sure I became of one path in particular. I just knew I needed to talk to Abraham before I did anything. I leaned over and gave Nana another big hug. Well, stay the night and we can talk more about this in the morning, okay? She sighed and squeezed me back. When I pulled away, she shot a look at Abraham. Your mate is convincing. He smiled, but it was thin. That's what makes her such a great lawyer. Nana laughed, and the sound lightened the load on my heart by the smallest amount. We said goodnight to everyone else before Abraham took my hand and led me up to our room. We were quiet the whole way, but my head was anything but. It was still racing with everything I'd found out and the repercussions of that information. I didn't know what was going through Abraham's mind, but he seemed as preoccupied as I was. When we made it to the bedroom, he dropped my hand and spun to face me. Why didn't you tell me? My heart dropped to the soles of my shoes. Tell you what, I whispered. Holy shit. Did Doc Monroe spill the beans before I could tell Abraham myself? Doreen, maybe? They'd agreed to keep my secret, but maybe Pac Bonds ran deeper. Maybe they'd decided I was taking too long and took matters into their own hands. Abraham sighed and paced away from me. I knew you were having doubts about us. What I don't understand is why you couldn't come to me with them. I let out the smallest sigh of relief. He wasn't talking about the pregnancy. He didn't know about the babies. That secret was still safe with me. But I still had an unhappy fiancé to deal with. I took a step toward him. I didn't want to hurt you. He scoffed and ran a hand down his face. Well, I'm still hurt. He turned away and paced the floor in front of me. I just don't understand you. Why are you so unwilling to believe we're meant to be together? He stopped and turned to me, his face filled with so much pain my heart clenched in my chest. Do you not want to be with me? I staggered toward him on shaky legs. No, Abraham, no, that's not it at all. He sighed and spun around to pace again. Then what is it? After everything we've been through, why are you still doubting us? I sighed and my shoulders fell. Because it didn't make sense. We never made sense. He shot a narrow-eyed look my way. Nothing has ever made more sense in my life. My heart twisted and I tried again. Abraham, I've let logic rule my life for so long I can't just turn that off. I knew what my heart was telling me, but I didn't trust it. Not completely. He took a step toward me. And what was your heart telling you? I closed the distance between us and took both his hands in mine. That I love you more than I could ever have imagined. That I never want to be anywhere but at your side. That you're it for me, and nothing can change that. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before letting it out. That's good to hear, at least, he said softly. You know what my biggest fear was? He shook his head, but still wouldn't meet my eyes. What? What if we weren't fated and your real mate showed up one day? What if I poured my heart and soul into a relationship and then I lost you in the end? I couldn't go through that, Abraham. I wouldn't survive it. He finally looked at me, his eyes as tortured as I felt. This never had anything to do with not wanting to be with you. In fact, it was the exact opposite. I wanted to be with you so bad. I went looking for reasons to believe we were fated. And what did you find? I sighed and looked away. I didn't find anything. No one has ever heard of what's happened between us. He pulled me closer.
And you still stayed, even though you couldn't make sense of it? I looked deep into his dark blue eyes, making sure he felt every word I was about to say. Of course I stayed. I'd never leave. He closed his eyes again before tugging me into his chest. I wish you'd told me you were having doubts, Elle. I deserve to know something like that, he said, his voice rumbling through his chest. I sighed and nodded as I squeezed him back. I know. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to hurt you. I pulled away so I could look at him again. I thought if I could find proof on my own, I could put all my questions to rest and just be with you the way I always wanted to, with no regrets, with no doubts, with nothing but this crazy, limitless love I have for you. His eyes softened before he dipped his head and pressed his lips against mine. I love you too, baby, he whispered against my mouth. I smiled before reaching up and deepening the kiss. When we were both out of breath, he pulled away and looked down at me. His eyes were wary, and I reached up to smooth the lines between his eyebrows. Does this mean you'll marry me now? My heart all but stopped at his words. I was so shocked by them, I couldn't even form thoughts for a moment. What? Was the only thing I was finally able to force past my numb lips. He was silent, his Adam's apple bobbing before he finally spoke. I know you wanted to put off our ceremony because you doubted what we were. Now that you know, now that it's clear we're fated and meant to be together, what's stopping us? What was stopping us? What was stopping me? My hang-ups had all been based on human expectations. In the world I grew up in, you didn't marry a man after only having known him a few months, not unless you were irresponsible or drunk. But that wasn't my world anymore. This was. This world of myths and legends and werewolves and magic. This was where I belong now, and it came with a whole new set of rules. This new world also came with a new set of expectations. Fated mates didn't wait to get married. Hell, Abraham's parents got hitched after only knowing each other for a week. If that was the norm, Abraham and I had practically been together for years by now. Could I do this? Could I set aside my human reservations and give him what he wanted? For that matter, what did I want? Did I want to be married? Did I want to have this mating ceremony with him? Did I want to make what we had official? The questions were numerous, but the answer to all of them was the same. Yes. I wanted to be with Abraham for the rest of my life. When you find that one person in the whole world that was made just for you, why would you wait to make your union official? What could possibly stop me now? But then I remembered the 3 little secrets I'd been hiding and knew what I had to do. Abraham, there's something I need to tell you. He frowned. Okay, he said, dragging out the word. I sighed and looked away. Well, I think I need to apologize first. I could almost hear his brain churning from where I stood. He looked at me, confusion clouding his blue eyes. What could you possibly have to apologize for? I sighed again and fisted my hands at my sides. I lied to you. When I told you what Doc Monroe said about why I've been sick, it was a lie. His frown deepened, and in the next instant, he pulled me into his arms. What does that mean? What's wrong with you then? Are you okay? I placed my hands on his chest and felt his heart hammering inside his ribcage. I smoothed a wrinkle in his shirt and kept my eyes trained there. I'm okay. There's nothing wrong with me. It's something else. He grasped my chin between his fingers and tilted my face to his. What is it, Elle? Please, I can't take this. I need to know what's going on with you. I sighed and let my eyes fall closed.
I didn't know how he was going to react to this news. I didn't know if he was going to be happy or upset. He'd said he couldn't wait to be a dad, but I didn't think he ever expected that to happen so soon. What if he wasn't really ready? What if he didn't want the babies like I did? Because I wanted them so badly. With every fiber of my being, I wanted them. I wanted to meet them and love them and do everything I could to give them the life I never had. Now, all I needed to do was make sure their dad was on board. But I didn't know how to tell him. I didn't think it was something you could just blurt out, but I also knew he wasn't the type of man who appreciated when you beat around the bush. I decided to start at the beginning and hope I did it right. I took a step away from him and crossed my arms over my chest, hoping it would protect me from what was coming next. So, you know how I've been throwing up a lot lately? He nodded, and I pressed on. Well, I've also not really had much of an appetite. All of a sudden, things I used to love smelled and tasted awful. At first, I thought it was because you were gone. When I lived in Raleigh and had to spend the week without you, it was always like that. He nodded, his eyes still wary.
It's the same for me.
I nodded. Right. But the problem was that when you came back, I was still getting sick. I was still throwing up, and food still tasted all wrong. On top of that, I've been so over-emotional, I'm almost sick of myself at this point. Every little thing brings tears to my eyes, and I'm not normally like that. He shook his head.
No, you're not.
I took a deep breath and let my hands fall to my sides. Well, it turns out my IUD moved out of place. Doreen thinks it must have happened during one of my shifts. She said IUDs aren't a method that werewolves use for birth control because our whole anatomy moves around and they can come dislodged. And, well, mine did. His frown deepened.
So, you've been sick because of your IUD?
I shook my head. No, but the IUD had a lot to do with it. He sighed and crossed the distance between us to grasp my arms.
Elle, just tell me. Please, I'm dying here.
I took another deep breath and let it out slowly. This was Abraham, the most amazing man I'd ever known. I could tell him this. I could trust him. I looked up and smiled. Well, I guess the IUD hasn't been working properly for a while now, and the thing we were trying to prevent happened. His eyes widened, mouth falling open the smallest bit.
Elle, what are you saying?
I looked away and took another fortifying breath before meeting his gaze head on. I'm saying that I'm pregnant.
Chapter 46. What?
He whispered so softly I almost missed it. I kept my eyes glued to his, waiting to see what his reaction would be. I found out yesterday that I'm pregnant. That's what's been going on with me. I'm not sick. I'm pregnant.
Just pregnant?
He deadpanned. I shrugged. You know what I mean. He shook his head, his hands gripping my arms hard enough to almost be painful. Finally, he met my gaze again.
Are you sure?
I nodded, my lips twitching with a smile. I got to see their heartbeats yesterday. His eyes widened again before he released me and took a step back. Shock was painted across his features, and I imagined he looked a lot like I did when I got the news. He ran a rough hand through his dark hair before he looked at me again.
You're really pregnant?
I shrugged and held my arms at my sides. I'm really pregnant. His Adam's apple bobbed as his eyes traveled from my face to my stomach. With halting steps, he crossed the distance between us. When he reached me, he dropped to his knees and reached up with shaking hands to cup my still flat tummy. He looked at me, his eyes filled with tears which signaled my own to start watering.
You're having my babies?
He asked softly. I laughed as my nose burned and tears cascaded down my face. Yeah, I am. He shook his head and looked at my stomach again, almost as if he could see through the tissue and muscle to the babies beneath. His thumbs rubbed circles across my jeans, and my heart pounded with the tender way he held me. Finally, he shook his head and jumped to his feet. Grabbing my hand, he began dragging me toward the door. "Let's go." I struggled to keep up with his long stride. "Where are we going?" He raced through the sitting room and out into the hall. "We're going to see Doc Monroe right now." "Why? Abraham, it's 8 at night. Can't this wait until morning?" He shook his head and pulled me down the stairs after him. "No, I need to see my babies tonight." My heart filled with so much love as the tears welled in my eyes again. However, he was about to pull my arm from the socket with his eagerness to get to the doctor's house. Finally, I dug my heels into the carpet and pulled my arm out of his grip. He turned to me with wide eyes. "What's going on? Why are we stopping?" I rotated my shoulder and winced. "You were pulling on my arm, Abraham. Just slow down. We'll get there." His eyes filled with remorse as he walked back to my side. He wrapped a hand around my strained shoulder. "I'm so sorry, babe. I don't know what I was thinking. I won't let it happen again." I shrugged. "It's fine. I'm all right." He shook his head and ran a hand through his hair. "I'm sorry," he repeated. "Maybe I should just carry you down there." I laughed and slapped his chest. "I can walk, Abraham. You just don't need to drag me." He gave me a sheepish smile as he wrapped an arm around my shoulders and led me down the hall at a much more reasonable pace. "Did you really get to see their heartbeats?" I smiled up at him. "Yeah, I did." He sighed and shook his head. "Lucky." I laughed as he led me out the back door and across the field to the road that led to the pack houses. When we got to the first one, Abraham left my side to race ahead and pound on the door. Kyle Monroe answered with a confused look on his face until he saw me walking up his front path. Then his eyes darted between me and Abraham as his lips curled into a smile. "I'm guessing you told him." I shrugged. "Yeah, it was time." He turned back to Abraham and wrapped him in a tight hug, both men slapping each other on the back. "Congratulations, Abraham. I couldn't be happier for the two of you." Abraham grabbed my hand when I was close enough and kissed it. "I was hoping I could see the babies tonight." Doc Monroe nodded and waved us inside. "Of course. Let me get Doreen." We stood in their living room while the couple prepared the room for us. Abraham squeezed my hand again, and I looked up at him. "Isn't it so lucky we have an obstetric nurse practitioner in our pack?" he asked. "She'll be able to monitor you during the whole pregnancy. Not all werewolf mothers are as lucky. We can't go to regular hospitals, and if there are no members of their pack or friendly neighboring packs that can take care of them, they have to do it on their own." I nodded slowly. "That's why you offered Adam and Maggie to have Doreen look at her." "It was the first checkup she'd received. Thankfully, werewolves are healthy and don't normally have complications with pregnancies, but there's always a chance. I'll feel so much better knowing you'll be taken care of the whole time." That made 2 of us. I couldn't imagine how hard it would have been if I couldn't receive medical care during my pregnancy. How did those women do it? "Ellie?" Doreen called from the opening of the hallway, and we both turned to her. "We're ready. Come on back." I led Abraham down the hall to the exam room I'd been in last time. She instructed me to get naked again, and I almost had to kick Abraham out of the room. It took me twice as long because he wouldn't keep his hands to himself. When I was finally ready for them, Abraham opened the door and called for Doreen. She came in with a huge smile on her face. "I'm so glad to see you 2 back here. Kyle says you want to see the babies again?" I nodded my head toward Abraham. "I don't think he'll really believe me until he can see them for himself." He scoffed and grabbed my hand. "I believe you. I just want to see my babies." My heart melted at his words. He kept calling them his babies. How had I ever gotten so lucky? Why had I questioned for even a minute how he would react to this news? I should have known he'd be ecstatic, over the moon, absolutely crazy about hearing we were going to be parents. Doreen got the machine running and held up the same wand as last time. "You remember the drill?" she asked. I nodded. "Go ahead." She talked me through her movements until we had an image on the monitor. Abraham practically climbed on top of me to get closer to the screen. "If you can see that, there are 3 gestational sacs in there." Abraham's eyes grew wide.
"Does that mean there are 3 babies?"
Doreen nodded as she clicked around some more. "That's right. And it looks like all their heartbeats are well over 140, which is great. I don't know if Elizabeth told you this or not, but she's about 7.5 weeks pregnant by now." Abraham's eyes were still glued to the screen as he shook his head.
"No, she didn't tell me. What does that mean?"
Doreen printed out a couple pictures before removing the wand and setting it aside. She handed the black and white images to Abraham, who took them with shaking hands. "It just means she's about halfway through her first trimester. It's the hardest, so she's going to need the most support right now." Abraham looked from me to Doreen before taking the free chair in the room.
"I want to know everything."
I laughed, but I could tell he was serious. He really did want to know everything he could about what was going on with me. If I wasn't already crazy in love with this man, I would have been by then. Doreen spent the next half hour going over more information than I ever imagined. She covered everything from what I could and couldn't eat, to the medications I was allowed to take, to the symptoms I could expect in the coming weeks. I'd already experienced most of them, so that wasn't news to me, but the rest was eye-opening. "Also," she continued, her gaze wary as it landed on me, "we recommend you shift as little as possible from here on out. Of course, you'll have to shift at every full moon, but you should try to limit it to then only." I frowned. "Why?" "It's not like there have been studies on pregnant werewolves or anything, but we like to advise against shifting as often as possible. It puts a lot of strain on your body that is already working really hard to grow these little lives. If you can abstain, we recommend that you do so." My spirit sank as my mind ran through the repercussions. That meant no more training with B. That meant no more runs through the woods. That meant no more feeling the freedom of my wolf except at the full moon. I sighed and accepted my fate. The lives of the babies were more important than my love of being a wolf. I could go for 8 months with only shifting at the full moon. I'd just have to take advantage of those nights every month. I nodded. "Okay, I got it. No more shifting unless absolutely necessary." Doreen smiled and patted my leg. "Other than that, try to eat as healthy as you can and stay hydrated. I know it's difficult while you're getting sick so often, so don't be too hard on yourself. You can only do your best, and your babies are going to be just fine." After that, she left me to get dressed as Abraham continued to study the pictures she'd printed out for him.
"What do you think they'll be?"
Abraham muttered. "Huh?" I said as I yanked my jeans up my legs. He looked up and met my eye.
"Boys? Girls? What do you think?"
I shrugged. "Hopefully we get some of each, right?" He smiled wide and dipped his head to study the picture again.
"Yeah, that would be perfect."
I stared at him as he studied the ultrasound picture. "You're really okay with all of this?" He looked up with a frown.
"With what?"
I motioned around the room. "With me being pregnant. I'm sure you would have preferred to wait. I know I would have, but I guess we don't always get to make those decisions." He stood up and crossed the room until he could pull me into his arms.
"Elle, the only time I've ever been happier in my life was the night you agreed to be my mate. I don't care that we weren't expecting it. I don't care that we weren't ready, because we'll get ready now. We have 8 months to prepare for our children and a whole pack to help. This is going to be the greatest thing to ever happen to us." My eyes filled with tears again, and I tried to sniff them back, but it was no use. They raced down my face and dripped off my chin before I could stop them. Abraham set down the ultrasound picture and cut my face. "Baby, what's wrong?" I shook my head. "I was just worried about how you'd react." "I'm so happy you're happy." He shot me an incredulous look. "Why would you be worried? I get to have little replicas of my favorite person running around. You think I wouldn't love that?" He pulled me closer and wiped at the trails of tears. "Baby, I didn't think I could love anyone or anything more than I love you, but I already love those babies so much I feel like I'm going to burst. You've made me a father. I couldn't be happier." He probably thought his sweet words would stem my tears, but they had the opposite effect. Sobs racked my body as I gripped tight to him. He ran soothing hands down my back as I tried to get myself under control. "Elle, what's going on? What's the matter?" "I'm just so happy," I wailed. He laughed softly and pulled me closer. "If you're happy, then why are you crying?" I sniffed and pulled back to look at him. "I told you, it's the hormones. I cry all the time now," I explained through stuttering breaths. He chuckled again and wiped my face. "I still don't like to see you cry." I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'm sorry." He shook his head and kissed my lips. "No, baby, don't be sorry. This is the second greatest day of my life. Nothing can change that." I smiled up at him, but soon that grin was broken by a big yawn. Abraham frowned at me. "You're tired. I should get you home." I shrugged. "I get tired easier these days." He nodded. "That's common in your first trimester." I rolled my eyes, but the smile was spread across my face. "Yes, I was here for Doreen's lecture too, you know." He shot me a cheeky grin and led me out of the examination room. When we made it to the living room, we found both of them in rows with huge smiles on their faces. "We're so happy for the two of you," Kyle said. We accepted hugs and kisses from him and his wife before we prepared to leave. When we made it to the door, Doreen called out to me, "Ellie, I think you should know that even though you're a werewolf, having triplets isn't an easy pregnancy. I'm going to want to monitor you closely throughout, okay? Let's have you back here in 2 weeks for another ultrasound. I want to make sure everyone is growing like they're supposed to be." I opened my mouth to answer, but Abraham beat me to it. "She'll be here." I rolled my eyes and elbowed him. "Yes, I'll be here," I told her. He shook his head as we turned to the door. "That's what I said." "Yes, but you should have let me say it," he huffed with exasperation, but I didn't think anything could have pried the smile off his face. We took our time walking back to the lodge, both of us enjoying the warm summer night. Even though I was tired, I didn't want the moment to end. Nothing mattered but us and the family we were creating together. I didn't care about the issues I'd had with our pack members. I didn't care about the coming conflict with the Charlotte pack. I didn't even care that there was someone out to hurt me again. I had this bone-deep intuition that everything would work out, that we were on the exact path we were supposed to be on, that no matter what happened, we'd find our way through it. "You know, you never answered my question," Abraham said softly. I turned to look at him, having no trouble seeing his handsome face despite how dark it was. "What question?" His eyes were wary as he brought us to a stop. "I asked if you'd marry me now." "Oh, that question." Despite my reservations in the past, there was no more hesitation for me. Maybe it was finding out there was a plausible reason for us being fated. Maybe it was because I was pregnant with his babies. I didn't know what was clearing my mind of all doubts, but I didn't question it. I just gave him the answer he wanted to hear. "Yeah. Let's get married."
His eyes widened as his lips pulled into a huge grin.
Seriously? We don't have to wait anymore?
I shrugged. No more waiting. I've never been more sure where my path is supposed to lead, and every road ends with you. He laughed and wrapped his arms around me until my feet left the ground. He spun us in so many circles I began to get dizzy, but I couldn't stop laughing. I was in love. I was pregnant with his babies, and we were going to be together forever. Nothing else could compare to those truths.
Chapter 47. You'll grow up in the mountains, but we'll take you to the beach as often as you want. We'll make sure you see cities and deserts and oceans and forests. I was barely awake, but Abraham's rumbling voice was pulling me out of the deep sleep I was in. I cracked an eye open and found him hunched over me, his mouth just inches from my exposed belly. Propping myself up on my elbows, I frowned down at him. "Baby, what are you doing?" He looked up at me with a smile. "Just talking to the babies." It's too early to cry. It's too early to cry. It's too early to cry. Despite my sound logic, my eyes began to water. "What are you saying to them?" I asked softly. His smile widened as he looked back down at my stomach. "First, I told them how much we love them and that we're so excited to meet them." At that, a tear broke loose and ran down my face. "What else?" I whispered. "Just now, I was telling them about all the fun stuff we're going to do together." He sighed and met my eyes. "My parents always promised we'd get to go to the beach, but with a large pack to run, we never got around to it. They thought they'd have time for the fun stuff later on, but they never got the chance." It was too damn early for a full-on hysterical cry, so I sniffed the tears back and reached out to run my fingers through his hair. "I'm so sorry." He took a deep breath, his shoulders rising and falling with the motion before he met my eyes again. "It's okay, baby. We'll just have to do better with our family." Our family. Until then, that had just included his sisters and grandmother, but now we were making one of our own. I'd been adopted into his, but now this one would belong to me. That thought brought so much warmth to my chest, it felt like it would burst. Smiling through the tears that still clouded my eyes, I asked, "Did you tell them anything else?" "Well, I was just about to tell them about all their aunts, but you woke up." I sighed as I continued to thread my fingers through his thick hair. "I suppose we should tell them all today, huh?" He nodded. "Doreen said everyone will be able to tell really soon. In fact, I think you already smell a little different. They might not be able to tell yet, but they will soon. I think it would hurt their feelings if we didn't break the news to them ourselves." I sighed again. "Yeah, you're right. Let's tell them after breakfast." He nodded. "We'll call a family meeting so we can tell Nana and Clyde too." Nana I agreed with, but Clyde was a different story. I wasn't sure he was going to care that I was pregnant, but he was Abraham's family and I'd go along with it for his sake. Besides, it wasn't like it could hurt. The worst-case scenario would be him showing no interest. That was about all we'd gotten out of him for months anyway, so that would be nothing new. We got dressed and began our day like always, walking hand in hand to breakfast. Today, though, seemed different. The sun seemed a little brighter and the lodge a little homier. It was like I was seeing everything in a new light. This would be the hallway my children would run down someday. This was the kitchen I'd feed them in. That was the backyard they'd play in for hours when they got old enough. Every sight and sound came with a brand new perspective. We found all of his sisters along with Nana at one end of a table, and we joined them with our overflowing plates. They were already deep in conversation, so we tucked into our breakfasts, our hands interlocked beneath the table. When there was a lull in the conversation, Abraham spoke up. "Can you all meet us in the conference room after you're done here? I have some things I need to go over with you." Their quizzical expressions were so funny, I had to hide my smile behind a glass of tomato juice.
They each asked their own variation of what Abraham needed to talk to them about, but he turned each one down with a tight-lipped smile. When he squeezed my hand under the table and shot me a wink, I almost spit out my juice. They all finished before us, and Abraham asked them to wait in the conference room while we ate. They shot us a few more questioning looks, but did as he asked. When they were gone, he blew out a deep breath and turned to me. "Holy crap, how did you keep this secret for a whole day? I felt like I was going to pop just now." I laughed and shook my head. "I was terrified, that's how." His brows furrowed as he pulled my hand onto his lap. "I don't know why you were so worried, baby. Don't you know me better by now? How did you not know I'd be out of my mind excited about this?" I looked away and shrugged. "I guess since I was so scared, I thought you would be too." He grasped my chin and turned my face toward him. "I am scared." "You are?" He nodded. "This is a big deal, a huge responsibility. I'd be an idiot if I wasn't a little bit scared." He leaned close so he could whisper in my ear. "But knowing I get to be a parent with the most incredible woman I've ever known makes it easy for the excitement to outweigh the fear." I turned my head and pressed my lips to his. He was frozen in shock for the briefest moment before he gripped the back of my neck and deepened the kiss. "Would you two get a room? I'm eating here." We broke apart and sent glares in Huxley's direction. "Then don't look," I said. He scoffed. "I didn't need to look. I could hear you two sucking face from over here." My cheeks heated, but Abraham just chuckled. "You're just jealous you've only got your hand to keep you company at night." Huxley shook his head, but his lips twitched with a smile. "At least my hand doesn't snore." "I don't snore." He shot me an unimpressed look. "Sure you don't." I opened my mouth to fire back another insult when Abraham leaned close. "Come on, baby. The girls are waiting for us." I shot Huxley a narrow-eyed look that he just smirked at. As soon as the babies were out, I was challenging that overbearing pain in my ass to a sparring session. We'd see how smug he was when I had my teeth wrapped around his throat. Abraham leaned close again. "Elle, you're cutting off the circulation to my fingers." I looked down to see my hand almost completely white with how hard I was gripping Abraham's. I let go and gave him a sheepish smile that he just laughed at. "Don't let Huxley get to you. It's exactly what he wants." I shook my head. "Don't worry. He'll get what's coming for him," I said loud enough for the enforcer in question to hear. Huxley rolled his eyes at me as he shoved a whole sausage in his mouth. There was so much food in there he couldn't even close his lips. I shot him a disgusted look and stood up with my plate. "Neanderthal," I muttered under my breath. He laughed loudly, the chewed food in his mouth almost falling out of the gaping hole. I shot him another nasty look and left him to his breakfast. He had 8 more months to talk all the shit he wanted until I got my revenge. I could barely wait. We handed our plates to a typically silent Aubrey before Abraham grabbed my hand and led me to the conference room. When we got there, 5 sets of eyes were trained on us, each with a varying degree of confusion. Abraham walked me over to a chair before reaching in his pocket for his phone. I heard the other line ring until Clyde's voicemail picked up, and Abraham ended the call with a sigh. "We'll have to fill him in later," he muttered to me. "Fill who in on what?" Evie called from the other end of the table. Abraham sat down and shot me a wide smile before turning back to his sisters and grandmother. He watched them for a minute before looking back at me. "How do you want to do this?" "Do what? Would y'all just spit it out?" Evie hollered. I rolled my eyes and turned to my fiancé. "Maybe we should have come up with a game plan." "Now you're starting to irritate me too. Would you just tell us what's going on?" Dell said from next to me. Finally, an idea struck me. I sat up straighter in my chair and turned to the youngest McCoy sibling. "Hey, Evie, do you still have those wedding binders and stuff?" She nodded slowly. "Yes," she said, dragging out the word. I looked at Abraham and then back at her. "Well, I guess we're going to need them pretty soon." Evie's face lit up, but it was Bea who spoke next. "So, you two brought us in here to tell us you're having a mating ceremony? Didn't we already know that?" I shrugged. Sure, but you didn't know that we're going to have it in a month. A month? Evie cried. I shrugged. I'd rather not be shown in my wedding pictures. Shown what? Dell asked, the irritation clear in her voice. I shrugged again and cupped my belly as every set of eyes widened and fixed on my hand. What? Callie whispered. Don't you dare play with my emotions, Evie said. But as always, it was blunt Delilah who cut to the chase. Evie, you knocked her up already? He narrowed his eyes at his sister, but a smile tugged at his lips. Abraham shrugged. I guess so. The room erupted in sound as every woman jumped up and hustled over to me. I was pulled into embrace after embrace as everyone kissed me and rubbed my belly. Tears were filling my eyes again, but I held them back. That's why you were so sick, Callie said softly from next to me. I should have known. Dell scoffed. You don't know everything, Callista, but I know most things, Delilah. Dell opened her mouth to retort when Nana yelled, Girls! And they both pressed their lips together. Abraham's grandmother was the last one to pull me into her arms, and I went willingly. When she backed away, she pinched both my cheeks. I knew you were glowing. I gave her a smile. You almost spilled the beans that day. Nana laughed as Evie weaseled her way between me and Abraham. Do you know how many you're having yet? It's triplets, Abraham answered with the proudest smile I'd ever seen on him. Evie's head turned to her brother before whipping back to me. Triplets? She whispered. I nodded, and she pulled me into another hug. Oh my God, I get 3 nieces and nephews. This is the greatest day of my life. I laughed at my dramatic future sister-in-law, but couldn't remember ever feeling happier or more loved. This was what it meant to be a part of a family. This was what I'd been missing my whole life. I pulled away from Evie. So, can you do it? Can you plan the ceremony in a month? She raised an eyebrow at me and placed a hand on her narrow hip. Well, I'd like a little more time, but I think I can make it work. I have half the thing planned already. Of course she did. I wrapped my arms around her shoulders and squeezed. Thanks, Evie. You're the best. She hugged me back. Yeah. Just take care of my nieces and nephews and we'll call it even. When I pulled away, Abraham wrapped an arm around my shoulders. I plan to make sure of that, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. He shot his eldest sister a look. B, that means no more training with Elle. She's not allowed to shift except on the full moon. Beatrice's eyes widened almost comically as she looked from him to me and back again. You're kidding. I shrugged. That's what the doctor said. Apparently shifting is hard on the body and I need to take it easy. I guess we'll just have to wait until the babies get here. She shook her head sadly. That's gonna suck for you. Nana slapped her on the arm. None of that out of you. A pregnancy is a gift and you'll treat it as such. Beatrice looked properly chastised and I had to hold back a laugh. I didn't think I'd ever seen someone put her in her place like that. That would have been even better to see back when we were enemies, but was still funny as hell. Nana, I was hoping this might convince you to move up here permanently, Abraham said, his hand squeezing my shoulder. Nana looked between us and shrugged. Oh, what do you two need with an old woman like me? Nana, you know we all love you and want you around more. Now that you'll have great-grandbabies that need you, how can you say no? I had to bite my lip to hide my smile. Abraham was laying it on a little thick, but if it worked, right? Nana pursed her lips. I don't know, Abby. What help can I be? Well, you know we'll need your help on the full moon. We have Miss Elsie, but 3 babies will be a lot for her to handle on her own. I frowned up at my fiancé. Why do we need help on the full moon? He smiled and shook his head. Elle, what happens when we have to shift and the babies are left alone? The ramifications raced through my head as I gasped. Holy shit! What are we going to do with the babies when we all have to shift? Of course, we could stand watch in their room, but what if one had to eat? What if they needed a diaper change? What if they were sick and up all night? What if they didn't want to go to bed before the moon rose? What if— calm down. That's why we have pack elders. I frowned at him again. What do you mean? Nana stepped in to explain. When you get as old as me, you don't have to shift every full moon. My frown deepened. I thought every wolf had to shift no matter what. Everyone in the room shook their heads. What would happen to all the children of the pack then? Callie asked. I threw my hands in the air. That's why I'm freaking out. Abraham chuckled and pulled me closer. Don't worry, baby. It's the elder's job to take care of all those too young to shift whenever there's a full moon. But why don't old people— Nana cleared her throat loudly and I shot her an apologetic smile. Why don't elder werewolves need to shift? Callie spoke up again. It isn't feasible for elder werewolves to shift every full moon. Like Doc Monroe said, it's stressful on your body. Now imagine how frail an older werewolf might get. It makes sense that the urge to shift lessens with age. Callista, I'm gonna let that one slide, but I don't want to hear you using the word frail to describe me again, Nana said with a raised brow in her direction. Callie's face reddened and she immediately backtracked. I didn't mean you, Nana. We all know you'll be shifting for years to come. I meant wolves that are much older than you. Uh-huh, Nana said, her blue eyes still fixed on the middle McCoy. So, what do you think, Nana? Abraham interrupted. Will you move up here with us? We'll really need your help in a few months. Nana pursed her lips and met every eager eye in the room. Finally, she sighed. I guess I can't expect Miss Elsie to be the only one watching after the pups. Besides, if I'm up here, I can make sure Ellie's eating right. Abraham's big smile spread across his face. So, you'll move here? Nana's grin matched her grandson's. I'll start packing as soon as I get home. Chapter 48. The next week flew by. Between my duties as alpha, my work with the Asheville initiative, and how tired the babies were making me, I was lucky to make it to 8 p.m. before I was dead on my feet. Abraham, though, was a saint. He took care of me in every way imaginable and some I would never have thought of. Every night I got a foot rub, and every morning I woke to him talking to the babies through my stomach. The first Monday back to work after he found out I was pregnant was difficult, though. He wanted me to stay home where he could watch over me and make sure I wasn't overworking myself. Both Callie and I had to talk him down, and eventually he agreed, although reluctantly. I had to promise to check in with him often and leave work if I got too sick. It would have felt overbearing if I didn't know it came from such a genuine, loving place. Are you ready for breakfast, baby? He asked from behind me. I was in our large bathroom, smoothing my hair into a simple ponytail. I might have done something more elaborate at my old job, but not only was that not expected of me here, I couldn't be bothered. Although I was only about 9 weeks, the babies were kicking my butt. I was so tired all the time, and yet I found myself waking every few hours throughout the night. The morning sickness, or all damn day sickness as I called it, was still as strong as ever. Katie tried to eat a tuna fish sandwich in her own office down the hall earlier in the week, and I threw up for an hour. After that, we had to ban smelly sandwiches from the office. I would have felt bad if I hadn't almost turned my organs inside out with how sick I got that day. I smiled at my fiancé. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm starving. He chuckled and wrapped an arm around my shoulders. You're always starving. I just shrugged. He wasn't wrong. Before I became a werewolf, I barely thought about food. It was something I did whenever I had time, and occasionally I'd spring for a favorite takeout option. But as soon as I was bitten, my hunger had increased, but it was nothing compared to now. I needed to eat about every 3 hours, or not only would I get nauseous, I'd also get dizzy. I made sure to walk around with granola bars in my pockets just in case hunger struck when I wasn't able to sit down for a full meal. We arrived in the kitchen to a mostly empty room. I'd been getting Abraham to take me to work earlier than usual lately. I liked getting there before everyone else because often the morning sickness was worse late in the afternoon and I had to leave early. For whatever reason, I felt best in the morning and tried to be the most productive then. We greeted Miss Elsie, who heaped an extra serving of eggs onto my plate before shooting me a wink. I smiled back at her, not complaining about the extra food. I knew I'd eat it all. We told the pack about my pregnancy shortly after telling the McCoys. I hadn't expected the great outpouring of love and affection, but I'd received it in spades. Since that day, I hadn't been able to go a whole 24 hours without a pack member or two checking up on me. I didn't mind it in the least. It felt good to have that many people care for me after being alone for so many years of my life. I wondered how much of their excitement stemmed from my pregnancy alone, and how much from their own ability to have children now. Since I'd found out I was pregnant, a conversation I'd had with Abraham at the first pack barbecue kept spiraling through my mind. He'd said no member of a pack would have children before their alpha. I'd asked if it was some weird wolfy rule of theirs, and he'd explained it all had to do with stability. A pack is only as stable as their alpha, and if the alpha isn't having children, it sends a message to everyone else. Once the alphas felt safe enough to reproduce, that meant the rest of the pack would too. I wondered how many other couples would turn up pregnant in the coming months. Predictably, the news of my pregnancy hadn't been received well by everyone. The one person I noticed looking less than thrilled was Paul, Peyton's brother, and his mate, Annalise. I didn't fully trust him, and I knew I never would. He was Peyton's twin brother, and I'd had a hand in getting her kicked out of the pack. No matter what he told Abraham, I was sure he held a grudge against me. Knowing that, I kept an extra watchful eye on him whenever I could. There were a few surprises that came with our announcement as well. Most notably was Craig. After almost everyone had hugged me, kissed me, and rubbed my belly, the old pack mechanic had sought me out. I'd been wary initially, but that faded with the first words that fell from his lips. "I want to thank you," he'd said. When all I'd been able to do was frown at him quizzically, he chuckled and shook his head. "I know that probably sounds weird coming from me, but I wanted to let you know I appreciate you stepping in with Abraham the other day. He probably would have just killed me if you hadn't." I'd opened my mouth to tell him he was wrong, but shut it just as quickly. With the way Abraham had been acting that day, I wouldn't have put murder past him. Craig reached up and stroked his frizzy gray beard. "I know we got off to a rocky start, but I want to let you know there are no hard feelings on my part. I wasn't doing right by this pack, and you called me on my shit. I didn't want to listen, but you were right." My jaw practically hit the ground, and he chuckled again. "Yeah, I know. You probably never expected me to apologize, and that would make two of us. But you deserve it, and I'm sorry for everything I said to you. I hope we can have a clean slate going forward." Tears welled in my eyes, and I tried to will them away. Now was not the time to turn into a blubbering mess. I'd walked forward and wrapped my arms around Craig, taking the old man by surprise. He'd huffed out a surprised breath before squeezing me back. When I'd pulled away, there was a huge smile on his face. "We can absolutely start fresh," I told him. His smile grew even wider. "That's real good to hear, and I'm happy for you and Abraham. You two are going to make great parents, and we're all going to be here to help you." This time there was no taming the tears as one raced down my face. Craig's expression turned horrified, and I couldn't help laughing, although it was a bit watery. I'd wiped at my eyes and shook my head. "Don't worry about these." I'd waved at my teary eyes. This happens all the time now. Can't seem to turn the damn things off. I hoped my joke would lighten the mood some, but he still looked incredibly uncomfortable. Deciding to let him off easy, I'd patted him on the shoulder and said, "I better go find Abraham before he sends a search party for me." Craig's face filled with relief, and I'd had to hide a giggle. It seemed all men were the same. Big and tough until they saw a tear, and then they ran scared.
Something wrong with your eggs, baby?
I snapped back to reality and turned to look at Abraham. Concern was clouding his beautiful blue eyes, and I shook my head. No. Sorry. I was just lost in thought. He grunted and pointed at my plate.
Then get to eating. You need at least an extra 1,000 calories a day.
I just barely stopped myself from rolling my eyes. Someone had been set loose in the bookstore and almost bought out the entire pregnancy section. He probably knew more about motherhood than me. I did as he asked, though, because I was really hungry, and I wanted us to get on the road soon. The rest of breakfast passed quickly, and I finished everything on my plate, which satisfied my fiancé. We handed off our dishes, and Abraham led me out to his truck. Abraham's phone went off, and I let my mind drift as he talked to whoever was on the other line. When he hung up, he squeezed my hand to get my attention.
Wyatt got held up with his mom this morning, so he's going to meet us there in a little while.
I shrugged. I'll be fine. He frowned and shook his head.
I'll be waiting with you until he arrives.
I shrugged and let it go. I knew my safety wasn't something he would compromise on, and it honestly wasn't worth the argument. When we got to his truck, he opened the passenger door for me. I turned to get in the massive vehicle when his hands landed on my hips. His hard chest pressed against my back and my insides instantly heated.
I was thinking of stopping by for lunch today,
he whispered in my ear before kissing the side of my neck. I shivered in his embrace. I love when you come for lunch, I said, my voice breathy. Abraham pressed even closer to me, his erection hard and straining against my back.
It's you who's going to be coming for lunch.
A smile tugged at my lips as liquid heat pooled between my legs. I wasn't sure if it was the pregnancy hormones running wild in my system, but it felt like I could never get enough of him. Don't get me wrong, my need for Abraham was strong as hell before, but now it was almost ridiculous. I could barely go a few hours without thoughts of when we'd get to be together again crowding my head. It was the best kind of distraction. I spun in his arms and trailed my hands up his chest. I can't wait. He growled softly and leaned down to nip the tender skin of my neck.
We need to stop now or I'm going to fuck you in this truck.
I shrugged again. That doesn't sound like a threat to me. He surged forward again and gripped the back of my neck, tilting my head toward him.
If you'll behave long enough for me to get you in this truck, I can race us to your office and make you come twice before anyone else arrives.
My stomach flipped deep inside me as I nodded quickly. I like that plan. He smirked down at me before capturing my lips in a searing kiss. When we finally pulled away, we were both breathless, and I was needier than ever. I spun around and hopped onto the seat before he could say another word. When I turned and found him still standing there, I snapped my fingers in front of his dazed eyes. Chop, chop, McCoy. Let's get this show on the road. He shook his head and shot me a devastating smile.
Yes, ma'am,
he said before shutting my door and walking around the truck to his side. I divided my time between fastening my seatbelt and watching the way he moved. He was so powerful, so sure of himself. It made the ache between my legs even stronger. When he got into the truck, I was practically panting. How fast can you get us there? He shot me a wink and fired up the engine.
I'll hurry, but I'm not willing to risk you or our baby's safety.
I groaned, but he picked up my hand and kissed the back of it.
I promise to make it worth it.
I grunted. You better. He laughed and threw the truck into drive. The trip to my office felt longer than usual, and I knew he could smell my arousal from across the cab. His jaw ticked with the strain, and his knuckles were white where they gripped the steering wheel. Thankfully, he found a spot right outside my building. He slammed the truck into park, and I unbuckled myself as quickly as I could. I slid off the leather seat, and he was already there to catch me. His hands were tight on my hips as he pulled me hard against his chest, but it would never be hard enough, close enough. I knew I'd always want this man as desperately as I wanted him right then. He gripped my hand and began tugging me toward the door. What about my things? I asked breathlessly. He didn't even pause.
I'll get them later.
I shrugged and picked up the pace. He wouldn't hear a complaint out of me. When we got to my building, I handed him my keys, and he unlocked it before holding the door open for me.
Ladies first.
I shot him a smile and preceded him into the office.
And that was when all hell broke loose. Something hard tackled me from the side, sending me across the lobby like a rag doll. "Elizabeth!" Abraham roared. I crashed into a wall, my head taking the brunt of the impact. Confusion swamped me as I tried to figure out what was happening and why. Whatever hit me was still on top of me, and I struggled beneath the heavy weight. "Just sit still, bitch." I froze for a fraction of a second before I started bucking wildly. I still didn't know what was going on or what was happening, but I knew I needed to get out from underneath whoever was on top of me. Their big hands reached up to circle my throat, and I thrashed harder. My body itched to shift, but I held back. I knew I wasn't supposed to, but in human form, I was useless. I decided to try to fight back a little longer before I gave in to my wolf's desire to be set free. "Just stay still," the person panted above me. There was something in my eyes, and I couldn't see who my attacker was, but it sounded like a man, and he felt a lot bigger than me. I scratched at his hands and kicked at every fleshy part I could reach. I didn't know where Abraham was, but I could hear the sounds of another fight going on nearby, and I hoped he got to me soon. I was doing everything I could not to shift, but in a few more moments, I wouldn't have a choice. The room felt like it was spinning as my blurry vision began to narrow. A ringing static sound was blaring in my ears, and I knew I only had moments of consciousness left. Suddenly, the weight on top of me disappeared, and I struggled to take in a deep enough breath. There were screams and snarls and tearing and snapping sounds coming from every corner of the room, but I was paralyzed where I was. Finally, everything went dark as I lost the battle to stay awake. Chapter 49. "Beatrice, I need you to get to the Asheville initiative with Doc Monroe and whoever else you can round up, now." I blinked my eyes open as the room spun. I still couldn't see clearly, and I reached up to wipe at whatever was clouding them. I squinted down at my hand and saw it was covered in crimson blood. The sight made me queasy, and I squeezed my eyes shut so I wouldn't lose my breakfast. Abraham was still yelling into his phone, but I tuned him out. I needed to figure out what happened and why as soon as possible. With great effort, I heaved my top half into a sitting position before big, gentle hands pressed me back down. My first instinct was to fight against them until his voice reached me. "Elle, it's okay. It's just me. I want you to stay down until the doctor gets here." I blinked up at Abraham, my vision still fuzzy. "What happened?" I didn't need perfect vision to see his jaw tense and his lips purse. "There were 3 humans that attacked us when we came through the door." He shook his head before looking back down at me, his expression torn. "I'm sorry I didn't get to you sooner." He looked away, his jaw ticking with the strain. "I shouldn't have let you walk in first. This is all my fault." I reached up to cup his face. "Hey, this is not your fault. Don't say that." He leaned into my hand but shook his head. "I should have walked in first. I should have made sure it was safe for you." It was my turn to shake my head. "You couldn't have known this would happen. Please stop blaming yourself. You saved me." He sighed. "Your life shouldn't have been in danger again." He pulled away from me and began pacing the lobby. "It's always you, and it's bullshit." He spun to face me, his hands fisted at his sides. "I won't let something like this happen to you again." I tried to sit up, but he was at my side almost immediately. "I know you won't, Abraham. It's okay. I'm okay." I said the words, but I didn't really know if they were true or not. Honestly, I would have said anything in that moment to get the haunted look off his face. I tried to assess my injuries, but my head was pounding, and I could barely think straight. I was glad Kyle was on his way. I knew neither Abraham nor I would relax until we knew the babies were okay. "Holy shit! What happened here?"
Abraham spun around, his body crouched over me in a protective stance. I stretched my neck to look around his big form and found Matt standing in the doorway, his eyes wide as they assessed the room.
"Get the hell out of here,"
Abraham snarled. Matt apparently didn't have the best survival instincts because he walked further into the office as his head whipped back and forth.
"What happened?"
he repeated. Abraham growled, and I reached out to place a hand on his back. Matt wasn't a real threat, and he needed to tone it down. "We were attacked," I said simply. "We are waiting for the authorities to show up. You should probably leave," I suggested, hoping he'd take a hint and get lost. His bright green eyes widened even further when he caught sight of me. He took a couple steps forward, but something in Abraham's gaze must have changed his mind, because he stopped short in the middle of the lobby.
"Ellie, what happened to you?" "She was attacked, Miller. Didn't you hear her the first time? Now get the hell out of here."
Matt shook his head and wrung his hands together.
"I hope this doesn't have anything to do with your cousin."
Abraham's shoulders tensed further as I struggled to see around him. "I don't have a cousin," I said. Matt's eyes widened further.
"She said she was your cousin. Why would she lie?"
I had a bad feeling about this.
"What was her name?"
Abraham grunted. "I don't remember. We only talked for a couple minutes and then she was gone." Abraham took a menacing step forward, and I was seriously starting to worry about Matt's future well-being. "What did she look like?" I asked. Matt shook his head and met my eyes. Pale, dark hair, dark eyes. She had a really high-pitched voice, too. I closed my eyes as the blood in my veins began to simmer. "Peyton," I growled softly so only Abraham would hear.
"That wasn't my cousin," I said loud enough to include Matt.
"This is all my fault," he muttered. Too bad for him, he was in a room with two werewolves that would have heard him even if he'd whispered. Abraham took another step forward.
"What do you mean this is your fault? What did you do?" he spat.
Matt's eyes darted from Abraham to me and back again. Finally, they settled on me. "She stopped me outside the office last week when I was heading to my car. She said she and your uncle wanted to talk to you about your wedding, but you weren't answering their calls. She said you were making a huge mistake, and she needed to talk to you before you went through with it."
Abraham's whole body froze as my breath caught in my lungs. "Oh, shit." "And what? You thought you'd help them keep her from me?" Abraham snapped. "What was in this for you, Miller? Thought you'd be there to pick up the pieces when I was gone?"
Matt shrugged, and I squeezed my eyes closed. If that man got out of here in one piece, it would be a miracle. Abraham growled and took another step toward Matt. I knew I needed to wrap this up and get him out of the office before Abraham tore him apart like he had the other 3 humans who dared to cross him today. "Matt, what did you tell her?" I asked. Matt's eyes met mine again, their green depths swimming with remorse. "She asked when the best time would be to get you alone so she could talk to you, and I told her you'd been coming into work early lately." "Did you let her in too?" Abraham snarled. Matt shook his head fast. "Of course not." "Of course not," Abraham mocked him. "It was enough that you told her just when Elizabeth would be alone and most vulnerable." He fisted his hands so tight I could hear his knuckles grinding. "What if I hadn't been here with her, Miller? They would have killed her, and that would have been on you. I suggest you get out of my sight before you end up like the other men in this room." Matt's wide green eyes looked around at the carnage again, and his Adam's apple bobbed. "Are they dead?" Abraham snarled. "Well, they're not napping." "Matt, you should go. You don't need to get caught up with the police." His eyes met mine again. "You already called the police?" I nodded, although I knew that was a lie. I wasn't sure what Abraham was going to do about the situation, but I knew he'd be talking to his enforcers before he did anything. "Please," I said. "Just go." "Yeah, you've done enough," Abraham spat. Matt swallowed harshly again before nodding, and without another word, he left the office, closing the door behind him.
It was only shut for a moment, though, before Beatrice, Wyatt, Wes, and Doc Monroe came spilling through. Beatrice's icy blue eyes assessed the room carefully before landing on me. She winced and grabbed Kyle's arm, pointing in my direction. The doctor raced across the room, and soon I had him on one side of me and Abraham on the other. "What happened here?" Kyle asked. I opened my mouth to answer, but Abraham beat me to it. "One of them tackled her into the wall. She hit her head, but I don't know what else happened because I was busy with the other guy." His remorseful eyes met mine, and I gave him a soft smile. I knew there would be no way to keep him from blaming himself, but that wouldn't stop me from trying. I hit my head, and then he tried to strangle me, but he didn't get too far before Abraham pulled him off. My fiancé squeezed my hand almost hard enough to hurt. "Why didn't you shift, Elle? You know you're more powerful as a wolf." I shrugged, the action pulling at my sore throat muscles. I was trying to hold off for the babies. Abraham swallowed harshly and shook his head. He picked up my hand and pressed his lips to the back of it. "But, Elle, you could have died." I shrugged. "I would have shifted eventually," I said, but even as the words fell from my lips, I knew they weren't entirely truthful. My vision had darkened, and I knew I was seconds from losing consciousness, and I still hadn't shifted. Apparently, my desire to protect my unborn children was stronger than my self-preservation. "Abraham, give me some space. I promise I'll give you a full update as soon as I have more information," Kyle said. He looked like he was going to argue with the doctor, but he finally nodded and got up to join the other werewolves. With more room to work, Kyle got started examining me. He shone a light in my eyes and poked and prodded as I worked to remain calm. Finally, I couldn't wait anymore, and I asked him the only question that mattered. "Are the babies going to be okay?" Kyle pursed his lips as he continued his examination. "You aren't experiencing any cramping, are you?" I shook my head quickly. "Well, it looks like your head took the brunt of the impact, but I won't know more until we get you back and do another ultrasound. I'm positive you have a concussion, though, so regardless, you're going to have to take it easy for a day or two." I shook my head. "I don't care. The only thing that matters is the babies. I need to make sure they're okay." Kyle sighed and nodded. "I suspected you'd say that. It should be safe to move you, so let's get you back to my house and find out, okay?" I moved to get up, but he placed a hand on my shoulder. "Slowly, Ellie." I nodded and did as he asked, using his support to crawl to my feet. When I was upright, I got my first good look at the lobby and winced. Poor Callie would have to close the office for the day again, so they could get the place cleaned up. Abraham must have seen me get to my feet because he broke away from the other enforcers and hurried to my side. "What's going on? Is she okay?" Doc Monroe placed a hand on Abraham's shoulder. "She has a bad concussion, but I'm pretty sure everything else is okay. We're taking her back to my place so we can do an ultrasound to check on the babies." Abraham nodded once and wrapped an arm around my waist. "I'll drive. Let's go." He called out a few commands to the other werewolves as he walked me slowly out the door and to his truck. It amazed me how different our attitudes had been when he'd parked his truck to now as we got back into it. Was it only 30 minutes ago that I was looking forward to a quickie with my fiancé? Now, I was fisting my hands and hoping like hell my babies were all okay. Abraham drove even faster back to Pack Lands than he had to get to the office. He passed the lodge, heading straight to Doc Monroe's house before hopping out of the truck and racing around to my side. He wrenched my door open, and I'd just gotten my belt unbuckled when he scooped me into his arms and carried me up their drive. "I can walk," I told him. He shook his head. "Don't fight me on this right now," he grumbled. Sensing how close to the edge he was, I let this one go. Doc Monroe raced ahead and opened the door for us, and Abraham whisked me inside and directly to the examination room. Abraham helped me undress, and soon Doreen was there, a worried look on her face. I tried to remind myself that she was just as anxious as I was to find out if the babies were okay, that her expression didn't mean she already knew to expect bad news.
Despite the reassurances I kept repeating to myself over and over, I gripped Abraham's hand hard as Doreen fired up the machine. When the overlapping thumping sounds of multiple heartbeats rang out in the room, my nose immediately burned with tears. "I'm still seeing 3 heartbeats here," Doreen said. My body deflated onto the exam table as the worry I tried to keep at bay fled my system. My baby's hearts were still beating. They were okay.
"Does everything else look good?"
Abraham asked, his hand still gripping mine. Doreen nodded as she moved the wand around inside me. "I don't see any issues at all. There are still 3 healthy babies in there. You 2 have nothing to worry about." The tears I'd been trying to hold back now raced down my face. Abraham tried to catch them with his rough fingers, but there were too many for him. I met his anxious blue gaze and smiled. "They're okay," I whispered. A big breath gusted out of him before he pressed his forehead to mine.
"I know, baby. You're all going to be okay."
After that, Doc Monroe came in to clean up the cut on my head before sending me off with strict instructions to stay in bed at least until tomorrow. I had no doubt I'd be following his instructions no matter what. Abraham wouldn't hear of anything less. He drove us back to the lodge and insisted on carrying me up to our room where he gently placed me on the bed. He then turned to our dressers and pulled out a comfy t-shirt and shorts for me. With slow, gentle hands, he undressed and redressed me with all the care in the world. When I was dressed and beneath the covers, he leaned over and placed a soft kiss on my lips.
"I'm so sorry, baby,"
he murmured against my mouth. I pulled away and frowned at him. "For what?" He sighed and turned his head.
"I never should have let you go in first. I don't know what I was thinking."
"You were being a gentleman, Abraham. There's nothing wrong with that." He shook his head, his jaw tensing.
"It should have been me they got to first. I should have been the one on the front line. I shouldn't have ever let you walk into somewhere before me."
I reached up and cupped his jaw with my hand. "Please, don't blame yourself for this. It wasn't your fault." He nodded, but I knew my words weren't penetrating. He felt like he'd failed me, and I knew nothing I could say would change that idea in his head. I just had to hope that time would eventually erase those thoughts.
"I don't want you going back there,"
he said. I rolled my eyes. "Abraham, we're not doing this again." He shook his head again and pulled away from me.
"Bad things only happen to you when you leave Packlands. How can you expect me to be okay with you going back there?"
I pulled myself into a sitting position and had to close my eyes for a moment while the room spun. When everything was still again, I opened them and speared him with a look. "You promised not to do this. I'm not giving up my job, Abraham. That isn't an option that's on the table right now." He ran his fingers through his hair and tugged on the ends as he paced away from the bed. When he spun back around, the expression on his face was so lost, my heart ached.
"What can I do then? How can I keep you safe?"
His voice was as broken as the look in his eyes, and my hands itched to hold him. "We'll come up with a compromise. That's how this works, remember?" He watched me silently for a moment before nodding.
"A compromise? What kind of compromise?"
I yawned and shrugged. "I'm sure you'll come up with something." He sighed and crossed the room to the bed where he pulled the covers up to my chin.
"Get some sleep, baby. I'll wake you up in a couple hours and we can talk more then."
I nodded as another yawn escaped my lips. "As long as we're clear, I'm not quitting my job." He sighed.
"Yes, we're clear."
I smiled as he kissed my lips again and left the room. I knew it wasn't easy for him to rein himself in like that. Knew it about killed him to know I'd be leaving Packlands again as soon as I was cleared by the doctor. But he was trying, and that was all I could ask for.
Chapter 50.
I didn't know how long I'd been asleep, but when my phone rang from somewhere in the room, I crawled out of the bed to find it. Abraham must have brought my things up while I'd been passed out, because my purse and briefcase were on the couch along the wall. Before I was able to pull out my phone, it rang again, but this time with a text message. I pulled out my cell and clicked on the message. Evie. Hey, can you talk for a sec? I have some ceremony questions for you. I stifled a yawn as I tapped out a response. Me. I'm in my room. Just come in. I crossed the room to climb back in the massive bed when my phone went off again. Evie. What are you doing home? I nestled into my pillows and began to draft a response when someone came through the outer door and wasted no time whipping open the interior one. Evie stood there, phone in her hand and a worried expression on her face. What the hell, Ellie? Are you okay? I shrugged and put my phone on the nightstand. I've been better. She crossed the room to sit at the end of the bed. What happened? Are the babies okay? I knew this wouldn't go over well, but it was better she heard it from me than someone else. So I launched into the story of my awful morning, purposefully keeping the parts about me and Abraham vague. I knew werewolves were pretty open about sexuality, but that didn't mean his sister needed to know the details. By the time I was done explaining, Evie had crawled up next to me on the bed, her hand gripping mine. Why doesn't anyone tell me this stuff? She complained. I could hear the tears in her voice, though, and knew she'd rather focus on something small than the repercussions of the bigger picture. I squeezed her hand and shot her a lopsided smile. I thought there were no secrets in a pack. She snorted and then sniffed, looking away from me. That's what I thought, too. She took a deep breath before meeting my eyes again. So, you think it was Peyton and Conrad behind the attack? I shrugged. That's how it seems. I don't know why they're going after me, though. I mean, I get why Peyton would be holding a grudge, but what did I do to Conrad? He has no reason to want me dead. Evie shook her head, her eyes sad. He's trying to get to Abraham by hurting you. I frowned and shifted in bed so I could see her better. That's what Abraham said about the first incident we had at the Asheville initiative. I didn't think he'd go this far, though. I didn't think he'd try to kill me. Evie sighed and squeezed my hand harder. If his end goal is to take Abraham out, it makes sense that he'd try to do it by getting to you. The repercussions spun through my head as we lay there quietly. I hadn't really understood what kind of threat we were up against until then. I didn't know this game we were playing with the Charlotte Pack could have such deadly consequences. You really okay, though? And the babies? They're good, too? She asked softly from beside me. I turned to give her a reassuring smile. The babies are fine. We heard their heartbeats and everything, and don't worry about me. I've got a headache, but I'll be fine. Evie shook her head. I'll always worry about you just as much as my nieces and nephews. You're just as important to me, and I'm just as unwilling to lose you. Never forget that. My nose burned with tears that I desperately tried to sniff back. I knew how Evie felt about me because it was the same way I felt about her, but there was something about hearing it said out loud that messed with my insides. Or maybe it was the pregnancy hormones. Honestly, it was probably a mixture of the two. I sighed and squeezed her hand. We're all okay, so there's no need to worry. She didn't look convinced, but she let it go. What did you want to talk to me about anyway? I asked. She shook her head. It's really not important. After everything you went through today, the ceremony guest list is the last thing you need to be worrying about. I frowned. What about the guest list? She sighed again and looked away. Well, I know this is a werewolf ceremony, but we could keep it more human-like if you wanted to invite people from your old life. It only took me a moment to answer her. There's no one in my old life I'd want to come to my wedding. She arched a brow. Not even your parents? My stomach sank as the thought of them entered my head. I hadn't talked to them in months, which wasn't unusual, but I knew they'd eventually reach out, or a member of their staff. They always did, even if it was only once a year. I sighed. I don't want them there either. They've never cared about me, and they have no place in my new life. Evie shook her head, her eyes sad. Why don't you think about it for a little while? This isn't something you can take back. I shrugged and relaxed back onto my pillow. I'd do what she asked and think about it, but I didn't see that my answer would change anytime soon. My parents hadn't been a part of any aspect of my life for so long. From the moment they kicked me out of their house and shipped me off to boarding school, I'd been on my own. They usually remembered to call me on my birthday, but not always. I'd called them on theirs for years before I realized it made no difference to them. I was little more than a responsibility they were happy to have off their hands. I didn't see that changing either. We lay there quietly, hand in hand, for a long time as the sun rose high on the other side of the sheer blinds. I didn't know how long it'd been before we heard heavy footsteps in the hall that led right to the bedroom door. When Abraham poked his head into the room, the lines around his eyes lessened as soon as he saw me awake on the bed.
Hey, baby, I was just coming to wake you up.
I nodded. Yeah, I've been awake for a while. He frowned at his younger sister.
I hope you weren't the one to wake her up.
Technically, it was her call that had done the trick, but he didn't need to know that. I texted her to come in here, I told him. He didn't look entirely convinced, but he dropped it.
Evie, do you think you could give me a couple minutes alone with my mate?
She wrapped an arm around my waist and gave me a gentle squeeze before sliding off the bed. Sure thing, A.B. I thought she was going to leave the room, but when she got closer to her brother, she stopped short and placed a hand on her hip. Next time my sister-in-law is hurt like this, I better find out sooner. He sighed.
Sorry, Evie. It's been a long day.
She was quiet for a moment before she launched herself into his arms. He caught her with an oomph as the smallest McCoy wrapped him in what I was sure was a surprisingly tight embrace. I'm worried about you too, she murmured into his chest. I want you to keep yourself, my sister-in-law, and my nieces and nephews safe. You hear me? She leaned back to spear him with a look, and he smiled down at her.
I will. I promise.
She released him and nodded once. That's what I like to hear. With that, she flitted from the room, closing both doors behind her. Abraham turned to me with a crooked smile on his face.
I always forget how strong she is.
I chuckled. The littlest ones are often the mightiest. He shook his head, a smile still ghosting across his lips. He covered the distance between us and sat next to me on the bed.
How are you feeling?
I shrugged. My head hurts, but I'm fine. His lips thinned as his eyes scanned my face.
You're sure? I can have Kyle back up here in minutes.
I reached out for his hand. I promise. I'm fine. If you could grab me some Tylenol, I'll be even better. I'd barely finished my sentence before he hopped up from the bed and raced to the bathroom. He came back in with a bottle of pills and a glass of water. I sat up with his assistance and swallowed a couple tablets before relaxing back onto the bed.
Is there anything else I can get you?
Not right now. I just want to know what happened at the Asheville initiative after we left. He sighed and placed the glass of water on the nightstand.
What do you want to know?
Everything. He shot me a small smile and shook his head.
Typical,
he muttered. He leaned back on the bed and turned his head toward the windows.
Wes, Wyatt, and Bee took the humans out to the woods. The plan was to make it look like an animal attack and leave them for the authorities to find.
I swallowed harshly as the repercussions of this morning sped through my head. What if the authorities found evidence that led to the pack? What if they found something that linked Abraham to their murders?
I can hear your mind whirling from here, he said.
I looked up and met his denim blue gaze. Is that enough? Will they be able to track their deaths to you? He shrugged, but I could see the worry he was trying to hide in the lines around his eyes.
We should be good. Those humans smelled of heavy amounts of drugs. That coupled with the animal bites they'll be found with, and the authorities should think they'd gone on a binge that ended badly. I don't want you to worry about this.
I shot him a look. Of course I'm going to worry. Maybe you should have called the police right then. It was self-defense, right? He shook his head.
And how would I explain killing 3 men by myself? And what kind of motive would they find? It's not like we could tell them we're in the middle of a dispute between 2 werewolf packs.
He was right. I knew he was right, but that didn't stop me from worrying. How will we know if they bought the story? He sighed and looked down at his lap. In the past, we'd have Paul keep an eye out for us. But you don't trust him anymore either, do you? He looked up at me and I could see the answer clear in his eyes. No, I don't. Not with this. I don't have any proof he's not loyal to this pack anymore, but I'm not willing to risk it. We'll just have to wait and see. I let out a deep breath and relaxed back onto the pillows. I guess there's nothing else we can do, is there? He picked up my hand and brought it to his mouth. Please don't worry about this, baby. It's handled. You just concentrate on yourself and our babies, and I'll take care of everything else. I turned my hand to cup his face, his stubble rough beneath my fingertips. My love for him filled my whole body from top to bottom as I looked in his eyes. I knew he'd do anything it took to protect us, and that he always would. His devotion was something I never needed to question. What did Evie want anyway? He asked. And just like that, the warm feelings that had been coursing through my system fled just as quickly. I sighed. She was asking about the wedding guest list. What about it? More specifically, who I wanted to invite. He frowned. Like friends and family? I shrugged. I guess. What did you tell her? That there's no one from my old life I want to be there. His frown deepened. Not even your parents? Especially not my parents. He was quiet for a moment before speaking up again. Are you sure, baby? We won't get another mating ceremony. This is your only chance to include them in our lives. I laughed humorlessly. That's pretty much what Evie said. Because family is important to us. I shook my head. Family was never important to me until I met yours. His features turned sad, and I wished I could take back the words, but they were already out there. He squeezed my hand again. Maybe you should talk to them. Give them one more chance to be in your life. That way you can say you tried. I pursed my lips as I thought over his request. Was he right? Would I regret not including my parents in my wedding? What about the babies? Was I ready to include them in that? Didn't I want my children to grow up with grandparents? Because Abraham's parents were gone. We had Nana, of course, but that was it. Did my children deserve the chance to meet their only living grandparents? I sighed and grabbed my phone from the nightstand before scrolling through my contacts. What are you doing? He asked. I sighed again. I'm going to call them. Really? I didn't have to look up to know his smile was spread across his face. I just barely held back a third sigh. Yes, really. But I'm only doing this for the babies, and I don't think it'll work. My parents have never cared about anything having to do with me unless it's negatively impacted them. I don't expect that to be any different now. It doesn't hurt to try, baby. Famous last words, I muttered as I hit dial and held the phone against my ear. It rang, and just when I thought it was going to go to voicemail, my mother answered. Yes. Hello, Mother. It's Elizabeth. I know. I have caller ID. I took a deep breath and squeezed my eyes closed. I could do this. I could give this one more try for my babies. That was all I had to do. Just one more try. I was hoping we could all get together sometime soon. Maybe have dinner. Why? Abraham jerked backward, and I shot him a look. He wasn't used to the callousness my parents dished out, but I was. This barely fazed me. It's been a while since we've seen each other, and a lot has happened in my life. I wanted to share some of that with you. She was silent for so long that I pulled the phone away from my ear to check the call was still connected. Finally, she released a deep breath that rustled through the phone line like a gale-force wind. I suppose that could be arranged. When were you thinking of coming? Of course, I'd have to come to them. It was out of the question they'd go out of their way for me. I squeezed my eyes closed again and took a deep breath. How about this weekend? We can be there on Saturday around 5.
Who is we?
I opened my eyes and shot Abraham a look. I hadn't cleared this with him first, but if I had to deal with them, he was going to be right there with me. My boyfriend, Abraham, will be coming with me. She sighed again, and I heard the clacking of her heels on the other end. Fine. I suppose that's all right. We'll see you at 5. Don't be late. With that, she hung up. No goodbye, no see you soon, and of course, no I love you. I don't remember ever hearing those words come from either of my parents' mouths. I tossed the phone aside and looked up at Abraham. Happy? His lips were pressed into a thin white line.
Why did you call me your boyfriend and not your fiancé?
I let out a deep breath and crawled out of the bed. Because I didn't feel like getting into that with her on the phone. We'll tell them at dinner that we're getting married. I turned around and muttered, which should be so much fun. I threw on a sweatshirt and headed for the door.
Where are you going? He called.
Downstairs to eat. I'm starving. He chuckled as he caught up to me and grabbed my hand.
Of course you are.
Chapter 51.
Baby, stop fidgeting.
I sighed and pulled my fingers away from the hem of my dress. I'd been smoothing it out for so long that it was practically wrinkling beneath my hands. I looked down at myself and cringed. I was about 2.5 months pregnant, and even though that was still pretty early, there were 3 babies in me, and they were beginning to show. I'd picked the dress that covered me the most, but I had a feeling it wouldn't matter. Sorry, I muttered. He reached over and picked up my hand before bringing it to his lips.
Don't be. What are you so nervous about anyway?
I sighed again. I don't know. We have a lot to tell them, and I'm worried about their reactions. They're not like normal parents, Abraham. He shrugged and put my hand in his lap before grasping the wheel again to make a turn.
You've gone this far in your life without them, so it's clear you don't need them. You're being the bigger person by giving them one more chance to be a part of our future. If it doesn't work out, then you're not really losing anything, are you?
When he put it like that, it made so much sense. I had lived so long without them and done just fine, more than fine. And besides, I had the McCoys now, and they were more family than anyone could ever ask for. I didn't need my parents, but deep down inside, I knew I wanted them. I wanted what Abraham had when he was growing up. A loving mom and dad who did anything they could to support their children. Maybe my parents would see how much they'd missed in my life and want to be a part of it. Maybe the idea of being grandparents would snap them out of their uncaring days. Maybe they'd hear I was getting married and want to be involved. Or maybe I was delusional and this would be a disaster.
You're fidgeting again.
I looked down at my hands and found them tugging at my dress once more, so I folded them in my lap. Hopefully, if I clasped them tight enough, they'd stop betraying my anxiety and stay still. Well, I'd had almost a week to worry about this dinner. Thankfully, it had been uneventful. There'd been no more attacks, and we hadn't heard from or seen Peyton, Conrad, or any of the Charlotte pack. I'd been surprised by Abraham, though. After we'd been attacked and he'd suggested I quit my job, I thought I'd get more of an argument from him. But, true to his word, he found a compromise we could both live with. Abraham had a state-of-the-art security system installed in the Asheville initiative practically overnight. That building was locked up tighter than Fort Knox. He'd also insisted on not only driving me and Wyatt to work every day, but one of them always entered the building first and checked every nook and cranny before I was allowed inside. Honestly, after what happened, I wasn't complaining. In the past, I might have griped about Abraham being overprotective, but those days were gone. It was clear I had a target on my back, and I was in danger. And it wasn't just me now. I had 3 little lives to think about, too, and I took that very seriously. So I sat back and waited patiently while Abraham performed his security checks every morning, Thankful I had a fiancé and father of my children who cared so much about our safety. Thankful that he wouldn't let anything bad happen to us. "Turn down this street," I instructed as the butterflies in my stomach took flight. We were on my parents' block now, and there was no stemming my anxiety. I tried taking deep breaths, knowing that stress wasn't good for the babies, but it was no use. I wouldn't be able to relax until we were back in the truck and heading home. "It's this one," I said, my voice weaker than I'd intended. I cleared my throat and tried again. "Just park on the street. They wouldn't like you parking in their driveway." He frowned but did as I asked. "How come?" I sighed. "They think that any vehicle that isn't luxury is bound to leak oil on their custom cobblestone driveway." Abraham laughed. "You're kidding, right?" "I wish." His laughter died as he shook his head. "Tonight is going to suck, isn't it?" I shrugged. "It'll be a lot better with you there." His smile was soft when he turned to me again. "All right, baby. Let's get this over with." He slid from his seat and hurried to my side to help me out. I hoped my parents were watching this display of chivalry because I knew Abraham would need all the brownie points he could get. He laced his fingers with mine as we slowly made our way to the front door of the massive home. Its size rivaled the lodge. The difference was the lodge housed a dozen or more people, and this monstrosity was for only 2 and a small handful of employees. When we reached the door, I took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. We didn't have to wait long before it swung open, and I was greeted by one of my favorite people. "Miss Elizabeth?" "Hi, Tracy. It's so good to see you." The elderly housekeeper shot a look over both shoulders before she wrapped her arms around me. I dropped Abraham's hand so I could properly greet one of the women who'd raised me. Her hugs were some of the only ones I'd had growing up, but she was always careful to not do it in front of my mother. Regina Montgomery didn't believe in displays of affection and would have been horrified to find the help with her arms wrapped around her daughter. When I pulled away, Tracy's eyes were wet, but her smile was wide. I turned to Abraham and pulled him up next to me. "Tracy, this is my fiancé, Abraham. Abraham, this is one of the women who raised me, Tracy." Abraham held out a hand, his smile bright. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Tracy shook his hand, her eyes widening. "You've been holding out on us, Miss Elizabeth." My cheeks heated, but the corner of my lips twitched with a smile. "You know why I haven't been by." Tracy's smile fell as she shot another look over her shoulder. When she turned back, her expression was serious. "Can't say I blame you, dear." "Tracy!" The shrill sound of my mother's voice cut through the air like a knife. The poor housekeeper straightened up immediately, her expression transforming back into the cool professionalism she wore around my parents. "Yes, ma'am. Has Elizabeth arrived yet? She's late." I rolled my eyes and pulled Abraham through the door. "I'm right here." My mother's clacking heels preceded her into the foyer. The rest of her was as impeccably dressed as always, and I just barely resisted the urge to tug at my dress again. "There you are. You're late." I sighed and glanced at the ornate golden clock hanging on the wall. "Mother, it's 5:01. She nodded. "Exactly. You're late." I just barely repressed another sigh and decided to drop it. It wasn't like it would change anything if I kept arguing. That was a lesson I wish I'd learned in my teenage years. It would have made living in this house much more bearable. "Tracy, go inform Mr. Montgomery that we're convening in the formal dining room." The housekeeper nodded and took off through the house. Now that we were left alone with my mother, the urge to fidget was stronger than ever. "Are you going to introduce me to your friend?" she asked. I winced at her description of him, but let it go. We'd only just gotten through the door. I wasn't trying to start anything so soon. I tugged on Abraham's hand until he was standing next to me. "Mother, this is Abraham. Abraham, this is my mother, Regina Montgomery." He stepped forward and held out a hand to my mother.
"It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Montgomery."
My mother eyed his hand like she would a plague-infested rat. Finally, she let out a deep breath and placed her dainty hand in his for the briefest moment. When she pulled it back, she wiped her palm on her skirt and my blood instantly began to boil.
"Abraham, do you have a last name?"
"It's McCoy, ma'am."
She narrowed her eyes at him, her gaze traveling from his plain black button-down shirt to the dark jeans he had on and finally to his feet, which were, as always, in his work boots. When her gaze landed on his footwear, I knew the first of the night's embarrassments was upon us.
"I hope you don't intend to track dirt across my marble floors. I just had them waxed."
"Mother!" She turned wide brown eyes my way.
"Do you know how expensive it is to wax all these floors?"
I shook my head, my hands already trembling with emotions. I needed to lock it down because shifting in front of my uptight parents was something I'd never be able to take back. They'd probably have me locked up or shot, daughter or not.
"Abraham isn't going to track dirt across your precious floors. Can we please just go to the dining room?"
She gave him one more scathing look before she turned her attention to me. Her dark brows furrowed as her gaze traveled up and down my body.
"Have you gained weight?"
No preamble, no attempt to deliver the question with tact or civility, just a crude comment meant to wound. I tipped my chin up. I knew I'd gained a bit of weight with the pregnancy, and I refused to be ashamed of that.
"A little."
She tissed and shook her head.
"Have you been exercising?"
My chin dipped a fraction of an inch. "Well, no, not lately." She shook her head again.
"You were always such a lazy girl, more content to read a book than to work on your figure. It's no wonder you're gaining weight."
The words, although I'd heard them 100 times before, still had the power to sting. Not as much as they once did, but enough to feel them burrow under my skin. Abraham stepped up next to me and wrapped an arm around my waist.
"She's perfect the way she is,"
he said. I wanted to thank him for his support, but feared he'd just turned her attention and negativity back onto himself. She eyed him critically for another moment before pursing her lips.
"Yes, well, I wouldn't say she's perfect by any stretch of the imagination."
She turned back to me.
"Just don't let your weight get out of control. You know you don't wear extra pounds well."
I grit my teeth and just barely stopped my eyes from rolling. Abraham's arm tightened around me, and I knew he was seconds from speaking up again when she spun around and started it across the foyer. She didn't say anything else. She didn't invite us to follow. It was just expected. I grabbed Abraham's hand again and whispered, "I'm sorry." He looked down at me with a soft smile and shrugged.
"Don't worry, she doesn't scare me. But I'm not going to let her talk about you like that again."
"I'm fine. This isn't anything I haven't heard before," I muttered as I dragged him across the foyer toward the dining room. I knew he wasn't happy with that, but I hoped he'd let it go. Fighting with the Montgomerys wouldn't get him anywhere. Those people were stuck up and set in their ways. That was why I hadn't wanted to come. I knew what they were like, and I knew nothing I could do would change that. Somehow, the McCoys had convinced me that all family was important. It was becoming more and more clear that they weren't right. Only some family was important, and some family was better left in your past. When we made it to the dining room, I was first struck by how different it was from the one we sometimes ate in at the lodge. Instead of a homey feeling filled with boisterous laughter and loud talking, the room was quiet and austere. It wasn't a place where a family gathered to eat. It was simply another show of their wealth. A room meant only to impress. There were 2 place settings on one side of the table that I assumed were for Abraham and me, so I dragged him over and we took our seats. He made sure to hold my chair out for me like he always did, but I was sure his good manners were wasted on my parents. I didn't think they cared one way or the other about how I was treated, as long as it didn't make them look bad. Appearances mattered over everything else to Bill and Regina Montgomery. My mother was already seated across from us, and a few moments later, my father walked in the room. I stood to greet him as he walked around the table. "Hello, Father." He turned bleary brown eyes my way.
"Elizabeth, how are you?"
I shrugged. "I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?" This stilted conversation was typical between us. We were nothing more than strangers who shared DNA. He took his seat at the head of the table and leaned back in the chair, his belly just a bit bigger than I remembered it.
"The firm is doing well. We just got a new high-profile case that's set to make us a lot of money."
I hadn't asked how his business was doing, but it was clear what was important to him. It had been the same when I was growing up. The few times a week I actually saw him, all he would talk about was his work. He surprised me this time, though, by asking about mine.
"How are things going over at Hildebrandt and Moore?"
I pursed my lips as I sat and placed my linen napkin on my lap. "I've actually left the firm." He turned his red face toward me, his bushy eyebrows furrowing.
"Oh, got a better offer somewhere? You know I could always find you a spot at my firm."
That was one instance where my father had actually cared enough to help. Ever since I enrolled in law school, he'd been offering me a position with his firm. I'd resolutely declined back then, knowing I needed to get as far away from my parents as possible and never regretted the decision. "Actually, I'm already working with a new company out in Asheville." Both my parents frowned in my direction.
"Asheville?"
my mother asked, the disdain clear in her voice.
"Why would you want to work all the way out in the mountains?"
I shrugged a shoulder. "Well, I moved out there a couple months ago and found a position with a great new company." The silence in the room was deafening.
"You moved to Asheville?"
my mother asked, her voice as icy as her glare. "Yep." I knew it would annoy them that I didn't speak properly, but I was already past caring.
"Why would you move to Asheville?"
my father chimed in. I glanced at Abraham, who looked interested in what I had to say, too. "Well, that's where Abraham and his family live. I moved in with him." Their gazes jumped from me to him and back again, and I clasped my hands under the table to stop from fidgeting.
"You moved out to the country for a man? What were you thinking?"
my mother asked, her voice dripping with icicles. Here it was. It was time to dole out one of the things I'd come to tell them. I'd hoped we'd be able to have a course or two of dinner before I had to drop a bomb on them, but things don't always work out the way you think they will. I cleared my throat. "Well, we're getting married, so it only makes sense that I'd move out there to be with him." The silence was so deafening, it was like someone hit the mute button. As my parents digested the information I'd handed them, I turned to Abraham. He had a twinkle in his eyes, and if I wasn't mistaken, it seemed like he was enjoying their discomfort. I shot him a small smile and turned back toward my parents. This was just the first of the revelations, and by the time we were done, I knew their heads would be spinning. I couldn't wait. Chapter 52.
"You're getting married? To him?"
my mother snapped. I grit my teeth and pulled my lips into something resembling a smile. "Sure am."
"But why?"
she asked, as if she truly couldn't fathom a reason for our courtship. I rolled my eyes and grabbed a fancy dinner roll from the center of the table. It had been a while since my last meal, and my stomach was growling for me to fill it. Despite the tense conversation at the table, I was going to sneak a few bites while I could. "Well, Mother, we're in love." She scoffed and picked up her glass of red wine. "You're in love? How long have you even known this man?" I shrugged as I slathered a bit of butter on the warm roll. This was an instance where I could lie, and they wouldn't know any better. If I wanted, I could make this news a little easier for them to swallow and tell them we'd been dating for a while. But I was past caring about their opinions, so I told the truth. I turned to Abraham. "What's it been? About 4 months?" His lips twitched with a smile, but somehow he held back.
about that?
I turned back to my mother. About 4 months. Her mouth opened and closed over and over like a gasping fish left to die on land. You are getting married to a man after only knowing him for 4 months? What are you thinking? I shrugged again and took a bite of my roll before answering her. I'm thinking I'm in love and I want to get married, especially before the babies come. My newest revelation was met with another silence so thick I felt it trickle along my skin. I really hadn't expected to give them the news that way. I thought I could ease them into the information gently, give it to them piece by piece, and hopefully lessen the shock of it all. But I changed my mind. Maybe it happened when my mother insulted my fiancé by assuming he'd tracked dirt across her fancy marble floors. Maybe it was when she so graciously pointed out that I'd gained weight. Maybe it was just years and years of this crap that had built up in my system until I finally couldn't take it any longer. Whatever it was, the outcome remained the same. I'd just told my parents I was pregnant and getting married within 5 minutes of sitting down to dinner. That must have been a record of some sort. "You're pregnant?" my mother hissed. I looked at Abraham and smiled wide. He returned the gesture before I turned back to her. "Yep." My mother's mouth opened again as if she had something to say before she snapped it closed. Her eyes darted around the room as if she thought more unexpected news might ooze out of the walls to surprise her. She picked up her wineglass with a shaking hand and took a long sip. When she set the glass back down, she turned to my father. "Bill, what do you have to say about all this?" My red-faced father was probably a good 5 scotches into his typical night of drinking, and I wasn't sure he even heard what I'd said. But then he surprised me by shaking his head and sighing.
"I can't believe she left Hildebrandt and Moore to work at some country bumpkin firm. What were you thinking, Elizabeth?"
My eyes rolled to the ceiling without my permission. Then another thought came to me. If I was already giving my mother heart palpitations, why not bother my father just as much? Actually, I'm not working for a firm in Asheville. I signed on with an environmental agency, and I'm doing legal work for them. His bloodshot eyes widened.
"You're practicing environmental law?"
My smile widened as I hammered the final nail into the coffin. Yep. At a non-profit, too. Abraham snickered from beside me, but I knew I would be the only one able to hear him. I was glad he was enjoying dinner as much as I was, which was a whole hell of a lot.
"A non-profit? Elizabeth, have you lost your mind? What about all I've taught you? What about that expensive law degree we paid for from Duke? You're just throwing that all away?"
I shook my head. No, Dad. I'm using that degree to make a positive difference in the world. I'm using it for something greater than helping criminals get away with crimes they should be held accountable for. And I'm doing something worthwhile with my degree and my life for once. He opened his mouth to argue again, his face getting redder and redder by the minute, but my mother interrupted.
"Oh, Bill, shut up about the job. Who the hell cares where she's working?
Our only daughter is knocked up by some hillbilly blue-collar worker from the sticks, and all you can think about is what kind of law she's practicing?" I didn't realize my hands were shaking until the butter knife between my fingers started rattling against the fine china plate in front of me. "Don't talk about him that way," I warned her. She rolled her dark brown eyes. "Elizabeth, how do you think this will look for us? We groomed you to marry someone worthy of a Montgomery, someone with a family of importance, someone that will further our reputation in the community. Instead, you ran off and jumped in bed with the first average Joe who knocked on your door? This is ridiculous." My hands were shaking harder than ever, so I set the knife down before I did something stupid. Abraham's warm palm landed on my back, and I drew some strength from his presence. I took a deep breath and leveled my mother with a look. He is who I want, and he is who I'm marrying. Deal with it.
Her eyes widened in her pinched face.
How dare you speak to me like that?
How dare you speak about him like that? She laughed once, hard and loud.
You don't even know this man.
I know him well enough to know he's what I want. My mother rolled her eyes.
You've only known him a few months.
What could you possibly know about the man? I narrowed my eyes at her. I know he's the best man I've ever known. I know there's nothing he wouldn't do to make sure I was happy and safe. I know he loves me and always will. And I know all that is a hell of a lot more than I can say for either of you.
Elizabeth, don't talk to your mother that way,
my father piped up from next to me. We both ignored him.
If you marry that man, you'll be making the biggest mistake of your life. If you have his children, you'll be stuck with him forever. You can't be that far along. There's still time to take care of this problem.
My mother had just suggested I call off my wedding and abort my children all in one breath. With that, I knew I'd had enough. There was nothing here for me, and I was an idiot to think I could change their minds. My parents were who they were, and nothing I said or did would make a difference to them. I rose to my feet, and Abraham stood up next to me. Calmly, I placed my napkin on my still empty, ornate plate and leveled both my parents with a look. The only mistake I've made was coming here. You're both awful people who deserve each other and this cold, miserable house. I thought I would give you both one last chance to be in my life, to be in my children's lives, but I see now that was a mistake. I wouldn't want you within 100 feet of my children. You're both toxic, and I'm done with letting you poison me. I grabbed Abraham's hand and spun around, ready to leave my parents and this terrible place behind me. It held nothing but bad memories and regrets, and I didn't need any of it.
If you go through with this, you won't be welcome here anymore. If you walk out that door, we'll both be done with you,
my mother warned from behind me. I looked over my shoulder and gave her a smile. Sounds like a plan. With that, I calmly walked through the house I grew up in for the last time, really seeing it for what it was. A gilded prison. And I'd just broken out for good. Tracy was waiting by the door, her face somber and her shoulders hunched. I stopped and pulled her into my arms. The only thing I'll miss about this place is you, I whispered against her salt and pepper hair. I heard her sniff, and a tiny piece of my heart broke in my chest. When I pulled away, Abraham was there next to me, holding out a business card to Tracy. My cell number is on there. Please feel free to reach out to us anytime. We'd love to keep in touch. My eyes watered as I looked up at the wonderful man I was about to marry. I knew choosing him would always be the right decision. Tracy took the card he offered and slipped it into her pocket. She nodded at both of us, and we turned to leave just as my mother screeched her name. Not wanting to linger any longer than necessary, I hurried toward the massive doors and tugged them open. Stepping out of that house for the last time was freeing. It felt like I was shedding an old skin, relinquishing a part of me I'd held on to for all that time. A part of my past I thought I needed to take with me into the future. Now, I knew I didn't. Everything I could possibly need was right beside me. Abraham held my hand tight as he led me down the cobblestone drive to his black truck. We'd only been in my parents' house for about a half an hour, but it seemed everything had changed in that time. He helped me into his truck before finding his own seat and firing up the engine. He made a wide U-turn in the middle of the road and headed back toward the highway. We were all the way out in Raleigh, so we had a long trip ahead of us. The first half of our drive was spent in mostly silence. I think we were both lost in thought over what happened. A million emotions were swirling inside me, but the one that kept swimming to the surface was embarrassment. It wasn't that I had trouble believing my mother would think those things about Abraham. It was more shock over the fact she'd actually said them out loud.
She usually had better manners than that, but she might have been hitting that red wine earlier than I'd thought.
Elle, I'm sorry.
I turned wide eyes in his direction. What do you have to be sorry about? He sighed and tightened his grip on the steering wheel.
It was my fault you subjected yourself to those people. You told me how awful they were, and I guess I didn't believe you. I should have just stayed out of it.
I reached across the seat and grabbed one of his hands, sandwiching it between my own. It's me who needs to apologize. I'm so sorry for the things my mother said about you. None of them were true. He squeezed my hand.
So, you don't think I'm some hillbilly blue-collar worker from the sticks?
My stomach dropped to the soles of my feet until I saw he was smiling.
I'm just kidding, baby. Don't worry about it.
I sighed and turned to look out my window. No, I don't think those things about you. I know what you do and how successful you are at it. But it wouldn't matter to me if you weren't successful. I love you for who you are, not what you do or how much money you make. None of that matters to me. He squeezed my hand again.
I know, baby. I love you too.
My insides warmed the smallest amount at his words, but the guilt was still sticking to me like a film I couldn't wash off. I really am sorry about what she said. She's usually more discreet with her opinions than that.
You mean she thinks those things but doesn't say them out loud?
I chuckled. Exactly. He shook his head, a smile still on his face.
Really, don't worry about it. What she says doesn't matter. All I care about is how you think of me.
I think you're the most amazing man I've ever known. I think I'm lucky to have ever met you, let alone get the opportunity to fall in love with you. I think the fact that I've earned the love of a man like you is one of the greatest accomplishments of my life. He slowly turned his head toward me, his eyes wide and his lips parted. He watched me for a long moment before he turned his eyes back to the road and shook his head.
I don't know what I ever did to deserve you, Elle, but I'm going to spend the rest of my life earning it.
We lapsed into a comfortable silence after that, his hand still clutched between mine. It seemed we'd said all that needed saying for the moment. Although I was happy things were good between Abraham and me, my insides still churned with everything that happened with my parents. I felt restless and wished more than anything to shift into my wolf and go for a run. Because that wasn't an option, I had to settle for something else. When we pulled up to the lodge and Abraham helped me out of the truck, I looked up at him and spoke for the first time in a while. You head in. I want to go sit by the lake for a little while. He pursed his lips and eyed me warily.
I'll send Wyatt to watch from the patio, okay?
I wanted to sigh, but I held it in. At least I'd have some semblance of privacy. Okay, I said softly. He pulled me close and pressed his lips against mine before letting me go. I made my way across the field behind the lodge and down the wooden dock. When I got to the edge, I kicked off my shoes and dipped my feet into the warm water. Even though it was dark, I had no trouble seeing the lake and the surrounding forest as well as I could during the day. I willed it to quiet, but my mind continued to whirl. It pinged between anger at my parents and longing for a mother and father who cared. What hurt most was how easily they dismissed my children. They weren't here yet, but I loved them fiercely and would protect them with my life. The fact that my mother had so callously suggested I abort them simply so I wouldn't be tied to Abraham stung in ways I hadn't anticipated. Despite my best efforts, tears formed in my eyes and soon slid down my cheeks. My children wouldn't grow up with grandparents. The ones that would have loved them were dead, and the ones that were still alive didn't care about them. What kind of situation was I bringing them into? Would our love be enough? The dock creaked behind me, and I barely held back a sigh. I'm fine, Abraham. I'll be in soon. Light footsteps continued down the dock, and this time, the sigh broke loose. Honestly, I'm okay, I said as I turned to face him. But instead of my fiancé, I found the original werewolf, Will. I hurried to wipe the moisture from my face, but I had a feeling I wasn't hiding anything from him.
Granddaughter, what's wrong?
I sniffed and shook my head. Nothing, Will. Just had a long day. He nodded, and although I was pretty sure he was old enough to take a hint, he continued down the dock and took a seat next to me.
I could smell your tears from across the field,
he said softly. I sniffed again, hoping to stem their flow, but they still leaked out of my eyes.
Will you tell me what's wrong? He asked.
I'd spent much less time with Will than I should have, especially since I found out that I was his descendant. I really should have made more of an effort to get to know him. However, with the attack at the Asheville initiative and the pregnancy, I just hadn't found time. Here he was, though, caring enough to ask me what was wrong when it wasn't his responsibility to do anything about it. And despite my desire to keep it all locked inside me, something about the gentleness in his eyes made me want to confide in him. I took a deep breath and looked back out toward the lake. I met with my parents today and told them about my upcoming wedding and the babies, and they took it about as well as I thought they would.
They weren't happy?
I chuckled once, but it lacked humor. No. They were pretty pissed, actually. He hummed softly next to me but didn't say anything else. Maybe it was stupid, but I guess I thought maybe they'd want to be a part of this. That maybe they'd stop for a minute and see how happy I am. For the first time in as long as I can remember, I'm truly happy and content with my life. I thought there was a chance they'd be happy for me, but I was wrong.
And that's what's making you so upset? The fact that they don't approve of your choices?
I shrugged one shoulder, I guess. Then I thought about it and shook my head. Actually, no, that's not really what's upsetting me. I knew they wouldn't be happy. I knew they'd denounce all my choices just as easily as they always had. I think the hardest pill to swallow is that was the only family I had left. And that my children will have to grow up without grandparents now. The tears welled up in my eyes again and a few raced down my face. I feel like I failed my babies already. Like my first role as a mother was to provide my children with a happy family that will love and support them, and I have nothing to show for that. No contribution from my side at all. Will was silent for a while before he leaned over and nudged me with his shoulder.
I'm your family.
I froze in place. I think my heart even stopped beating for a second. I turned slowly toward Will to see him wearing a soft smile. "What are you saying?" I asked. He shrugged.
"I'm saying you still have me, and I'll be happy to welcome your children into the world with you."
The tears were back and stronger than ever. "You want to be my baby's grandfather?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. His smile widened.
"I already am, aren't I?"
A small chuckle fell from my lips as I shook my head. "I guess you are, huh?" He nodded.
"I am."
He said it with so much decisiveness, there was no room for argument. Not that I wanted to.
There haven't been many instances in my life when I've been able to stick around and be a part of my descendants' lives, and I'd like to change that with you. I'd like to be as much a part of your and your children's lives as you'll allow. You're my family, and I'm yours, if you'll let me."
The tears were falling so fast now I could barely see Will's face anymore, but I knew if I could, it would be just as gentle as it always was. And he'd be just as real and offering just as much to me in this dark hour. I didn't need to think about it. Didn't need to debate or run through my options. I knew my family and I would be lucky to have him. I also knew I'd wasted enough of my time with him and that from here on out, I'd work harder to get to know him better. Without thinking, I launched myself into his arms, squeezing him tight. He laughed and returned my embrace, his hold just as strong.
I'd love that, I whispered.
Chapter 53.
Morning, baby.
I snuggled closer to Abraham's large, warm body and smiled against his skin. If I woke up every day to hear morning, baby in his gravelly, sleepy voice, I'd be able to die a happy woman. Morning, I murmured, my voice considerably less sexy than his, but he didn't seem to mind. His hands curled around my bare shoulders, pulling me even closer to him. In that instant, I knew I'd made the right choice in putting my foot down and insisting we spend the night together. Apparently, Evie had been researching human wedding traditions and found out that the bride and groom weren't supposed to spend the night before their wedding together. She'd spent at least 30 minutes lecturing me on bad luck and dark omens before she'd finally given up. My defense was simple and hard to refute. Abraham and I were infinitely better together than we ever were apart, so I changed that now. She'd finally relented, but she'd grumbled the whole way down the hall. We only smiled at her antics and let her complain. She'd get over it soon enough. Besides, that was only a human custom, and I wasn't a human anymore. Despite my status change to werewolf, Evie was doing her best to provide us a ceremony that blended the two cultures together. She wouldn't give me many details, but I knew she'd been working hard and steadily over the past couple of weeks to give us the best possible day. I had no doubt that the party planner extraordinaire would put together something better than I could have ever imagined.
Are you ready for today?
Abraham asked softly, his voice breaking me out of my thoughts. I looked up at him and smiled. So ready. A few months ago, the idea of having a mating ceremony with Abraham might have sent me running, but those days were behind me. I knew I was making the best decision of my life, and nothing could stop me now. Except, of course, the threat that constantly dangled over our heads. I squeezed Abraham tighter and voiced my concerns. You don't think the Charlotte Pack will try anything today, do you? He sighed and pulled me closer until I was draped across his chest. His thick fingers threaded through my hair and gently rubbed my scalp.
I don't know, baby. I hope not. I've done everything I can to prevent them from ruining this day for us. All the enforcers we have are running patrols, and we even got a few new ones from some of the coastal packs. No one will get within 10 miles of us without someone knowing. I swallowed his words and hoped they'd be enough to calm the nagging feeling in my gut. Something told me that Conrad was just waiting to take a piece of our happiness, and something even louder was telling me that Peyton would be the driving force behind it. I had no doubt that she knew we were having a ceremony, and I was sure she even knew it was today. If there was a chance she could ruin it, I knew she would. That was why the feeling in the pit of my stomach wouldn't go away. I had a feeling it would stick around until the threat from the Charlotte Pack was eliminated. Whenever that would be. Are you all packed?
Abraham asked. I knew it was a thinly veiled attempt to change the subject, but I let him. It was our wedding day, and I didn't want to spoil it with what-ifs. We'd done enough worrying, and like Abraham said, we were as covered as we could be. I needed to do my best to relax and enjoy the day. I looked up at him and quirked a brow. Yes, I said, dragging out the word. I'd like to know where we're going, though. He shook his head, his smile widening.
I told you it wasn't far, right?
I rolled my eyes. Yes, but that leaves pretty much all of the Blue Ridge Mountains. His smile widened, and I huffed out an exasperated breath. That's really all I'm getting? He leaned down and kissed my forehead.
You'll find out tonight after the ceremony. Have some patience, baby.
I made a face and snuggled back into his chest. Patience was not one of my virtues, and he was well aware of that fact. He'd been hinting at the honeymoon he'd planned for weeks. He insisted it was his wedding gift to me and wanted to have full control over what we did and where we went. Since it seemed like such a big deal to him, I'd gone along with it. Now, though, I was anxiously anticipating finding out exactly where we were going.
I got you something else, too,
he murmured against my hair. I turned to look at him again. Oh? He shrugged.
It's kind of a hybrid gift, but yeah, it's ready whenever you want to see it.
I crawled out of the bed as quickly as I could. I'm ready now. He chuckled and climbed off the mattress too.
How did I know you were going to say that?
I shrugged. You know me well, McCoy. He shook his head, the smile still spread across his face.
Get dressed and we can go see it.
I hurried over to the dresser and threw on the first clothes my hands landed on. When I was done, I spun around to find him still naked, his tan skin so smooth my fingers itched to touch him.
If you keep looking at me like that, we aren't going anywhere,
he muttered as he crossed the room to the dresser. I bit my lip and turned away. Honestly, it was impossible to not look at him like that. The best I could do was not look at all. A few minutes later, he grasped my hand and spun me around.
Come on, baby. Let's go see your present.
I smiled up at my fiancé and let him lead me through the sitting room and out into the hallway. I didn't know where we were going, but when he stopped at the door that used to be my bedroom when I visited Asheville, I frowned up at him. It's in here? He shrugged.
Go on in and see.
I turned back to the door and swung it wide open, eager to see what this mysterious gift was. But it wasn't just one thing. It was a whole room. I stepped in cautiously as the tears gathered in my eyes. Abraham had talked about making this room into an office for me, but I guess with the news of my pregnancy, he'd made other plans. He'd turned my old bedroom into a nursery for our babies. The walls were painted a soft gray, and lining them were 3 beautiful wooden cribs. Did you make those? I asked, my voice soft and shaky with the tears I was trying to hold back. He walked up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist.
I did.
And that was all it took. The first of the tears went cascading down my face, and I didn't even bother to wipe them away. My head rotated back and forth as I took in the changing tables, baby swings, toys, and rocking chairs that he'd lovingly placed around the room. It was all so perfect. My heart filled to capacity and overflowed as I tried to take it all in. Finally, when the tears were so plentiful that I couldn't see properly anymore, I spun in his arms and squeezed him as tight as I could.
Do you like it?
He murmured in my ear. I pulled away with a laugh. I love it. He smiled wide and reached up with both hands to wipe the tears from my face.
I'm glad, baby. All I want is for you to be happy.
If I thought my heart felt full before, it was nothing compared to now. I am, Abraham. I'm so happy. His smile softened as he pulled me against his chest and gently rocked me back and forth. I feel like my gifts are pretty lame compared to yours, I muttered against his hard chest. He pulled away and frowned down at me.
Don't say that. I'm sure they're great.
I shrugged. I can give you one now and one later if you want. A brilliant smile spread across his face as he nodded.
Sounds perfect.
I sniffed back my tears and took his hand. Come on. It's upstairs. He let me lead him up to the rooftop where I'd stashed his gift. I'd had to employ his sisters to help me take care of it for the past couple of weeks because I wasn't always able to get out from under Abraham's ever-present gaze. I sat him down on one of the couches and clasped my hands together. Close your eyes, and I'll go get it. He did as I asked, and I scurried away to fetch his present. When I got back over to him, I set it on the coffee table and took a seat beside him. I took a deep breath. Okay, you can open them. He blinked his beautiful blue eyes open, and his gaze landed on the little potted tree I'd set before him. Turning to me with a quizzical smile, he asked, "You got me a plant?" I shrugged. It's a tree, actually. A weeping willow, to be exact. He looked back at the pathetic-looking twig with its half-dozen leaves and then back at me. Thanks? I laughed, although it sounded more strained than I would have liked. Let me explain, I said, and he turned back toward me. This tree is about 5 months old, just like our relationship. I thought it would be a nice idea for us to plant this guy next to the lake next spring, and it can grow with us. Kind of like a physical manifestation of our life together. He blinked slowly and then turned back to the tree. When he'd been quiet for so long that my skin began to itch, I raced on. It's not that big of a deal, and if you hate it, I can bring it back. I just figured getting you something like a watch or a pair of cufflinks would be kind of lame, and that this had more symbolism to it. I can take it back, though, I repeated with a wince. Finally, he turned toward me, his eyes wide with what looked like wonder. He scanned my face over and over before pulling me onto his lap.
I love it,
he said, his voice deep and rough with emotion. I pulled back so I could see his face clearly.
Really?
He shook his head.
It's perfect, baby, and so thoughtful. I'm just imagining sitting beneath it with our children someday, or hanging a swing from its branches when it's bigger.
He looked down at me and cupped my face in his big hand.
I love this, and I love you so much for thinking of it. It's perfect.
I blew out a deep breath as my muscles relaxed. I hadn't realized how worried I'd been to give him his gift, but seeing how much he liked it, I felt so much better. He got it just like he got me, and I'd always be endlessly grateful for that. I had the same thoughts, I said softly. I imagined our kids playing beneath it, or us reading to them in the shade. I think the idea of a swing is perfect. His smile widened as he pulled me closer and rested his forehead against mine.
I'm so lucky to have you,
he murmured. The tears sprang up again, but I willed them away. I love you, I said. He squeezed me tighter.
I love you too, Elle.
We sat like that for a long time, his arms wrapped tightly around my body and my heart. I knew there was no way he was letting go of either for a long time. But, like it was prone to, my hungry stomach gurgled its displeasure at being left empty for so long, and Abraham released me with a chuckle.
Let's go take care of that.
I gave him a sheepish smile as he took my hand and led me to the stairs. That's probably a good idea. When we made it back to our floor, I made a pit stop in our room to throw on a bra. In my haste to see his present, I'd neglected to put one on, but I wasn't walking down to a crowded kitchen without one, especially because my boobs had already grown what felt like a cup size since I got pregnant. I was just shrugging my t-shirt back on when there was a knock on the sitting room door. Ellie, I need you out here. It was Evie, and I knew that meant her day filled with wedding preparations was about to begin. We must not have answered quickly enough because she hollered through the doors again. Don't make me come in there bird box style, 'cause I will. I turned to Abraham and we both laughed. Your sister is crazy, isn't she? He shrugged.
If you didn't know that by now, you weren't paying very close attention.
I heard that, she yelled, and we laughed harder. Abraham grabbed my hand and led me through the sitting room and out into the hallway. Evie was there, already dressed impeccably, although I knew she'd be changing before the ceremony. Although she hadn't let me see my dress, I'd been allowed to see the bridesmaids' dresses already and knew they were stunning. If she did half as good a job at picking out my dress, I knew I had nothing to worry about. Not that I was all that concerned anyway. I was so ready to marry Abraham that I'd have done it in a burlap sack if I had to. Evie grabbed my arm and went to drag me down the hallway. Let's go, she said without preamble. Abraham grabbed my other arm and halted her march. Thankfully, I was a werewolf, otherwise the tug-of-war between the siblings might have been painful.
She's eating breakfast first, Evie.
My soon-to-be sister-in-law pursed her lips and looked me up and down. I suppose that's all right. Abraham scoffed and pulled on my arm until Evie let go.
Her health is more important than whatever you have planned, Evelyn.
Evie rolled her eyes. I have a jam-packed day for her, and you aren't going to mess that up. Abraham opened his mouth to argue with her some more when she went on, her voice louder and drowning his out. Thankfully, I've allotted some extra time, so she's got 30 minutes for breakfast. She turned to me. Think that'll be enough? I shrugged. Should be. Evie smiled in satisfaction. Sounds good. Come up to my room as soon as you're done and we can get started. With that, she stormed off down the hall, her presence like a Category 5 twister, except instead of leaving behind a wake of destruction, she left a path of preparation, order, and schedules behind her. What did I get myself into? I muttered softly to Abraham. Evie had just reached the stairs when she yelled back, I heard that, too. Chapter 54. When I'd sufficiently stuffed myself with breakfast, Abraham offered to escort me to Evie's room, where I was sure I'd be stuck for hours. We walked hand in hand like always, a comforting silence between us. When we got to his youngest sister's door, he pulled me into his chest and dipped his nose to the crook of my neck. I'm going to miss you. I shook my head, but there was no stopping the smile from spreading across my lips. You'll see me in just a few hours. He sighed and pulled back far enough that I could see the brilliant blue of his eyes. I know. I just feel like I've been waiting for this my whole life. I can't wait to officially make you mine. Somehow, my smile widened further as my heart thumped hard in my chest. I'm already yours, baby. His eyes softened before he dipped back down to press a kiss on my lips. I know, this is just a formality, but it's important to me. It's important to me too, Abraham. I want to be bonded to you in every possible way. His smile grew before he dipped his head again and pressed his lips against mine. The kiss was just starting to get heavy when Evie yelled from the other side of the door, Quit sucking face out there and let Ellie come in here. Y'all will have plenty of time to roast the broomstick later. We pulled away with a laugh and a mutual shake of our heads. She's relentless, he whispered. What does roast the broomstick even mean? His eyebrows wiggled suggestively as he pulled me close again. Want me to show you? I had to cover my mouth to suppress my laugh. Ellie, get in here. You're already late, Evie hollered through the door again. Abraham sighed. I'll see you in a few hours, he murmured against my lips. I smiled. I'll be the one racing down the aisle toward you. He smiled against my mouth. And I'll be the one standing there with a stupid smile on my face, wondering how I talked the most amazing woman I've ever met into being my mate. I pulled away so I could look into his handsome face when the door behind us whipped open. If you make her cry and get her face all red, I'll kill you myself, Abraham, Evie warned, her hands on her hips and her face leaving no room for argument. My fiancé chuckled and pressed one more kiss to my forehead. Yes, ma'am. I'm leaving now. No tears were shed. Evie nodded once with satisfaction and stormed back into her room. I held on to Abraham's hand as long as I could as he walked away from me. It didn't feel right spending time away from him on our special day, and I vowed that would be the last time I saw his back again anytime soon. With a sigh, I turned and trudged into Evie's room, ready to face whatever she had in store for me. To my surprise, there was a pair of middle-aged women in there I'd never met before. My first instinct was to be wary because I didn't know if they were werewolves or if we had to keep our true natures hidden while they were here. Evie must have sensed my hesitation because she waved me over. This is Linda and Lucy. They're here to give you your manicure, pedicure, and facial. When I still looked cautious, she added, they're on loan from the Boone Pack. My shoulders dropped with relief as I hurried over to the women and held out my hand. It's nice to meet you, ladies. Thanks for being here today. They each shook my hand enthusiastically. We're happy to be here, Ms. Ellie. If you'll just have a seat, we can get started. And thus began my transformation. I was scrubbed and scraped and polished and plucked until it felt like they'd revealed a new layer of skin. Just when I thought it was done, they'd bring out a new oil or ointment to rub into my skin. I'd never felt more pampered or fussed with in my life. I could have done without half of that stuff, but I kept my complaints to myself. Evie was trying her hardest to give me the best possible wedding day, and I was going to be nothing but appreciative. On the outside, at least. When the Boone werewolves finally finished with me, the chair was spun toward an eager-looking Evie. Now it's my turn, she said, her words sounding ominous and the clink of the lash curler in her hand, seemingly a warning of what was to come. She dove into working on my makeup, her hand sure and swift as she puffed and powdered and shellacked all kinds of products onto my face. I'd thought I'd received the Evelyn McCoy treatment before, but it was nothing compared to what was happening today. At some point, Dell slipped into the room and got working on my hair. She brandished a curling iron like a sword, her quick fingers curling and draping strands of my blonde hair across my shoulders. As usual, my gurgling stomach interrupted us, and I smiled sheepishly up at Evie. She just shook her head and continued to powder my cheeks. "We don't have time for that, Ellie." Dell hissed from behind me. "She's pregnant, Evelyn. She needs to eat." Evie sighed and straightened up to shoot a glare at her older sister. "And she also needs to be dressed and downstairs in less than an hour." Dell huffed and picked up another lock of my hair to curl around her wand. "You're being a bit tyrant-y today, sister." "Tyrant-y isn't a word, Delilah. Tyrant-y is the perfect word to describe you right now, Evelyn." "It's my job to make sure—" "Ladies," I interrupted. They both shut their mouths with a snap. "It's okay. I'll be fine until after the ceremony." My mouth said one thing, but my growling stomach said another. Evie took a step back and shook her head. "No, Dell's right. I can't starve a pregnant woman. I'll get someone to bring you up something. That way I can still work on the rest of you while you're eating." I smiled up at my future sister-in-law. Sounds perfect. I knew this day was stressing her out, but none of it was affecting me. All I could feel was the raw anticipation swirling through my veins. I didn't care if my makeup wasn't spot on or my hair wasn't in the perfect updo. All I cared about was promising myself to Abraham and spending the rest of the night on his arm. Evie grabbed her phone from the vanity behind her and pressed a button before holding it to her ear. "Callie, I need you to get Ellie some food. Make sure she can eat it with a fork, got it? Thanks," she said and hung up. "She'll be up in a minute." I reached out and grabbed Evie's free hand before she could begin to paint my face again. "Thanks, Evie, for everything. I know you put a lot of work into today, and I know it's going to be amazing." Her blue eyes, so much like her brother's, softened. "You're welcome, Ellie. I'm glad to do it." We lapsed back into silence while both women worked on different sides of my head. Callie wandered in shortly after with a plate of pasta and a bottle of water. I thanked her and dug into the food like I hadn't just eaten a few hours ago. When I was done, Evie put the final touches on my face, including painting my lips before taking a step back to evaluate her work. "I think you look perfect," she declared. Callie and Dell walked around to see me from Evie's position, and both of their eyes widened. "You look stunning, Ellie," Callie said softly. I felt my cheeks heat and was thankful Evie had smeared so much makeup on them. "Thanks, ladies." I turned to Evie. "Do I get to see my dress now?" Her eyes lit up before she tossed the makeup brush she'd been using onto her vanity and scurried away. She walked back over a few moments later with a big white garment bag. She had Dell hold the top while she unzipped it and pulled the dress out for me to see. My heart thundered as I looked upon the dress I'd be wearing as I married the man of my dreams. It was a soft pink color with lacy straps at the top and a twisted ruched bodice that would end right below my breasts and flow to the floor. I knew my little baby bump would pop out of the curtain of fabric and loved it even more. "It's perfect," I whispered. Evie's smile widened as she looked at the dress she'd picked out for me. "I know it's customary for the bride to wear white in human weddings, but at a werewolf ceremony, all the guests wear white and the bride wears something colorful. I thought this was a nice mix of both." "It's perfect," I said again, because really there were no other words. I couldn't have picked a better dress if you'd given me a week in a bridal shop. Evie nodded once and held out a hand to help me stand. "Let's get you in this so the rest of us can finish getting ready. We're due downstairs in 30 minutes. The next half hour flew by as we all rushed around Evie's room, putting on finishing touches and getting into our dresses. Beatrice showed up at one point, already dressed in her white bridesmaid's dress with her makeup and hair perfectly styled for the event. She helped the rest of us as we hurried to finish on time. When we were done, we lined up single file for our inspection. Evie walked past each of us, inspecting everything from our shoes to our hair before giving her nod of approval. We're ready. With that, we all grabbed our bouquets that Beatrice had brought in earlier and hustled down the stairs to the kitchen. I'd expected to find it empty, but there was one lone man standing there, his back to us. Well? The original werewolf turned around and gave me a soft smile. His eyes widened as he took me in.
Elizabeth, you're a vision.
I smiled back at the man who looked my age, but who was technically my many times over great-grandfather. What are you doing here? Why aren't you seated with the other guests? He shot a questioning look over my shoulder before fixing his brown eyes on me again.
Isn't it customary for the bride to be walked down the aisle?
My eyes instantly watered, and I blinked to hold them back. If I ruined all the work Evie had put into my face, she'd kill me. My future sister-in-law leaned in close and whispered, "Don't worry, everything is waterproof." A watery chuckle fell from my lips as I crossed the room to stand at Will's side.
Is this okay?
He asked, his dark eyes darting down to me.
I thought you knew.
I shook my head and willed the tears from my eyes. I didn't want to miss a second of this day. No, I had no idea, but I'm so happy you're walking me down the aisle, Will. Thank you. He shook his head and held out his bent arm for me.
The pleasure is mine, granddaughter.
I wrapped my hand around his elbow as Evie hustled to the front of the room. All right, everyone, it's showtime. B, you're up first, followed by Callie, Dell, me, and then Will and Ellie. We're going to take our time walking down the stairs and through the guests until we get to the altar. We'll line up in the order we walked in with Ellie right across from AB. Anyone have any questions? When we all remained silent, she nodded once and turned to slide open the glass doors. All right, B. Go on. My first bridesmaid gracefully stepped through the door, and we all watched silently as she made her way down the stairs. When she was at the bottom, Evie motioned for Callie and then Dell. When it was Evie's turn, she looked back at me with a wide smile. See you down there, Ellie. She turned to leave, and that left just me and Will there. We stepped up to the glass doors, and I got my first good look at the transformed backyard. If I'd thought there'd been a lot of foliage at the solstice celebration, I'd been sadly mistaken. Flowers of all shapes and sizes and colors ranging from white to the palest pink hung from every structure, while multiple vases stood around the clearing reaching well above the guests' heads. The aisle was strewn with pink and white rose petals that looked beautiful and whimsical, but my eyes saw only one thing. Abraham stood at the end of the aisle in a khaki-colored suit that fit him like a glove. His dark hair was styled for a change, and even from where I stood, I could see the smile stretching across his tan face.
Are you ready?
Will asked softly. I nodded. Absolutely. Music began to play, and the first few notes were lost to me until I caught on. It was an instrumental version of the Beatles' song, I Want to Hold Your Hand. That was the first song Abraham ever sang to me, and the memories of that night flooded my mind as tears flooded my eyes. Will led us through the sliding glass doors and down the stairs. I lost sight of Abraham behind the swell of guests and willed my feet to not speed up so I could see him again. The whole pack was here, including wolves I recognized from the solstice celebration. There would be time to greet them later, though, after I got to my fiancé. The man who I could soon call husband. Or mate, depending on who you were. Will glided me down the aisle, and it felt like I floated instead of walked. When Abraham's large frame came back into view, he was sporting the smile he'd promised, and I was sure mine looked similar. When we'd finally made it to the end, Will kissed me on the cheek and passed me over to Abraham, who took my hand eagerly. After that, the original werewolf turned and took his place in front of us. It surprised me that it seemed he'd be officiating our ceremony, but it shouldn't have. Who else was more qualified for the job? I looked into Abraham's ocean blue eyes, and in them, I found my place. Where I'd always belong,
where I'd always be wanted and where I'd always be loved. It was right there beside him, and I swore then and there to never stray far. Chapter 55. Now, we've come to the portion of the ceremony where you'll each recite the promises you've written for each other. As you do, I'll be tying a ribbon around your clasped hands. This signifies the bond between you both, and this ceremony that is binding you together. Will grasped my hand as I looked up into my future husband's eyes. Abraham, so much has changed in the little time we've known each other. I've moved, I've switched career paths, I've gotten pregnant, and last but not least, I turn into a giant werewolf every full moon. There was a soft round of chuckles, and I waited until they died down before I continued. But the one thing that's remained the same, the one constant in my life, has been you. Your devotion, your loyalty, and even before I could put a name to it, your love has always been there with me. I know that tomorrow, none of that will have changed. Next week will be the same, and next year will be too. Your love is the one constant thing I've had to fall back on in these past few months, and it's what's gotten me through. I didn't know what I was looking for. Hell, I didn't even know I was looking for anything until I found you. When that happened, everything became crystal clear. I was made to love you, and I want to spend every day of the rest of my life doing that. Now that I've found you, I'm never letting you go. I love you today, I'll love you tomorrow, and I'll love you until the day I die. His dark blue eyes filled with tears as I looked up at him. He mouthed, "I love you," and my heart soared. With a deep breath, he recited his promises to me. Elle, I've loved you from the moment I laid eyes on you. It was compulsory. The mating bond was so strong in that instant, there wasn't anything that could have kept me from you. I watched my parents and the fated mate's magic between them and always knew how strong it could be, how life-changing, how all-encompassing. I thought I knew what I was getting into, but nothing could have prepared me for you. There was another round of quiet laughter that died down just as quickly. Abraham squeezed my hand and pressed on. What I never expected, though, was how much I'd grow to like you or how much I'd grow to respect you. I didn't imagine that when I found my fated mate, that I'd also be finding my best friend. But that's what you are to me, Elle. You're the love of my life, my soulmate, the mother of my children, and the best friend I've ever had. I couldn't have imagined being fated to a woman more perfect for me than you. I'm so lucky I found you, and I promise to treasure every second of our lives together. Today, we start our forever. How he'd held back his tears I didn't know, because mine flowed freely down my face. I sent out a quick mental thank you to Evie for painting my face in waterproof makeup because I was really putting it to the test. Abraham's eyes held mine in their tight hold as every word he'd said to me flashed in their depths. I knew every syllable came from the deepest places of his soul, and he meant every bit of it. He'd said he was lucky, but in that instance, I knew I was luckier. Will cleared his throat softly, but my eyes were still riveted to Abraham's. You two may now seal your union with a kiss. Thank goodness. I reached up and wrapped my free arm around Abraham's neck, pulling him down to my lips as fast as I could. He chuckled softly against my mouth before our kiss intensified and all humor was lost. I ran my fingers through his silky hair as he held me tightly against his body. I could have stayed there like that for the rest of the night, but Abraham dug up some self-control from somewhere and eventually pulled us apart. When he noticed the disgruntled look on my face, he laughed and kissed my lips once more before whispering in my ear, "There'll be more time for that later, Mrs. McCoy." The sound of my new name sent a thrill through my veins. This was a new start for me with my new family.
I didn't have to carry around the burden of being a Montgomery anymore. There were no more expectations for me to live up to, no more rules I had to abide by. I was finally free of my family and at the same time, thrust into a new and wonderful one. A family that accepted me and loved me for who I was, not what I did or how well I did it. The feeling of release wasn't something I expected, but I reveled in it as I was inundated with hugs and kisses from my new family. When we'd made it through them all and with our hands still bound, Abraham and I walked back up the aisle, our smiles the widest they've ever been. I wasn't sure where we were going because we hadn't practiced what happened after the ceremony, but apparently Abraham had a clue, so I followed him. He led us back up the stairs to the sliding glass doors and into the kitchen where he finally came to a stop. With slow, gentle movements, he untied our hands and pocketed the ribbon.
I don't need a piece of string to know how deeply we're bound,
he said, his voice rough with emotion. When he looked back up at me, his eyes were the bluest I'd ever seen them.
You're in my bones, Elle. In my soul.
My heart thundered in my chest so violently, it felt like it would burst through my ribcage. I stepped into his space and wrapped my arms around his neck. His lips hovered over mine, the anticipation building between us until it was almost a tangible thing.
You look so beautiful, baby. I've never seen anything so stunning,
he murmured against my mouth. I smiled and pressed my lips against his for a moment before pulling back. When I saw you standing at the end of that aisle, you took my breath away, I admitted. His hands tightened around my hips before he pulled me harder against his chest and claimed my mouth. Although we'd kissed hundreds of times before, there was something different about this one. It felt deeper, truer, more real than any other. It dug deep inside me until it felt like we were just two halves of the same piece, like we'd never be whole without the other. When we finally pulled away, we were both breathless but smiling. I couldn't ever remember being so happy in my life. The threats we faced and the uncertainty of tomorrow were pushed aside as the joy of finally being married to Abraham engulfed my system.
We should probably get back out there before Evie comes looking for us,
Abraham said as he tucked a stray lock of hair behind my ear. I pressed my face into his hand until his rough palm cupped my cheek. If we must, I sighed. He chuckled and reached up to curve his other hand around my face.
We have this whole weekend to be alone, baby. Just you and me.
I smiled up at him. That sounds perfect. He kissed me once more, but this one was quick before he grasped my hand and led me back out onto the patio. There you are! Get down here, we're taking pictures! Evie yelled from below. Abraham squeezed my hand and leaned down to whisper in my ear.
Just a few more hours.
I took a deep breath and nodded. I could get through a few more hours of this. Knowing having Abraham all to myself was the prize at the end of this night was enough motivation for me. The next couple of hours flew by as we took pictures and greeted our guests one by one. Every werewolf had well wishes for us and our future children, and I felt my heart fill more and more with each person we spoke to. When it seemed like we'd greeted hundreds of people, Evie came and found us. It's almost time for your first dance. Head on over to the big tent. She was the boss for the day, so we did what she said. As soon as we were both on the dance floor, the rest of the guests cleared the space for us, and the music began to play. I recognized the opening notes as that Ed Sheeran song Abraham sang for me at the solstice party, and I looked up at him with a smile. I love this song. The words were barely out of my mouth before I realized something else. It wasn't Ed Sheeran's voice I was hearing. It was my husband's. I whipped my head back in his direction and frowned up at him. Is this you? He shrugged, his lips tipping into a smile. I shook my head as I listened to Abraham's deep, powerful voice play through the speakers. He picked up my hand and drew me closer to his body. I looked back up at him in wonder. When did you do this? He shrugged as he wrapped a hand around my waist and started swaying our bodies to the beat.
Del set up some studio time for me a couple weeks ago. I thought it would be a nice surprise for you. Do you like it?"
I shook my head, the smile still plastered to my face. "I love it." His smile widened as he pulled me closer, and I lost myself in the song and movement of our synchronized bodies. When he dipped his head down to whisper in my ear, I had to fight off a shiver.
"Do you remember the first time we danced together?"
he asked. My smile grew again as I nodded. "I do. That's when you asked me out on our first date." He nodded against the side of my face.
"I was so nervous that night."
I pulled back slightly. "Why would you be nervous?"
He quirked a brow and pulled me closer again. "You weren't exactly an easy nut to crack, baby. I knew we were meant to be together. I just had to convince you. Something deep inside told me that if I took baby steps with you, that we'd finally get there. That you needed to come to the conclusion on your own, and that I couldn't force the issue. So, little by little, I worked my way into your heart, and look where we are now."
My head fell back with a laugh as I gazed up at him. "So, this was part of your plan all along, McCoy?" He shook his head, his smile crooked.
"I couldn't ever have planned for you, Elle. I just trusted my instincts, and every one of them led to you," he said with a shrug.
My eyes watered as I pulled him close again. We finished our dance in silence, the only sound the thumping of our hearts as they beat in time with each other. When the song finished, the crowd erupted in applause for us, and I felt my cheeks heat. But then came the inescapable rumbling of my stomach. Abraham laughed and led me off the dance floor.
"Have you eaten since breakfast?"
I nodded. Callie brought me up some food while Evie was doing my makeup. He nodded with approval as he led me toward the tables full of food.
"Good. Now it's time to eat again."
I pulled on his hand, but there was no slowing him down. Shouldn't I be mingling with our guests? He shook his head and tugged me along.
"They can come find you while you eat."
I knew this was something he wasn't willing to budge on, so I let it go. It was very important to him that I get enough food for me and the babies, and I couldn't be anything but grateful that he cared so much. He piled a mound of food on my plate before he found us a set of chairs at a random table. Nana found us a little while later, and thankfully I'd finished most of my food by then.
"Oh, I'm so happy for you, too," she gushed as she pulled us both into fierce hugs.
"I think you'll be happy to know that I brought most of my things with me this visit. I plan to stay from here on out if you have a place for me."
The uncertainty in her eyes just about undid me.
I hopped up from the table and clasped her hands in mine. "Of course we have a place for you. Abraham's been working on your room since you agreed to move in. It's in the same hallway as the girls." Nana's eyes lit up as she turned to her grandson. "You did that for me?" He shook his head and stood to pull his grandma into a hug.
"Of course, Nana. We're so excited for you to come and live with us. We'd do just about anything to get you out here."
Her pale blue eyes filled with tears as she looked back and forth between us. "I feel like this is the start of a new chapter for all of us. We got new lives brewing in here," she said as she patted my belly. "And y'all have got a new roommate."
We laughed with her as she embraced both of us again.
We chatted for a while before we were pulled away by some of our other guests. The next couple hours were a flurry of hugs and kisses and laughter and dancing. By the end of it, I was exhausted. I wasn't sure if it was the babies making me so tired or what, but the party was still in full swing when I finally sat down and propped up my legs. Abraham, who was never far from my side, lifted my feet and sat beneath them, setting them on his lap.
"You tired, baby?"
I nodded. So tired.
"You want to get going?"
"Are we allowed to leave our own ceremony?" He shrugged.
"I don't see why not. We've greeted everyone here already. We've danced and eaten and taken pictures. I think it's a perfectly reasonable time to head out."
I pulled my feet off his lap and stood up. "You don't have to tell me twice." He chuckled as he rose to join me and grasped my hand.
"Let's let Evie know we're leaving and that we can sneak out."
I squeezed his hand tightly. Sounds like a plan.
Chapter 56.
The familiar notes of a popular song pierced the night air, and I was sure Dell was behind it. This pack is really obsessed with Taylor Swift, aren't they? Abraham nodded.
I wasn't kidding when I told you we were all Swifties.
I chuckled as he led me with an arm around my shoulders toward his black pickup truck. What did Evie say when you told her we were leaving?
He shrugged. I blamed it on the pregnancy. Told her you were overtired and I needed to get you to bed.
I patted my stomach. No complaints there. He leaned down to kiss the top of my head before opening the passenger door and helping me inside. Once he'd climbed into the driver's seat, I asked, "So, where is this place?" He shook his head with a smile as he adjusted his rearview mirror.
You're going to have to wait and find out when we get there.
I huffed and crossed my arms over my chest. That's annoying. He laughed but didn't respond. I leaned back against the dark leather seat and let out a deep breath. I really was tired, and although the day had been amazing, I was glad it was over. Glad that we were married and bound in every way we could be. The rocking of the vehicle was so soothing, and it wasn't long before I'd lost the battle with my eyelids and closed them. The next thing I knew, my door was open, and Abraham was unbuckling my seatbelt. "We're here?" I asked, my voice raspy with sleep. He leaned over and kissed my cheek.
Yes, baby, we're here, but you can go back to sleep.
I shook my head and sat up straighter. "No, I'm good. I just needed a nap," I said around a yawn. He didn't look convinced, but he stepped back and helped me climb out of the truck. We were in a dark clearing, but when I turned, I found where we'd be staying lit up bright. I turned to Abraham. "Is this?" He nodded and shrugged.
I thought you should get that peaceful weekend in the mountains you always wanted.
I turned back to the cottage that began this whole journey. It was the same one I'd rented when I'd first come out to Asheville and gotten attacked by Calvin in the woods. You'd have thought the place would hold bad memories for me, but it didn't. To be honest, I hadn't spent much time in there at all. Apparently, Abraham was trying to change that. I turned to look at him again, my eyes wide and starting to water.
Is this okay?
He asked, his gaze wary.
We can get a hotel in town if you want.
I shook my head. This is perfect. He released a big breath, and I realized then that he'd been nervous about his choice of our honeymoon destination. Silly man. I wrapped my hand around his arm and hugged him toward the cottage. "What made you think of this?" He shrugged.
I always felt bad that you had your weekend interrupted. Besides, this is close enough to Pack lands that I was able to widen the patrols to include this cottage. We'll be protected and close enough to home that I can be there quickly if anything happens.
He reached up to scratch the back of his head.
I wish I could take you to some exotic location, but I didn't think it was a good idea to be too far from Pack lands right now. Maybe when things die down, we can...
I reached up and placed a finger against his lips. He smiled and kissed my finger. This is perfect. A weekend alone with you at the foot of the Blue Ridge Mountains is the best kind of honeymoon I can think of. Thank you for this. His eyes got soft as he looked down at me.
Anything for you, baby.
My heart thumped harder as our eyes connected in the darkness. I'd forever wonder how I'd gotten so lucky to find a man like Abraham. His expression changed suddenly, his eyes glinting with mischief before he bent down and scooped me into his arms. "What are you doing?" I asked breathlessly. He repositioned me in his arms and started toward the door again.
Aren't I supposed to carry my bride across the threshold?
I rolled my eyes, but my smile was wide. You watch too many movies. He shrugged.
Maybe, but I'm going to do this husband thing right from the start.
I reached up to cup his face. You could never do it wrong, Abraham. He smiled down at me as he fished a key out of his pocket and unlocked the door. His expression instantly changed again as he lifted his nose in the air and took a deep breath. He slowly lowered me to my feet and pressed me against the closed front door.
I had someone check this place a little while ago, but I'm going to do another sweep before you come in. Stay here.
I nodded, and he was off, running through the small cottage to the bathroom and then up the stairs to the loft where we'd be sleeping. It didn't take him long, thankfully, and soon he was back down the stairs and heading in my direction. He jerked his head toward the living room.
"If you want to get comfortable, I'll go grab our bags."
I stifled a yawn as I nodded. "Okay, I'll head upstairs. I really want to get out of this dress." His eyes heated as they raked down my body.
"Couldn't agree more."
I chuckled as he shot me a wink and disappeared through the door. When he was gone, I turned and headed deeper into the cottage. Although I hadn't spent much time in here, the memories still surfaced and swept me up in them. Funnily enough, most of my memories had to do with Abraham. He'd brought me here as soon as I was well enough to travel after I'd been bitten. We'd stopped along the way at the places I'd been attacked, and I'd tried to give him as many details as I could. Even though I knew the man who'd hurt me was dead, a shiver still raced down my spine. As I climbed the stairs, I remembered when I'd been too injured to make that journey myself. Abraham had carried me to the second floor and left me there to change into some of my own clothes. He'd agreed to stay downstairs, but when I'd hit my injured leg and started crying, he'd gone against my wishes and come up to check on me anyway. Now my memories clashed with things Abraham has told me as well. Apparently, that was the day he knew he loved me. My heart swelled with those thoughts as I looked around the small loft. The bed was still puffy and inviting, the space still only big enough for 1 or 2 people max, but it took on a new meaning as I stood there. This was where our love story really began. Not in the woods when I'd been broken and bleeding, but here, where I'd let someone in for the first time. Where my husband fell in love with me and I began to see him as something more than just my savior.
"Baby."
I'd been so lost in my thoughts, I hadn't heard Abraham coming up the stairs behind me. That was concerning, but something to worry about another day. I spun to face him, my eyes already filled with tears. He dropped our bags and rushed over to me.
"Elle, what's wrong? Are you okay?"
"I'm fine. I was just remembering the day you took me here right after my attack."
His eyes still searched mine as he nodded slowly. "I remember."
I sniffed. "And later you said that was when you first realized you loved me." His eyes softened as he gathered the moisture that had leaked from one of my eyes.
"I know."
I took a deep breath and closed my eyes as he cradled my face. "This is the perfect place to spend our honeymoon." He pulled me closer and kissed my lips softly.
"I'm glad you think so, baby. I just want you to be happy."
I sighed in his arms as he gently rocked me back and forth. When another yawn escaped me, he pulled away and frowned.
"We should get you to bed."
I shook my head. "Not yet."
"What do you want to do then?"
I twisted my lips to the side as 100 thoughts of what I wanted to do with my husband flashed through my mind. But then, another idea struck me. "Do you want your other wedding gift?" His eyes widened in surprise, and if I had to guess, I'd say he'd had those dirty thoughts swirling around his head too.
"Of course."
I smiled and grabbed his hand, leading him to the bed. "Sit here, close your eyes, and I'll get it." He did as I asked, and I scurried over to my suitcase to unearth the box I'd stored his gift in. I'd been excited to give it to him, but now the time had arrived, I was worried it was kind of lame. Abraham?"
"Yes?"
"This gift isn't a big deal, okay?" He frowned, eyes still closed.
"Of course it's a big deal. It's from you."
I sighed and shook my head as I walked back over to him. "I just mean it's nothing big. Just something I thought you'd enjoy, but now I'm second-guessing myself." His frown deepened.
"Baby, I'm sure I'll love it."
I sighed again and placed the box in his hand. "Fine. You can open them now." His denim blue eyes blinked at me and he smiled before looking down at the box in his hands. When he looked back up at me questioningly, I just shrugged. "Go ahead. Let's get this over with." He rolled his eyes with a smile before pulling the lid off the box. He reached in and picked up the 3 pieces of wood connected to one keyring. His brows furrowed as he looked at the dangling keychains and then at me. I took a seat next to him and grasped one of the pieces of wood, flipping it over. See what's etched into the wood? He nodded, his finger tracing the lines. That's one of our baby's heartbeats. His hand froze, his wide blue eyes meeting mine before he picked up the next keychain and then the next. I got the sound wave of each of their heartbeats etched into a piece of wood for you. I thought you might like to have their heartbeats with you wherever you go. It's kind of dumb, though, so if you don't like them, you don't have to use them. I was just out of ideas for what to get you. He was still staring down at the little pieces of wood, so I rambled on some more. I got the wood from a tree near our lake, too. I thought it would be more meaningful than just some random piece of wood. When he still didn't speak, I word vomited again. I had Wyatt sneak me over there one day when you were out at a job site. He still wasn't speaking, and I was losing my mind. If you really don't like them, we can just get rid of them. It's no big deal. He finally raised his head to look at me, his eyes so blue and watery my heart clenched in my chest.
I love this, Al.
His voice was so deep and full of emotion that I felt the tears swimming to my eyes, too. Really? He nodded slowly, his eyes twitching back toward the keychains.
I can't think of a better gift. Thank you so much. I'll treasure this.
I released a deep breath, my shoulders deflating. He reached out and wrapped an arm around my waist, dragging me closer until he could press a kiss to the top of my head.
Baby, why were you so worried? This is the best gift I've ever gotten. I get to take my baby's heartbeats with me every day. What could be better than that?
I shrugged. But it's a keychain. That's kind of a lame wedding present. He shook his head as he clasped them tightly in his hand and looked down at me.
Not lame at all. Incredibly thoughtful and sweet.
He sighed.
I love you so much.
A small smile twitched on my lips. I love you too. He returned my smile before reaching into his pocket and pulling out his truck keys. He pulled his arm from around me so he could attach his new keychain. When he was done, he took one more look before pocketing them again. I tried to hide it, but another yawn fell from my lips and Abraham shook his head.
We need to get you to bed.
But I wasn't ready to go to bed. I wanted to spend as much time with my new husband as I could. I knew arguing with him wouldn't get me very far, but I had another idea up my sleeve. I stood up and turned my back toward him. Okay. Will you help me out of my dress? I could hear him swallow harshly behind me, and I tried to hide my smile. He stood up, and with gentle fingers, slid my zipper down to the base of my spine. I shrugged out of the lace straps and let the soft fabric fall to my feet. Stepping out of the puddle of dress, I turned to find his eyes heated as they traveled up and down my body. His hands, fisted at his sides, were trembling slightly, and I knew he was holding himself back from touching me.
You've had that on underneath your dress all day, he rumbled.
I looked down at the sheer white strapless bra I had on with lace that crept toward my baby bump. The matching panties were not much more than a scrap of lace barely protecting me from his eyes. Not that I wanted to be protected in that moment. I nodded. Yes. He took a shaky step forward before halting, his jaw ticking with tension.
You need to sleep,
he rasped. I shook my head. I need you more. He closed his eyes tightly as his hands fisted over and over again. Knowing he'd talk himself out of it if I let him, I took a step closer and wrapped my arms around his neck. Reaching up, I was just able to reach his ear to whisper in it. Please, make love to me. Don't make me wait any longer. He groaned softly before his big hands wrapped around my hips. They stroked my sides up and down as he took deep breaths that bumped his chest against mine.
Are you sure you're not too tired?
I pressed against him harder. I'm never too tired for you. He groaned again as his hands gripped my waist. When his eyes opened, I could see he'd made his decision, and that I'd won that round. His mouth crashed against mine in a kiss so ferocious it took my breath away.
I held onto his neck as his hands wandered my body, touching every available inch of skin he could reach. When he finally tore his lips away from mine, he took a step back and dropped to his knees. It wasn't the first time he'd knelt before me, but it never failed to cut me to the core. Knowing that a man as powerful and respected as Abraham would kneel at my feet was a powerful thing. His hands rose to cup the small swell between my hips. He reached forward and placed 3 kisses beneath my belly button as he slid my panties off. Next, he slipped his rough fingers beneath the lace around my breasts and pulled that off me too. When I was standing before him naked, he took his time watching me, savoring me, almost seeming to memorize every inch of my body. "You're so beautiful," he whispered, and I felt it, beautiful and powerful and desired and loved. It all wrapped tightly around me to form an impenetrable barrier. His devotion was like armor, something that protected and fortified me when I needed it the most. He rose to his feet and quickly stripped out of his clothes. When we were both naked, he pulled me into his arms and kissed me again. This time, it was slow and sensual, every lick and nip purposeful. He turned me around and walked me back toward the bed, laying me down on the soft blankets and covering me with his body. When he slipped inside me, I knew every decision I'd made up until that point had been the right one. Even when they'd felt wrong, they couldn't have been because they'd led me here, to this place, with my husband above me and my babies inside of me, and the perfection of our love swirling around us. Our words were few as we made love in the loft of that cottage. In the same place he'd fallen in love with me, in the same place I'd learned I could lean on him, where our love story began in earnest. The most perfect of nights followed the most perfect day, and I fell asleep in his arms knowing I'd never leave them. Chapter 57. Can I get you more tea, baby? I looked up from my book to find Abraham leaning over his chair, staring at my empty mug. I gave him a smile and handed over my cup. That would be great. Thank you. He shot me a wink before hopping up and heading into the cottage. I took a deep breath and released it slowly, letting the sense of the forest fill my senses. Abraham was right. I needed this peaceful weekend in the mountains. We needed it. Time to just be us, to be a newly married couple with no responsibilities other than making our partner happy. We didn't have to worry about work or the pack or tensions with Charlotte. We just existed. We took walks in the woods during the days and spent long nights making love in the loft. It was a perfect honeymoon, and I was sad that it was our last day here. The screen door creaked open, and Abraham handed me a mug full of steaming hot liquid. I shot him a grateful smile and took a tentative sip. Ready to get back to Packlands tomorrow? I made a face and he laughed. That's just what I was thinking about, I said. He leaned back in his chair, his long legs extending in front of him and crossing at the ankles. It was nice to get away, but you know we have jobs to do. I know, and I accept that. To be honest, as nice as the alone time has been, being away this long has kind of made me anxious. I'll be happy to get back to the lodge. He nodded slowly. I know what you mean. I've checked in with Bee every day, but she has nothing new to report. Everything is running smoothly, and there hasn't been any sign of the Charlotte pack. I set my mug aside and pulled my knees up to my chest. Does that worry you? He turned his head to look at me. That we haven't heard from them yet? I nodded, and he sighed. A little, he admitted. I'd rather face an enemy head on. This waiting game is brutal. I pursed my lips and looked out into the woods as I let my thoughts settle. I bet that's part of his strategy, to make us anxious while he waits to strike. Abraham sighed again. I'm sure you're right.
It was quiet between us for a few moments while I gathered the courage to ask my next question. Finally, I took a deep breath and spoke up. How do you think this is all going to end? I hadn't intended for my voice to be that quiet or small, but I couldn't help it. Thoughts of the coming confrontation and what it would mean for both packs were constant worries in my head. I'd held them off for as long as I could, but they couldn't be ignored any longer. Abraham let out a deep breath but didn't respond right away. When he did, his voice was rough and full of emotion.
I'm sure it will end with a fight between me and my uncle. I don't see any other way to end this.
I turned to look at him, fear clogging my throat. Are our people going to die? His jaw ticked as he ground his teeth. Finally, he nodded once.
It's possible.
My stomach plummeted as the faces of all our enforcers flashed through my mind. And worse, if our enforcers couldn't hold back the Charlotte pack, what would happen to the rest of our people? Maddie and Sophie and Fran and Kyle and Doreen and Miss Elsie and the dozens of other people I considered family. I don't think anyone should die for this. What can we do? I whispered. Abraham took a deep breath, and I watched as his face seemed to age before my eyes.
I'm going to have to kill Conrad before his pack can inflict too much damage on ours.
I reached out to grasp his hand, knowing he needed me in that moment. It was bad enough when he'd had to kill his cousin. The thought that my sweet, sensitive husband would have to kill another one of his family members gutted me. Is that really the only way? I asked. His eyes met mine, and in them, I saw resignation.
Conrad won't stop. I know that for sure. We either stop him, or he kills us, and I'm not willing to risk a single person in my pack. If the choice is between defending them and killing my uncle, I'll choose them every time.
His words settled around us, each syllable like another nail in Conrad's coffin. I squeezed Abraham's hand. Maybe it won't come to that. He's probably not expecting us to have amassed a force as big as what we have now. Maybe he'll back down when he sees he isn't outnumbering us. Abraham squeezed my fingers back inside.
I hope so, baby. But if not, I'll do what I have to.
I watched my poor husband as the heaviness of this reality settled on his shoulders. And I knew, no matter what I did, this was a load he'd bear on his own. No amount of support from me could change what he had to face. I know you will, Abraham. You always do. Just as the silence settled around us again, a loud howl broke the stillness like a gunshot. We both sat up straight before glancing at one another. Was that one of ours? I asked. Abraham's eyes were shrewd as they glanced around the forest.
Yes, I need you to go inside.
I shook my head and stood. I want to know what's happening. I'm staying with you. He marched over and lifted me off my feet.
You'll be able to hear from inside.
He walked me through the cottage's front door and set me down in the living room. My protests meant nothing to him.
Stay in here,
he said before he stormed back out and slammed the door behind him. There was no way I was going to miss what was happening out there. I'd stay inside, but he hadn't said anything about opening a window and watching through it, had he? I raced to one of the front windows and pulled back the curtains before wrenching it open. From my vantage point, I could see Abraham standing at the foot of the porch steps, his shoulders rigid and his hands clenched as he waited for whoever had howled in the distance. A few moments later, a large wolf went careening through the trees and skidded to a stop in front of Abraham. I didn't recognize the wolf, and I couldn't smell them from where I was, but a few loud cracks later, and a naked Wes was standing there, panting.
Alpha, what is it?
Wes took a deep breath as two other wolves raced into the clearing.
They're coming from the north. It looks like he's sent every one of his enforcers.
Abraham's shoulders inched toward his ears.
Our men in position already.
Wes took a deep breath as the other two wolves shifted into humans. It was Wyatt and Matthias, and they were just as out of breath. It took a lot for a werewolf to get winded, and I had to wonder how far away they'd run.
Yes, Beatrice has stationed them along their path ready to strike when they get close enough. I want a group of men stationed closer to home to defend the rest of the pack in case any wolves break through our defenses. Wes nodded. I'll shift and tell her now. Tell her I'm on my way too.
No, I whispered, even though I knew he had to. Even though I knew he'd never let his enforcers fight without him. I ran to the front door and flung it open, careful to stay inside the cottage like he'd asked. Abraham, I'm coming with you. He spun around and stomped back over to me.
No, you're staying here with Wyatt.
I shook my head. I can fight, Abraham. You know I can. I want to help. I want to defend our people. I want to be by your side where I belong.
He took a deep breath and reached out to grasp my shoulders. Elizabeth, I can't have you out there with me. I wouldn't be able to focus knowing you were in danger. I need you to stay here and stay safe while I go protect our people. Please, do this for me.
I shook my head as tears swam to my eyes. Don't ask me to sit back and let you run off into danger, Abraham. I can't do that. I won't. He took a deep breath and pulled me closer, one of his hands slipping off my shoulder to cut my stomach.
Elle, you have to think about our children. You're their only protector. You can't put yourself in danger because something could happen to them. Please, keep yourself and our babies safe and stay here.
I closed my eyes as a tear escaped and raced down my face. I can't believe you're asking me to sit this out, I whispered. He pulled me close and squeezed me hard.
I'll be back. I promise.
I opened my eyes and speared him with a hard glare. You better be. He grasped my chin and tilted my face toward his.
My life is entwined with yours, Elle, and I would never do anything to endanger you. That means I'm going to make it through this and come home to you. You have my word.
The tears were flowing unchecked now as I resigned myself to the fact that I was being left behind. That I'd be stuck here wondering and worrying about my people and my husband while they fought a force that might be greater than ours. I reached up and pressed my lips to Abraham's hard before pulling away and wiping my face with the back of my hand. Go, I said. Go end this and come back to me. He nodded once before stepping forward and pressing a kiss to my forehead.
I will. I promise.
He pulled away and looked into my eyes.
I love you. I'll be back soon.
I firmed my chin and tipped it toward him. I love you too. He gave me one last lingering glance before he turned around and raced down the porch steps. A few feet later, and his body was shifting mid-leap. Wes and Matthias shifted back into wolves as well, and the three of them raced away without another word. Wyatt was left standing naked in the clearing. Come on in, Wyatt. I'll find something of Abraham's you can borrow. He shook his head.
I should shift back. We'll need to keep up communication with the rest of the pack, and I can defend you better that way.
I shrugged as I did my best to keep my eyes above his chest. Before you shift, can you tell me anything more about what's happening? Did you see them? Were there a lot of them? Where's north of the pack lands? Was Conrad with them? He shook his head, his lips twitching with a grin.
Maybe you should at least grab me a pair of shorts so I can answer your questions without making you uncomfortable.
I shot him a small, grateful smile. That's a good idea. I'll be right back. I raced inside and up the stairs to the loft. Rifling through Abraham's things, I quickly located a pair of black basketball shorts and ran back down the stairs with them. I tossed them toward Wyatt and turned around as he clothed himself. He chuckled behind me. You always gonna be this shy? Probably. He laughed again before he said,
All good. You can turn around.
When I did, I found him walking up the porch steps toward me. I motioned toward the chairs Abraham and I had been sitting in, and he took one while I took the other. For a moment, I thought about how, just 30 minutes ago, we'd been enjoying a peaceful morning. I'd been reading and drinking tea while he played games on his phone and chugged black coffee. It was so blissfully boring and average, and now everything had been turned upside down. My stomach knotted with anxiety as all the possibilities raced through my head. What was happening? What was being done? Who was out there? Would everyone make it through this? If not, which one of my friends would I lose? Or would it be one of my family members? Could it be my husband?
You had some questions?
Wyatt asked, breaking me out of my dark thoughts. I turned to him and found the lines around his eyes had deepened, and I knew he was as worried as I was. His brother was out there on the front lines. His family was in danger while he had to stay behind and watch over me. That couldn't be easy for him, and in that moment, I felt more kinship with him than I ever had before. "What can you tell me about what's going on?" He took a deep breath and looked out into the forest, much like Abraham had when I'd asked him a question he didn't want to answer. "There seems to be a lot of them. If our estimates are correct, there are about 40. I gasped. "That's more than we have." He nodded, his eyes wary. "I know. Our hope is they're not all enforcers. We were sure Conrad had closer to 30 last we knew, and Nana confirmed that for us. He could have borrowed from other packs, but the more likely scenario is he made some of his pack members join the enforcers. If that's the case, that's lucky for us because they won't be trained in battle and won't put up much of a fight." Suddenly, this was all too real for me. Men and women were laying down their lives for this conflict because one alpha had a problem with another. It all seemed so petty, so ridiculous that lives might be lost because of a dispute between two men. "Not everyone is going to make it through this, are they?" I asked, my voice soft. Wyatt sighed before reaching over and grasping my hand. "We're well prepared, Ellie. We've been training for this for a long time, and the enforcers we've borrowed are just as skilled." I shook my head. I don't want anyone from the Charlotte Pack to die either. No one should have to lose their lives because Conrad has an issue with Abraham. That's not fair to anyone. Wyatt sighed and pulled his hand away to run it through his sandy blonde hair. "That's why we're hoping to locate Conrad soon so Abraham can confront him directly. If he can defeat his uncle, the rest of the pack will stop fighting as they'll be under Abraham's command. That's the best way to end this for good." I bit my lip as I looked out at the forest, wondering where my husband was and how close to the conflict he'd managed to get. "Has anyone spotted Conrad yet?" Wyatt shook his head. "Not last time I checked in." I stood up and nodded toward the woods. "Then you should shift back. We need as much information as we can get." Wyatt stood as well. "Okay, you go back inside and I'll run the perimeter. If I hear something, I'll shift back and come tell you." I nodded. "Okay, that sounds like a plan. Thanks, Wyatt." He shrugged. "Of course, Ellie." He turned to walk down the porch steps, and I headed back inside to give him some privacy. I heard the loud cracks that signified he'd shifted and closed the door behind me. I also made sure to turn the lock, just in case. Now that I was inside, I didn't know what to do with myself. I knew that book I'd been reading earlier wouldn't hold an ounce of my attention. Now I had Abraham and the rest of my pack to worry about. With nothing left to do, I started to pace. I needed to get the pent-up energy out of my system, or it felt like I'd blow apart at the seams. The minutes ticked by as I listened to Wyatt's thumping feet race around the cottage. I didn't know how long it'd been, but he hadn't come to me with any new information, and I had to assume that meant he knew nothing new. That didn't sit well with me. The cottage was set on a desolate side road that saw very little action, so when I heard a car approach, it only barely registered in my head. I assumed it would drive right past the driveway, but when I heard the crunching of gravel coming closer, I stopped in the middle of the room to listen. The tires kept approaching, their speed faster than I would have driven down a gravel drive. I heard Wyatt's heavy paws thundering toward the moving vehicle before a series of loud pops rang through the quiet forest. My heart fell to the soles of my feet as I listened carefully to what was happening outside. I couldn't hear Wyatt anymore, and I wasn't sure what the loud bangs had been, but my gut told me it was nothing good. 2 car doors opened, and I turned around to face the front door. Who could it possibly be? Who knew we were here? And where the hell was Wyatt? I heard footsteps climbing up the porch steps before there was a knock on the front door. My heart raced out of control as I slowly crossed the room. I didn't know if I should answer the door, but I also didn't know if I had a choice. I tried to use my nose to see if I could tell who was on the other side, but couldn't pick up anything. Where was Wyatt? There were only 2 possibilities. One was He knew who this was, and he was allowing them to get this far. The other was, he was hurt and couldn't protect me anymore. If that was the case, I was on my own now, and delaying the inevitable wouldn't change the outcome. With that in mind, I straightened my spine, tipped my chin up, and reached for the lock. I flung the thick wooden door open to find the last person I wanted to see at that moment. And that was when I knew the kind of trouble I was really in. "Hello, Elizabeth," Peyton said.
Chapter 58. Abraham. I raced through the woods faster than I ever had in my life. Leaping over roots and crashing through brush. The trees whipped past me in a blur. B, I need a status update. Although we were still miles apart, thankfully there was no limit to our mental communication. They're almost within reach of our first group of enforcers. We'll attack and hold as many of them back as we can, while the next group readies for whoever gets through us. My sister was on the front lines. That thought played on repeat in my head as I dug my feet harder into the soft earth and propelled my body even faster. She shouldn't have been out there without me. I should have been in the first group. I should have been spearheading the fight against our enemies. "Abby, stop worrying about me. You know I can handle myself." I shook my head and pushed my limbs harder, faster, testing my limits like never before. "I don't like the thought of you out there without me. I should be there within minutes. Did you send a group to protect the pack?" "I have 5 men stationed on the edge of our property. If anyone gets past the enforcers I have stationed along their path, they'll be there to protect the rest of them. Maybe we should evacuate just in case, or at least get them all to the lodge. We can defend them easier if they're all in one place. I'll tell them that now." I could feel the mental communication between us severed as she turned her attention toward whoever she had stationed closer to pack lands. Technically, she could have talked to both of us at the same time, but it didn't matter to me. I knew I could trust B to handle my orders with swift precision. She was the best beta any alpha could ask for. "They're moving the rest of the pack into the basement of the lodge as we speak." I nodded, although I knew she couldn't see me. "Remind the enforcers with you that we aren't going for kill shots. Break their spines and leave them. I want as little bloodshed as possible today." B hesitated before she spoke up in my head again. "Abraham, is that wise? The Charlotte pack won't hesitate to kill any one of us. Shouldn't we fight them with the same kind of force?" I shook my head, my mind made up long ago. This is a quarrel between Conrad and me. I won't have my enforcers responsible for taking innocent lives. "If that's what you think is best." I did. I had full confidence in that order, and the conversation I'd had with Elle just before our honeymoon was cut short solidified that decision. My goal was to end the confrontation with as few lives lost as possible. The only one who needed to die today was Conrad. Even thinking the words left a bad taste in my mouth. If there was any other way, if there was anything I could have said or done that could have swayed Conrad, I'd have done it. But I needed to be realistic. He was here to kill me, and I knew he wouldn't stop. I couldn't help the next question that swam to the surface of my mind. Was this really all about Calvin's death? Was this really all about retaliation for killing his son? A son he had barely spoken to in over a decade? A son who was murdering women for months? A son who was clearly deranged and needed to be stopped? I didn't know the answers to any of those questions, but something deep in my gut told me there was more to this, that Conrad wouldn't go to so much trouble just to avenge his son. The truth of the matter was, he didn't care that much. It was cold, but true. The only things Conrad cared about were himself and power. Everything else had taken a back seat, and I couldn't imagine that had changed. "We can see them. They'll be here within seconds," B said in my head, breaking me out of my thoughts. I willed my legs to run faster, knowing that I was only minutes away, but that was still too far. "Be careful, Beatrice," she snorted. "Please, Abby. This will be fun." Sometimes I wondered if there was something seriously unhinged about my sister. But now was not the time to worry about it. But if I wasn't worrying about Beatrice or the rest of my enforcers, my mind instantly traveled back to my mate and unborn children. The worry for them was constant, but I'd done my best to block it out. I'd left Wyatt with her and knew he'd lay down his life to protect his alpha. But would that be enough? I also knew Elle could handle herself. It'd been hard to admit, the most bitter pill to swallow, but she didn't really need me to protect her. She was a fierce, intimidating wolf all on her own. I had no doubt that between the two of them, she'd be all right. So why did I have a feeling deep in the pit of my stomach that something was wrong? "Wyatt, how are things there?" He answered right away, and that uneasy feeling lessened the smallest bit. "Running a small perimeter now. Ellie's in the cottage, and there's no one around for miles." I let out a deep breath and let the worry for my mate slither from my veins. She was safe. She was as protected as she could be. She'd be fine, and I'd see her soon. "Let me know if anything changes," I said, and he quickly confirmed that he would. "Abby, we've stopped about 10 of the Charlotte pack with our first attack, but another 30 or so are still on their way through." Damn it. I needed to be there. I needed to help. The sidelines were no place for an alpha to be when his people's lives were in danger. I reined it in, though, and asked the most important question, the only thing that really mattered. "Have you spotted Conrad yet?" "He was at the back of the pack. Fucking coward." My sister was never one to mince words, and this was no exception. Couldn't say I blamed her, though. The back of the pack was not where an alpha should have been, but it didn't surprise me. Conrad was well known for sending others to do his dirty work. I'd known this would be no different. "Have you alerted the next group?" I asked. It took her a minute to respond, and that whole time every terrible scenario flashed through my mind. Finally, her voice rang through my head, breathless but seemingly uninjured. "They know, and we've eliminated this group. No deaths, just broken spines like you asked." I let out a deep breath of relief and powered my body forward. "Good. I'll meet up with the second group and hopefully catch Conrad there. This needs to end now." Moments later, I could hear the conflict ahead, and I pushed my body even faster than before. Seconds later, I burst through the trees to find the fight in full swing. I whipped my head back and forth, searching for my uncle, but couldn't find him. The first unlucky wolf sprang toward me, and I dispatched him with ease. Like I'd instructed Beatrice and the rest of the pack to do, I grabbed him by the back of his neck, and with a vicious twist, snapped his spine. It would hurt like a bitch and take a while to recover from, but he'd live. I raced through the flurry of bodies, dodging my people and snapping the necks of any Charlotte wolves I could. I saw there were a few that escaped and were making a beeline toward pack lands, but we'd have their numbers in this battle. "Beatrice, alert the next group. They'll have wolves incoming shortly." She responded affirmatively, but I barely registered her voice in my head. I'd finally spotted my uncle and knew it was time to end this. I sprinted through the melee, my sights set on Conrad and no one else. Before I could get close enough to confront him, one of the wolves running on either side of him broke away and lunged for me. He was a better fighter than the last wolf I'd come across, but still no match for me. I was larger, stronger, and angrier than anyone else here. There was nothing that could have stopped me from confronting Conrad. Seeing that I was taking down the first line of defense, the other wolf that had been flanking him broke away and came charging at me too. This wolf was bigger, and I could tell he was an even better fighter than the last. He darted toward one side and then attacked on my other with quick precision. I prepared to launch myself at him when another smaller wolf appeared out of nowhere, taking that larger wolf down easily. "Get Conrad!" Beatrice yelled as she danced away from the larger wolf. Despite the protective instincts inside me, I knew Beatrice had this. She was a better fighter than even I was. Now that my uncle was without his bodyguards, there was nothing to stop me from taking him down. I stalked toward the older wolf, recognizing the fear in his eyes before he quickly smothered it with cocky arrogance. "Hello, son," he said inside my head. I snarled and snapped my teeth in his direction. "I'm not your son." Conrad's genial disposition morphed in that second, and I could truly see the crazy that lay underneath his facade. "No, you killed my son." "He was a psychopathic killer, Conrad. If I hadn't taken him down, someone else would have. But it was you, wasn't it? You took my son from me, and now I'm going to take something precious from you." My blood ran cold at his proclamation. What could he mean? This fight? My pack? My lands? "Haven't figured it out yet?" he taunted. "Let me make this perfectly clear for you. Your precious mate will be dead within minutes, and then I'll be able to take you down. Your pack, your lands, and that gem mine will all be mine. Your minutes are numbered." My heart plummeted as the blood pumped furiously through my veins. How was he going to get to Elizabeth when he didn't know where she was? Only my pack did, and they'd never betray me like that. They'd never betray her like that. He was bluffing. He had to be. "Still don't believe me?" Conrad asked when I failed to respond to him. "It won't matter in a few minutes. You'll be able to feel her loss soon, and you'll know I always mean what I say." I took a menacing step forward. "You're lying." Conrad's laugh in my head was loud and out of place in the clearing where bodies littered the ground. "I'm not, but you'll see soon enough. I'll take you out like I took out your foolish parents, and I'll have one more pack under my belt." My blood turned to ice in my veins as I staggered back a step. "My parents?" I whispered, shaking my head. I spoke more forcefully. "You didn't kill my parents, you deranged old man. My mother died in a car accident." Conrad laughed again, the sound grating, making me want to rip out his throat just so I wouldn't have to hear it again. "If anyone had bothered to investigate, they'd have found her brake lines were cut, just like your mates were. Only, when I did the job, I made sure to also cut the emergency brake line. That idiot Paul could have saved me a lot of time if he'd just done it right the first time." The hits just keep on coming. I felt like I had mental whiplash from everything he was revealing to me. "Paul? He was a part of this too? Of course he was, you imbecile. You think he's going to allow you to banish his sister from your pack with no repercussions?" He laughed again, and I grit my teeth, willing my body to hold its ground. "He's been working with me all along. You're just too soft in the head to have caught on. He's the reason I knew exactly where your pretty little mate was. He and his sister are taking care of her right now." I slammed the door on the mental communication with my uncle and mentally shouted to my enforcer, "Wyatt, what's going on there?" When there was no answer, my heart stopped altogether before picking up the pace in double time. "B, I'm already gone," she assured me. My heart was thumping harder and faster than it ever had before, as thoughts of what was happening to Elle flashed through my mind. I never should have left her. I never should have taken my eyes off her for a second. I'd promised to protect her, and I'd failed. Again. What kind of mate did that make me? As the despair settled in, one small thought kept my hopes alive. One small flame in the darkness of my mind kept my sanity intact. "She's not alone," I told my uncle. He tilted his head to the side as if he didn't have a care in the world. "And Paul is armed. I'm sure he'll be able to dispatch any little guard dog you have assigned to your mate. Her time will be up soon, and that means so will yours. I'll have your pack. I'll have your lands. I'll have your gem mine, and I'll have vengeance for my son. Not a bad Sunday, in my opinion." That was the second time he'd mentioned this damn gem mine. Was that what this was really about? A couple of goddamn stones? "You didn't do this all for Calvin, did you? This has nothing to do with your son, and everything to do with your greed." Conrad tipped his head to the side once more, his expression flat and almost bored. "Yes, well, when Paul informed me they'd found that large mine on your property, I just knew I had to have it for myself. I've watched what you've done up here in the sticks of North Carolina and bided my time in Charlotte. I knew one day I'd take what you'd built here for myself, like I'd taken what your father created in Charlotte. As soon as I found out about the money you stood to make off that mine, I knew it was time to make my move. This was a long time coming, son. Something you can't stop. Something you should just resign yourself to. Your pack and your lands are mine." My mind raced as I tried to think my way through this. If he was right, I only had minutes of strength left before Elle died, and my heart began to fail. Even now, knowing her death was near, I could feel the power leaching from my body, leaving me slow and impotent. I'd completely underestimated my uncle. I hadn't accounted for how evil he was, how greedy he was. I hadn't realized he'd stooped so low as to kill his own kin for power. What could I do at that point? What was left? I knew Elle was strong, but could she face two wolves, one of which had a gun? Did she have any shot at making it through this? Did I? Conrad's laugh rang through my head again, and something inside me snapped. I whipped my head toward my uncle and began my advance. I might not have had long to live. I might have been losing my mate and my unborn children, but I wasn't going down without a fight. Even if this was the last act of a dying man, I'd take Conrad with me. See, although I'd underestimated him, he'd underestimated both Elle and me. While he was fighting for power, we were fighting for love and family. That made us infinitely stronger than he could have ever hoped to be. If I only had minutes left on this earth, I'd spend them tearing my uncle apart and making sure he could never hurt someone else again. Conrad was still laughing when I launched myself across the distance separating us, my teeth aimed right at his jugular.
Chapter 59. Elizabeth.
"Peyton, what the hell are you doing here?" The black-haired woman tilted her head to the side, a small smile tugging at her lips.
"I'm here to kill you."
My heart stopped for a second before picking up speed and galloping out of control. I guess the time for pretenses were gone, huh? I glanced over her shoulder, wondering where Wyatt was or what happened to him when Peyton giggled, the sound as high-pitched and annoying as ever.
"Your little guard dog won't be coming to your rescue. Paul and his Glock took care of him."
My heart clenched as her words sank in. That was what those popping sounds had been. Paul shot Wyatt. Where was he? Was he still alive? I looked over Peyton's shoulder again to try to get a glimpse of Wyatt, but she moved to block me.
"I wouldn't be worried about him right now. You have bigger things on your plate."
She was right. I had a homicidal werewolf right in front of me that was all too happy to take me out. And, apparently, her brother was somewhere out there with a gun, ready to kill me if she didn't succeed. Fucking Paul. I knew he couldn't be trusted. Abraham should have gotten rid of him as soon as he threw Peyton out of the pack. Of course, blood is thicker than water. He should have known that better than anyone else. But that was another worry for another day. I had to figure out how to get out of this situation, and my options were severely limited. Peyton, maybe we can talk about this. Do you want back in the pack? Is that what this is about? I can talk to Abraham about it. She laughed again, the sound even more high-pitched and grating. No, fuck this pack. I wouldn't rejoin it if you paid me. I crossed my arms over my chest and sighed. Then what is it? Why are you here? The smile slid from her face as she took a menacing step forward. I told you, I'm here to kill you. Sending people to attack me in my office wasn't enough? She shook her head, a small smile on her pinched face. That was just an appetizer. Just something to make you realize you aren't safe anywhere. That I can get to you wherever you are. My hands fisted, but I kept them tucked against my chest. Why, though? What did I do to you? She tipped her head back and laughed again, the sound eerie and off somehow. What did I do to you? What did you do? What did you do? You took everything from me, my mate, my position, my pack, and now I'm going to take it all back. I took a deep breath and willed myself to calm down. I needed to find a way out of this situation that didn't involve fighting her. I had no doubt I could win against her, but at what cost? Would I hurt the babies in the process? It wasn't a risk I was willing to take. Not yet. Peyton, I didn't take anything from you. You lost those things yourself. Bullshit, she screeched. I had Abraham right where I wanted him before you waltzed your pathetic ass into his life. How a stupid human caught his eye, I'll never know. At first, I thought he just felt bad for you, but eventually, I realized it was you that was the problem. You manipulated and played him to get what you wanted, and I'm here to end that. I shook my head slowly, her words tumbling through my head. She'd completely lost her mind. Peyton, none of that is true. If Abraham wanted you, he could have had you years ago, but he didn't. Why do you think that is? Her nostrils flared as her hands fisted at her sides. He just needed a little more time. He would have come around. I shook my head again. You know that's not true. You were hoping for something that wasn't going to happen. I didn't take anything from you. You did! You took him and you took my position as alpha of this pack. And when you weren't satisfied with that, you took my home from me. Nothing I said was penetrating. She wasn't hearing me. Maybe she couldn't hear me. Maybe after months of repeating those lies, she'd come to believe them. I still couldn't give up yet, though. I had to keep trying to get through to her. Peyton, Abraham told you multiple times to stay out of our relationship. You couldn't do that, and that's why you were excommunicated. If you'd left us alone, you'd still be a member of the Asheville pack. She sneered at me as she took a step closer. That is until you found another reason to get him to throw me out. I know how people like you work, Elizabeth. You didn't want the competition around, so you needed to get rid of me. Admit it. I shook my head. When had her delusions become a reality? When had she flown so far off course? At one point, she'd been a close family friend of the McCoys. Surely she hadn't always been so crazy because they'd have seen it sooner. You couldn't hide that kind of lunacy. Peyton, it's over. You need to move on. Even without me in the picture, Abraham wouldn't want you. She pressed her lips into a thin white line, her nostrils flaring again. I don't want Abraham. I'm over him. Besides, he doesn't have much longer to live either. My heart stopped again as I tried to process her words. What are you talking about? I asked, my voice not as firm or confident as I'd have liked. Her thin lips twisted into a smile. As soon as Abraham finds out you're dead, he'll be so distraught that Conrad will be able to fight him and kill him. You'll both be dead before the sun sets. I took a step back, my whole body shaking. Conrad would never be able to beat Abraham in a fight. Peyton shrugged. If you really believe you're his fated mate, then you also believe that your death will weaken and eventually kill him. She shrugged again. Either way, you're both dying today. There's no doubt about that.
My limbs were trembling, and I wasn't sure if it was from fear of what was happening with Abraham or the need to shift, but I held back. I wasn't done trying to talk my way out of this. I needed to do everything I could to avoid a physical confrontation with Peyton. Abraham made me promise I'd protect our children, and I'd do anything to keep that oath. Peyton, please don't do this. She smiled, the expression on her face the furthest thing from happiness. And why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I get revenge on the one woman who stole my life and future from me? My mind raced as I tried to think of what to say. Finally, it came to me, but I didn't know if it would help or hurt my cause. Either way, it was the last card I had to play, and I had to give it a try. Peyton, please don't do this. I'm pregnant. Her black eyes widened as they fluttered from my face to the small swell of my stomach. She tipped her nose into the air and took a deep breath before leveling me with a glare. Paul! She screamed, her eyes never leaving me. Her brother ambled out of nowhere, his hand still wrapped around his shiny black gun. You fucking lied to me, she said to him, her eyes still darting from my eyes to my stomach. I glanced at Paul to see an uncomfortable look pasted across his face. My body trembled more as I added his betrayal to the list of shit that was pissing me off in that moment. You didn't need to know, he finally said. She spun to face him, her body rigid with anger. Of course I needed to know, you idiot! Paul dropped his gaze to the ground and shrugged. It was clear who the dominant sibling was in that situation. However, he was the one with the gun, so I wasn't counting him out anytime soon. Peyton turned back around to face me, her complexion tinged pink. I don't give a fuck that you're pregnant. All the more reason to kill you. When Abraham finds out that not only did his precious mate die, but with his unborn children, it'll be all the leverage Conrad needs to get rid of him. I took a step back, one of my hands going to my stomach without my permission. There was a bone-deep need to protect my children at all costs, to shield them as best I could. Why are you doing this all for Conrad? What's in it for you? Peyton smiled at me and a shiver ran up my spine. He promised to make me alpha of the pack and split the money he makes off the gem mine. I frowned. Gem mine? She rolled her black eyes and pointed at my chest. Where do you think that ridiculous stone in that tacky ring came from, genius? I reached for the engagement ring that always rested on a chain around my neck. I was so used to it that I often forgot it was there. My fingers grasped the cool metal as I thought through what she was saying. When Abraham gave me this ring, he'd said it came from his property. I hadn't known what he was talking about at the time, but a couple weeks later, he actually took me to the gem mine they'd found on his lands. I thought it was beautiful and amazing, but hadn't thought much more about it. Was it really worth that much money? Enough that Conrad would go through all of this? Enough to kill Abraham and me over it? Are you caught up yet? Peyton snarked. I jerked my head in her direction, catching the gleam in her eyes. She was enjoying this. The thought sent another shiver down my spine. I'm not going to fight you, Peyton. She crossed her arms over her chest and jutted out one of her slim hips. Why? Afraid you'll break a nail, princess? I fisted my hands and took a deep breath. I'm not going to fight you because I don't want to hurt you. We can end this without a physical altercation. Why don't you just let me shoot her, P? Paul piped up from next to us. Peyton whipped her head toward him and snarled, Go wait in the truck while I finish this. Paul shrugged and walked off, his gait perfectly normal, like he wasn't walking away from a potential murder scene. I knew then that my time was limited. Peyton wasn't going to just let this go, and I'd run out of options. I needed to shift and fight her if I had any hope of surviving. And I was going to survive. Abraham's life, as well as the 3 little lives inside me, depended on that fact, and I wasn't going to let any of them down. I released a deep breath and let the magic of my wolf run through my veins. She'd been held prisoner for so long, I was worried she wouldn't respond to my call, but she was right there, as ready as ever to protect what was hers. My body trembled harder than ever as I held on to the last shred of my humanity. Last chance, Peyton. We can settle this without a fight.
You can go and we'll leave you alone. You live your life, we'll live ours, and we'll never cross paths again." Peyton snorted and shook her head. "I'm well past that."
I shrugged and let the magic zip through my veins, shifting my bones and tissue to that of a wolf. Seconds later, I stood on 4 feet, watching while Peyton's body shifted as well. Hers was a slower transition, and I could have taken advantage of that fact, but I was determined to win with my skill alone. I leapt over her shifting form and onto the gravel at the base of the porch steps where we'd have more room. When Peyton was done shifting, she turned around and stalked down the stairs. As she approached, I went over every maneuver B had ever taught me, every move, every technique, every piece of advice. I knew I was ready for this battle. I just hoped I put her down before she hurt my babies. "Do not show weakness." The voice was back in my head, and like always, I listened and obeyed. Without warning, Peyton leapt toward me, and I easily sidestepped her advance. She went sailing past me, but not before I raked my claws down the side of her body. She howled in pain and landed in a graceless lump before springing to her feet again. "You're gonna regret that, bitch." I sighed. Always with the bitch comments. You'd have thought someone would have some originality. She charged me again, and I moved out of the way at the last second but countered with my own attack as well. When she was close enough, I barreled into her side, knocking the wind out of her and throwing her to the ground. She crawled to her feet and shook her head. Not bothering with any more pleasantries, she lunged toward me again. This time, she feinted one way and then struck the other, but I'd been trained in this as well. I anticipated her move, and one of my paws struck her as she flew past me, my claws scratching down her face. The gouges were over one of her eyes, and she was bleeding pretty profusely, so I had to assume she wasn't seeing well from that eye anymore, which gave me even more of an advantage. She was injured. She was clearly not as good of a fighter as me, and I wanted this over with. I needed to take Peyton out and then somehow incapacitate Paul before I could locate Wyatt and figure out if he was okay. Werewolves were sturdy creatures, but a bullet was a bullet. As Peyton pawed at her face, I took that opportunity to advance on her. I ran toward her at top speed, taking advantage of the fact that she couldn't see me well. Leaping, I landed on top of her, my teeth sinking into her back leg. She yelped, and I dug my teeth in further until the bones snapped in my mouth. She shook me off then, and I danced backward out of range of her claws. "Peyton, give this up. I don't want to kill you." She crawled to her 3 good feet and shook her big head. "The only way this is ending is with one of us dead." She limped toward me as fast as she could, but still not very quickly at all. It was nothing to dodge her attack and let her pass right by me with another set of my claw marks in her hide. She howled in pain again and turned to face me, murder in her dark eyes. I knew I needed to end this. I needed to get out of this situation before something happened to me. Not waiting for another one of her attacks, I feinted one way and then the other before striking on the first side. My teeth dug into the back of her neck, and I whipped my head side to side as she dangled from my jaw. Finally, I heard something snap before I jerked her one way and then tossed her the other, making sure her body slammed into the thick trunk of a pine tree. She slid to the base, her body nothing more than a lump of fur. I could tell she was still breathing, though, so I knew I hadn't killed her, which had been my intention. I stood there, barely out of breath as I watched her still form for any sign of movement. When it seemed she was down for good, I turned my back on her. I needed to find Paul and then Wyatt and finish this before I went looking for my husband. Chapter 60. The driveway was on the side of the house, and we were in front of it, so I figured I had a couple minutes before Paul came looking for his sister. In that time, I needed to find Wyatt and make sure he was okay. I lifted my nose in the air, hoping I could smell him, but couldn't pick up any scents besides Peyton's and the forest. With one last look at her still form, I darted into the woods, hoping they'd provide enough cover for me to see what was going on with Paul and, hopefully, find Wyatt. I crept through the foliage, careful to make as little noise as possible. Finally, a dark green Jeep came into view that I had to assume belonged to Paul. I held perfectly still while I watched, but there was no movement in the Jeep.
Finally, a low moan cut through the silence and I froze in place. If it was Paul, that meant something happened to him. If it was Wyatt, that meant I needed to get to him because he was hurt but still alive. Did I take the risk and expose myself in the hopes it was Wyatt and not Paul? What if Paul still had his gun? Werewolves were tough and could bounce back from most injuries, but I couldn't afford to be shot. If the bullet hit my stomach, it could reach the babies, and that wasn't a risk I was willing to take. There was another moan, this one louder, and I made up my mind. I'd be careful, but I needed to figure out who that was and what I was up against. Moving as quietly as possible, I inched out from between the trees and scanned the clearing. Seeing nothing, I walked around the other side of the Jeep and came across 2 bodies. One was deathly still, and the other was barely moving. Taking my time, I inched closer until I could identify who was who. Paul lay in a puddle of blood, his throat ripped out and his gun lying useless next to his still body. And next to him was my guard. Wyatt was sweating and moaning, his face deathly pale and his hands clutching his stomach. I hurried over and nudged him with my nose, and his brown eyes opened. It took him a moment, but he finally focused on me.
Ellie.
I nodded, and the corners of his lips tipped into a grin.
You made it.
I nudged him again and quickly scanned him for injuries. He looked mostly unhurt, but his hands were covering a portion of his stomach, and I was almost too afraid to see what was underneath. Knowing I needed to get the full picture, I gently bumped the tip of my nose against his hands, and with a hiss, he slowly removed one of them to reveal a small, bloody hole in his abdomen. I reared back and looked up at his face, but his eyes were closed again.
Don't worry, Ellie. It's not as bad as it looks.
I highly doubted that. He'd been shot in the stomach. There was no telling what the bullet could have hit or where it ended up. There were numerous important organs all floating around in that general region, and any one of them could have been ruptured. We needed to get him to Doc Monroe as soon as possible. But with no way of knowing what was happening back on Packlands, I didn't know if that was possible. I also didn't think it was a good idea for me to shift back until I knew we were safe. I could only protect us in wolf form. Thundering footsteps sounded behind me, and I turned to see who it was when someone shouted in my head, "Ellie!" I whipped around just in time to find a small gray wolf leaping from between the trees to attack another wolf that had crept up on me. My heart sank as I tried to think, but my brain was frozen. All I could do was watch the 2 wolves grapple, but that didn't last long. Both of the wolves were similar in size, but one clearly had an advantage over the other. That one pinned down the other and dug their sharp teeth into the other one's neck. With a gurgling sound I'd never forget, the wolf on top jerked their head backward, tearing the throat out of the one underneath. The bottom wolf twitched for a couple seconds before they became perfectly still. Slowly, their limbs shifted and grew as they turned back into a human. Soon, the lifeless body of Peyton was lying where the dead wolf had been. I looked up at the other wolf and finally recognized them. "Bee?" She turned to me, her muzzle bloody and her eyes wary. "She was going to kill you." My heart stuttered in my chest as I stumbled toward my sister-in-law. The ramifications of what she'd just done slowly sank into my brain as I moved closer to her. Bee looked back down at her dead friend before she tilted her head back and let loose a long, mournful howl. It seemed to go on and on. I felt her pain as acutely as if it was my own. When I reached Bee, I let the magic recede from my body until I was a human again on my hands and knees. I inched closer until I could touch her, and as soon as I did, she collapsed into my arms. Her body trembled slightly as I soothed a hand down her back. "Thank you, Bee. Thank you so much," I murmured against her fur. I couldn't imagine what it must have taken for her to do what she just did. She and Peyton had been friends for years, and although that friendship had ended, no one expected this outcome. I was still trying to wrap my head around it all when Bee shifted in my arms. When she was a human again, she looked up at me, tears streaming from her icy blue eyes.
I couldn't let her hurt you, Ellie. I couldn't let her hurt the babies, she whimpered.
I wrapped my arms around her shoulders and pulled her closer, my hand smoothing the hair away from her face. I know, Bee. I know you did what you had to. Thank you so much, I whispered in her ear. She continued to sob into my shoulder as her best friend's body turned cold. I'd never seen Beatrice like that before, and I assumed most never had. She was one of the strongest women I'd ever known, but in that moment, she was broken. She'd done what she thought was necessary, but that wasn't making it any easier for her. I knew nothing but time would ease the pain she felt. My own heart ached knowing she only felt that way because of me. If I'd been strong enough to kill Peyton on my own, Bea never would have had to. If I'd just ended it when I'd had the chance, we could have avoided this. My heart broke along with Bea's as I rocked her back and forth, her cries lessening and finally subsiding altogether. Even then, she held me as tightly as I held her. Finally, another set of pounding footsteps reached us, and we pulled far enough apart that we could see each other's faces. "Friend or foe?" I whispered. She shook her head, her eyes wary. Finally, she pulled away completely and whispered, "I'm going to shift back just in case." She wiped the back of her hand against her face before steeling her features and shifting into a wolf. I sat there, completely naked and exposed as Bea took up position in front of me. Soon, though, her posture changed and she trotted toward the sound of the footsteps. A large wolf came barreling into the clearing that I immediately recognized as Abraham. I might not have been able to tell most of the wolves apart, but I'd have known him anywhere, in any form. I climbed to my feet, doing my best to cover as much of me as possible. "I'm fine," I told him, knowing that would be his first question. "But Wyatt was shot, and we need to get him to Doc Monroe as soon as possible." Abraham swung his head toward his sister, and I had to imagine they were communicating. Thankfully, they must have realized it was rude to talk to each other while I couldn't hear them, because in the next instant, there were a series of loud snaps and they both rose to 2 feet. Abraham wasted no time crossing the distance between us and pulling me into his arms. He held me close, his head dipping to the crook of my neck where he inhaled deeply. "I never should have left you," he whispered against my skin. I shook my head and pulled back far enough to look in his remorseful eyes. "You did what you had to do. Your pack needed you." He shook his head, but instead of arguing, he pulled me back into his arms. I went willingly, basking in the knowledge that he was okay and I was okay, and so were our babies. But that wasn't the end of my list of worries, not by a long shot. I pulled back again. "Conrad?" Abraham's jaw tensed before he spat one word. "Dead." I released a deep breath, relaxing muscles I hadn't realized I'd been tensing. "And the rest of the pack? Are they still fighting the Charlotte Wolves?" Abraham shook his head. "Just like I thought. As soon as Conrad was dead, that ended the conflict. None of them wanted to fight us. They were all under Conrad's orders." I nodded slowly, millions of other questions swirling in my head. Abraham must have realized I had a slew of concerns because he leaned forward and kissed my head. "We can talk more later. Go inside and get dressed. Grab something for me and Wyatt and meet us back out here. We need to get him into my truck and back to Packlands now." I nodded once and spun around to do as he asked. I ran past Peyton, not giving her body a second glance. As far as I was concerned, she got what she deserved. She was a nasty, vindictive person who would have stopped at nothing to tear me from Abraham. When she realized she couldn't do that, she settled for trying to kill me instead. I just wished Beatrice hadn't had to be the one to pull the metaphorical trigger. My sister-in-law's pain still pulsed through my system, but I shoved it down. There would be time for mourning and healing later. First, I had to make sure my friend got the help he needed. I raced up the stairs to the loft and threw on the first set of clothes I found. Next, I grabbed a couple pairs of shorts and sprinted back downstairs. As I was running through the living room, an ear-piercing screech shocked me to my core. "Wyatt!" The scream stopped me in my tracks for a moment, but I shook myself and darted out of the cottage. When I got back to the driveway, I found Callie, naked and crouching on the ground beside Wyatt. Her hands shook as they fluttered above his pale body. I'd never seen her so distraught before, and it tugged at my already bruised heart. "Callie?" I called as I walked up to the gathering of people surrounding Wyatt. She looked up at me, tears streaking down her face, her pale blue eyes bloodshot. "What happened, Ellie?" I kneeled down and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Paul shot him when he tried to defend me. We need to get him back to Packland so Kyle can take a look at him." Her shoulders were quaking with her sobs. She leaned down close to Wyatt's ear, and I did my best to give her some privacy. When she lifted her head again, she cupped his face and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. After the day I'd had, you'd have thought there wouldn't be anything that could have shocked me, but Callie kissing Wyatt did the job. She turned to me, not an ounce of shame on her face. "Can you find me a shirt or something? I'm coming with you guys." I shook myself out of my stupor and nodded. Sure, yeah, here," I said, handing a pair of shorts to her for Wyatt. "See if you can get these on him." I turned to find Abraham not far away, a look of confusion on his face, too. I handed him the other pair of shorts before darting inside to find something for Callie to wear. When I came back outside with an oversized shirt for Callie, Wyatt had already been loaded into the back of Abraham's pickup. Bea was back in her wolf form, and Abraham was behind the wheel waiting for all of us. I handed Callie the shirt, and she shrugged it on before climbing into the back of the truck with Wyatt. As soon as I was in the passenger seat, Abraham gunned the engine, racing down the gravel road and back toward Packlands. It was a quiet trip that only took about 10 minutes, but felt at least 5 times longer. When we made it up the steep gravel drive, Abraham passed the lodge and drove straight to the first pack house. Kyle and Doreen must have heard the roaring of Abraham's engine because they ran out of their house, twin looks of confusion on their faces. Abraham hopped out and called over his shoulder, "Wyatt's been shot in the stomach. We need help now." Doreen ran back inside while Kyle hustled over to help Abraham get him out of the truck. Callie was hot on their heels as we all raced inside the pack doctor's house. Kyle took Wyatt into the back and, although they tried, there was no keeping Callie out of that room. Abraham walked back out a few minutes later, his face weary and his shoulders slumped. He took a seat next to me and picked up my hand to hold between both of his. We sat there quietly for a long time, the only sound the ticking of a wall clock in their living room. There were a million things we needed to say to each other, and yet we both held our tongues. It was enough to know that he was alive and by my side. It was enough to know that my family had made it through this. There were 100 other questions, but they could all wait. My friend's life hung in the balance, and nothing else was more important than that. So, we sat and waited to hear if we'd be helping our friend limp out of here or planning his funeral. Chapter 61. Their wisteria is a menace. You have to do something about it before my poor bleeding heart plants are overrun. I stifled a sigh and jotted down a couple notes. "And which house are you in again, Nicole?" She sat up straighter. "I'm in 9, and those damn plants are coming from 7. This time I had to stifle a roll of my eyes as I wrote down the house numbers and clicked my pen closed. "Okay, I'll reach out to them as soon as possible." She looked suspicious but nodded slowly. "And what if they refuse to do something about it?" I stretched out in my chair, my lower back aching from sitting still for so long. This was the 6th appointment I'd had to sit through today, and thankfully, my last. I'd had enough of hearing about creeping vines and who borrowed what and didn't return it. Although I shouldn't have complained, in a way, it was nice hearing about mundane problems when we'd had such big ones to deal with lately. It had been almost 2 weeks since the conflict with the Charlotte pack, and things had finally returned to mostly normal.
The lodge had emptied of the borrowed enforcers, and the injured Charlotte wolves had all recovered and gone back home. Unfortunately, our side hadn't been as lucky. Nicole continued to drone on about her plants while my stomach clenched uncomfortably, like it always did when I thought about what we lost that day. Although our men had been instructed to hurt and not kill, the Charlotte pack had been given no such order. We'd lost 2 men that day, and their deaths weighed heavily on everyone, most of all me and Abraham. One of the enforcers had been ours, a man named Jonah. I hadn't known him well, but saw him at most meals and every pack barbecue. His presence and loud laugh were missed every day in the lodge. His funeral service had been held shortly after the battle with Charlotte, and I knew the feeling of his loss would continue to ripple through the community for a long time. The other enforcer had been on loan from the Greensboro pack. I only met him once, but his sacrifice didn't go unnoticed or unappreciated. I was with Abraham when he'd had to make the call to that alpha, Adam, and I hope to never see that look on my husband's face again. Despite the losses we'd suffered, we'd pulled together and pushed through our grief. We celebrated the fallen and remembered them often. Their sacrifices were heavy on our hearts, but we got up each new day and did our best to keep living our lives as a testament to theirs. So what if they won't tame their vines? What happens then? Nicole asked, breaking me out of my thoughts. I shook my head and set down my pen. If they won't comply, I'll send our gardeners to do it for them. I promise, one way or another, those vines won't be a problem for you much longer, okay? Nicole's lips twitched with a smile and she nodded. Okay, Ellie, thanks. I rose to my feet, hoping she'd follow my lead. A headache was brewing behind my eyes, and I needed to hunt down some Tylenol before it worsened. It's no problem, Nicole. Please, don't hesitate to come to me with any other problems you have. The dark-haired woman reached out a hand that I gratefully shook. I led her to the door of the conference room and watched as she made her way through the lodge. Releasing a deep breath, I gathered my notes from that afternoon and turned off the lights. I was done with appointments until next week, and so thankful for that. I loved being an alpha alongside Abraham, but there was only so much whining I could handle in a day before I was over it, and I'd just reached my limit. I walked into the kitchen, hoping to grab some pain pills and a snack. I'd been bringing Charlie downstairs a lot more often lately, and usually, when I entered the kitchen, he'd come running toward me, but not that day. I looked around but didn't see anything or anyone except a small group of enforcers playing cards at one of the tables. I found the pills and washed them down with some water before I went searching for my cat. So far, his transition into life in the pack house had been pretty seamless, but it was still early. Maybe something happened to him, or maybe someone accidentally let him outside. Remembering that sometimes my nose was stronger than my eyes, I lifted it in the air and gave a sniff. I could smell him, so I followed his scent over to the group of enforcers. It took me a minute, but I finally located him, square on the lap of the person I least expected. I waltzed over with a raised brow until I was standing beside Huxley's chair. What's going on here? Huxley jumped slightly in his seat and turned wide eyes toward me. When he noticed I was looking at the lump of fur in his lap, he glanced at it quickly before throwing up both hands. Hey, he jumped on my lap. Matthias snorted from across the table. Don't lie. You picked him up and put him there. There was a loud thud under the table, and Matthias jumped before shooting a glare at Huxley. I pursed my lips and leaned a hip against an empty chair. Is this coming from the man who insinuated my cat would get eaten by one of the werewolves in this house? I asked. Huxley shrugged. It's still a possibility. I shook my head and pressed my lips together to smother my smile. Admit it, Huxley. You're a big fat softy for that little kitty. The big man snorted so loudly I was worried for his sinuses. Not even a little bit. You've been snuggling that cat for the past half hour, man. Matthias spoke up again, scooting his chair away from the table so he wouldn't get kicked again.
Huxley glared at his fellow enforcer and shrugged.
Whatever. The cat wanted to sit on my lap. Who wouldn't, honestly?
I rolled my eyes so hard a sharp pain shot through my head.
You keep believing that, Hux.
I turned to leave before calling over my shoulder, "Just don't eat my cat."
I'm not making any promises,
he yelled back. I shot him the middle finger over my shoulder but ignored him. His secret was out. Underneath that bravado and macho behavior was a big, fluffy teddy bear, and I wasn't going to forget that anytime soon. I made my way to the other end of the kitchen, hoping to scrounge up a snack. Aubrey was there doing dishes as usual, but also like usual, I ignored her. Her attitude had continued to be frosty toward me, but I'd trained myself to stop caring. There was only so much you could do to change someone's opinion. If they weren't willing to give you another chance, there wasn't much you could do. "Hey, Ellie?" I froze in place at the sound of her voice. Slowly, so as not to spook her, I turned around to find Aubrey drying her hands on a dish towel. "Are you talking to me?" I asked stupidly. She nodded. "Do you have a minute?" I could feel how wide my eyes were in my head, and I worked to make them look a little more normal. I cleared my throat and nodded. "Sure. Do we need privacy?" She shrugged. "I can say what I need to right here." She looked down at the floor for a moment before taking a deep breath and meeting my eyes. "I want to apologize to you." My eyes were doing that creepy wide thing again, and I struggled to control my reaction. "Apologize?" I squeaked. She nodded. "I wasn't fair to you. I'd listened to Peyton and let her color my view before I even really knew you." She took another deep breath before speaking again. "I heard what happened the day we were attacked, and it made me realize she'd always had her own agenda. She wasn't a good person, and I never should have believed her. If you can, I'd like you to give me another chance. We see each other so often, and it doesn't make sense for us to not be friendly." She paused before adding, "If that's what you want." It took me a moment to process everything she'd said before I could respond. I'd never expected this from Aubrey, and I was stunned silent for a prolonged moment. Unfortunately, it seemed like I took too long because the housekeeper's shoulders hunched and the corners of her mouth curled into a frown. "I guess it's too late, huh? The damage is already done." I took a step forward, shaking my head. No, not at all, Aubrey. Thank you so much for this. It's not too late, and I'd really like the chance to start over with you, too." Her smile was wide as she nodded. "That would be great. Thanks, Ellie." I didn't know if it was the pregnancy hormones or what, but this little scene was making me more emotional than it should have. Not wanting to respond for fear I'd cry instead, I closed the distance between us and pulled her into my arms. She froze for the smallest fraction of a second before returning my embrace. When we pulled apart, we both had smiles on our faces. "I need to get back to work, but thanks for hearing me out." "I'll see you around," she said. I swallowed the tears I could feel swimming to the surface and nodded. "Okay, yeah, I'll see you around." "Thanks, Aubrey." She smiled again and turned back toward the sink to finish what she'd been working on. It took me a little longer to recover from that conversation, but I finally spun around, grabbed a granola bar from the pantry, and left the kitchen. My mind was still spinning, so I didn't see the original werewolf until I almost ran headfirst into him. He stopped me with two gentle hands on my shoulders and a smile on his face.
"Granddaughter, how are you?"
I smiled up at him and shrugged. "Doing pretty good, actually."
He nodded at my ever-growing belly. "And my grandchildren, how are they?"
My heart swelled in my chest at his question. I never imagined I'd be able to provide my children with loving grandparents until Will stepped up to the plate. He'd been more present than usual and closely following my pregnancy's progress. He was the family I'd always wished for and now was so lucky to have. I cupped my belly as my smile grew. They're doing great. We get to find out what we're having in a few weeks.
His eyes lit up. That's great news. May I accompany you to that appointment?
My eyes did that weird widening thing as the shocks just kept hitting my system.
Sure, Will. That would be great.
He nodded, his smile bright, but for the first time, I saw the dark bags under his eyes and noticed how much paler he seemed to be. I reached out and grasped his arm. Are you doing okay, Will? You don't look so great.
His smile turned forced as he shrugged. Fine, granddaughter. Don't worry about me. Just keep those babies healthy.
I nodded and let it drop, but I wouldn't forget it. There was something going on with Will, and I wanted to know what. Now that I thought about it, he'd been acting strange since the conflict with the Charlotte Pack. Was it the fact that he'd had to witness the fight between wolves he considered his children? Was it the losses we'd suffered that were bothering him so much? Or was it something else? Initially, Will had declined to fight alongside our enforcers. He'd claimed it would be too hard for him to choose a side when we were all his children. However, I'd learned later on that once everyone had been evacuated to the lodge, he'd volunteered to stand watch with the other enforcers stationed on Pack lands. I didn't know what changed his mind, but I was grateful he was there to help us after all. I was even more grateful that, in the end, there hadn't been a need for him to fight. I continued through the lodge, my mind drifting toward Beatrice like it often did since that day. Something changed in her the day of the conflict, and she hadn't been the same since. She put on a brave face and did her best to pretend, but all of us closest to her could see a difference. There was a tightness around her eyes that she never used to have, a slump to her shoulders that didn't used to be there. Having to kill her best friend was weighing on my sister-in-law, and it was eating me up inside. Unfortunately, there wasn't much I could do about it from here. Shortly after the battle, Abraham had dispatched B to Charlotte to take over that pack until a new alpha could be assigned. Technically, since Abraham killed the last leader of the Charlotte Pack, he was their new alpha, but he didn't want the position. Unlike Conrad, my husband had no desire for the power that came with running 2 packs. It had been hard to adjust to life in the lodge without B, but hopefully Abraham would figure out a permanent solution for the Charlotte Pack, and she could come back home. What condition she'd be in, I wasn't sure, but I couldn't help her if we weren't even in the same city. I reached the stairs and began climbing them to the 3rd floor. Abraham wanted me to check in after my last appointment, and he was in his office as usual. I figured check-in really meant lunch date, which actually meant sex, but I wasn't going to complain. Again, I didn't know if it was the pregnancy hormones or what, but I couldn't get enough of him. Thankfully, the feeling was mutual.
Callista, I can walk.
Barely. There was a deep masculine sigh before I heard a hiss and a low curse. See? Just stop being a pain in my butt and let me help you. I turned the corner and Wyatt and Callie came into view. It had been a couple weeks already, but my heart still filled every time I saw Wyatt up and walking around. It had been touch and go for a little while. The bullet Paul had fired at Wyatt struck his spleen and ruptured it. He'd been bleeding internally when we got him to Doc Monroe, and according to him, we'd almost been too late. Kyle was forced to operate on Wyatt immediately to remove his spleen and patch up everywhere else the bullet had struck. We were all lucky he'd made it out of that alive. I learned later on that, despite the fact he'd been shot, as soon as he could, Wyatt had attacked Paul, killing him and eliminating the threat against me. That had used up the last of his energy, and that was why I'd found him on the ground so close to Paul's body. I tried not to think about it too often, but if Wyatt hadn't taken Paul down, I might not be here today. I'd always be grateful to my protector, but he would barely listen to my thanks. He insisted he was just doing his job, and if he'd done it better, he wouldn't have gotten shot. The fact that he could still be that exasperating even after recovering from major surgery assured me he'd be just fine. "Hey, Kelly." "Hey, Wyatt. How are you feeling?" The former shot me a smile and the latter only grimaced.
Fine, Ellie. Don't worry about me.
I shook my head. "Not gonna happen, pal." He rolled his brown eyes as he struggled down the stairs. Whether he liked it or not, Callie had been practically glued to his side since he'd gotten injured. Even though he complained, I had a hunch he liked it. A lot. "Where are you two heading?" I asked. Wyatt was grumbling in pain, so Callie answered for him. "He has a checkup with Doc Monroe. We're heading there now." I frowned. "Everything's okay, right?" Callie opened her mouth to answer, but Wyatt beat her to it.
I'm perfectly fine. I just want everyone to quit fussing over me.
I walked past and patted him on the shoulder. "Again, not gonna happen, pal." Callie laughed while Wyatt continued to grumble all the way down the stairs. I made it to our floor and hurried to Abraham's office. When I knocked, he called for me to come in. Without needing to communicate, he pushed his chair back as I rounded his desk and took a seat on his lap. He pulled me close and kissed the top of my head.
"How are your meetings, baby?"
I sighed and snuggled into his chest. "Long. Nothing I can't handle, though." He kissed me again.
"I'm well aware. You've done nothing but handle every change in your life with grace, and I knew this would be no different. You've become an amazing alpha, and I'm proud to have you by my side."
I pulled away so I could look in his eyes, mine filling with tears. "You always have so much confidence in me, even when I didn't deserve it." He shook his head, his expression serious.
"I've always seen how amazing you are, Elle. I was just waiting for you to catch up."
A tear escaped one of my eyes before I buried my head in his chest and breathed in his familiar scent. The past few months had been a roller coaster for me, but I wouldn't have changed 1 second of what we'd been through. It took being bitten and turned into a werewolf to find my spot in the world, and I wouldn't have given it up for anything. Sitting there in my husband's arms, I knew we'd face whatever came at us next together and get through it just like we always had. I had him, I had my family, I had my pack, and that was all that I needed.
Epilogue. Abraham. The room was quiet for the first time in a long time. Too long. My poor mate had struggled through 16 hours of hard labor before we'd been gifted our first child. A boy. My son. After that, the other two made their grand entrances quickly, and my family had been complete. Of course, that didn't slow down the pace of the frantic energy in the room. The babies needed to be evaluated, Elle needed to be checked out, and everyone needed to be monitored for a while before both Kyle and Doreen were satisfied. I was thankful for their dedication to my family's well-being, but I was also glad to have them gone. Now, in the dim, quiet room, I held my daughters while Elle nursed our son. I looked down at their perfect faces, still a little pink, but so perfect my heart ached in my chest. When I could finally tear my eyes from them, they sought Elle, my mate, the mother of my children, and the most amazing woman I'd ever known. As if she could feel my gaze, she turned to me, her beautiful brown eyes filled with tears. "I'm so happy," she whispered. A single tear streaked down her face, and I itched to catch it. But nothing could make me move from my spot. I'd been snuggling with my girls for the past half hour, and I couldn't ever remember being so happy. Except, of course, when Elle agreed to marry me. Or the day she told me she was pregnant with these little miracles. Or even the day we'd finally had our ceremony. Okay, so I was a pretty happy guy. It seemed like every day I had a new reason to count my blessings, and it all started with the woman lying on our bed, nursing our son. He'd been the first to come out and the last to drift off to sleep, but I could tell he was almost there. He'd been nursing for the past few minutes, and his little body had finally had enough. It was tough work being born, and he'd done all he needed to today. I looked back at my mate and smiled. I am too, baby. I am so proud of you. Another tear traced down her face, and my heart twisted in my chest. I yearned to hold her, to make sure no other tears escaped her eyes. But I knew they weren't out of sadness. I knew she was just as blissfully happy as I was. I could feel it, just like I'd felt every ounce of labor pain she'd endured. Although the pain wasn't as intense for me, I'd felt each contraction twist my gut, knowing I couldn't help her, that this was something she needed to do herself, and I couldn't shield her from it. She'd handled the drawn-out process with the grace she met every obstacle with. Even red-faced and sweaty from exertion, she'd been the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. We stared into each other's eyes for a long time, speaking things that didn't need to be said, and basking in the soft glow of our happiness. Today was the beginning of the rest of our lives, and I couldn't wait to live it with her. Footsteps thundered through the sitting room outside our door, and I barely suppressed a groan. How they managed to wait so long was a mystery, but I knew it was time. Our tiny bubble of peace and solitude was about to be popped in a very real way. Elle smiled and shook her head. What took them so long? I shrugged as there was a light knock on the door, and it swung open to reveal the most tenacious of my sisters. Can we come in now? Evie whispered. I nodded and she spilled into the room, followed by Callie, Bee, Dell, Will, Nana, and even Clyde. Our whole family had come to greet the new addition to the McCoy clan, and I felt my heart swell inside my chest. Half of them crowded around Elle, while the other half circled me. Their eyes filled with tears as they each reached out, shaking hands to touch our children. I watched as my family met my babies, and knew I'd never felt love like that before. What are their names? Evie asked. I looked to Elle, giving her the opportunity to explain. It had been her idea, after all. She gave me a smile and cleared her throat. Well, I know repeating the first letter is popular with werewolves, but I like the direction your parents were going in. Since your parents named you all Abraham, Beatrice, Callista, Delilah, and Evelyn, we thought we'd pick up where they left off. Evie sniffed, and I met her eyes over the rest of our guests. She was remembering our parents as acutely as I was, and we shared a moment of commiseration for our loss. The idea had stuck with me through all 9 months of Elle's pregnancy. How I'd wished our parents could have still been around. How happy they would have been to be grandparents. How unfair it was that they were ripped from us so young. My temper rose as I remembered what Conrad had revealed right before I'd ripped his throat out. He'd admitted to being the one who'd killed our mother, and subsequently our father. One of the babies in my arms grunted, and I worked to calm myself back down. Now was not the time to think about such dark things. I needed to remember what I had, and not what I'd lost. I looked up to find Elle watching me from where she lay. I knew she'd felt what I was feeling, and I worked even harder to calm myself. I shot her a tense grin that she returned before she continued. So, anyway, we had names picked out for girls and boys from each letter because we didn't know who'd get here first. And? Dell asked, as she took a seat at the end of our bed. Who was it? And what are their names? I'm dying here. We both chuckled as Elle held up our son. This little guy came rushing out first, and his name is Franklin. There was a round of oohs and ahs as Elle placed him into my youngest sister's arms. Evie sniffed again and reached out to trace a finger down his cheek. Welcome to our family, Franklin, she whispered. Elle looked over at me and the rest of the room followed suit. I cleared my throat and nodded to the baby in my right arm. Next came Grace Lynn. I jerked my chin to the baby on the left. And then Hadley finally made it out last. Nana clapped her hands together softly. Franklin, Grace Lynn, and Hadley, she whispered. They're perfect. I smiled at my mate again before I focused on my grandmother. Would you like to hold Grace Lynn? Nana rushed over to my side and carefully scooped the baby from my arms. I found Will toward the back of the group and nodded at him. Will, would you like to hold Hadley? His eyes widened before he crossed the space and held out his hands. I gently placed my youngest baby in his arms and watched as the original werewolf looked at her with eyes full of wonder. He turned toward Elle and shook his head. I'm very happy everyone is safe and sound, granddaughter, and I'm glad you've allowed me to be a part of this. I reached out to grasp Will's shoulder. Your family, Will, and our family always sticks together. I felt those words to the depth of my soul and knew they were some of the truest I'd ever spoken. Our family had been through a lot. Everything from our parents' death, to the betrayal of my cousin Calvin, to the conflict with my Uncle Conrad, had brought us to this place. I'd like to say that all family deserved an equal part of our lives, but we learned the hard way that wasn't true. However, every person in that room had proven over and over that they were the good kind, the forever kind. They'd been with us through our ups and downs and never strayed far from our sides. That was the kind of family you held on to. That was the kind of family you laid your life down for. As I watched my relatives pass around my children, I sat down next to my maid and pulled her hand into mine. There was so much love in the room that I felt it in every breath I took. Our babies had been born into a great family, and I'd be sure to teach them how lucky they were. As they grew, they'd learn what it meant to love not only each other, but every extended relative they had. Our children would grow up with the love and attention that had been missing from my poor mate's life. They'd know what it meant to be loved and cherished every day of their lives. I couldn't think of a better way to end one story and begin another.
Epilogue 2. Elizabeth. I can't do it.
Elle, we talked about this.
I shook my head. No, this goes against everything I stand for as a mother. You can't ask me to do this, Abraham. It's not right. He rolled his eyes and wrapped a thick arm around my shoulders.
We've been talking about this for weeks. We have a plan. You know why we're doing this. Everything's gonna be fine.
My head wouldn't stop shaking. I tried keeping still, but everything inside me wanted to run out of that room, to escape before it was too late.
I'm gonna do it,
he whispered before taking a step away from me. No, I hissed, but it was too late. He had already crossed the room into no man's land, and there was no stopping what came next. I hurried to his side, ready to act if things went south like I feared they would. I still think this is a bad idea. I tried one more time as he bent over the crib rail. He stood back up with our son in his arms, and I grit my teeth as Franklin stirred, grunting and snorting in his sleep. We were perfectly still for the longest minute of my life as my little boy finally settled onto his dad's shoulder and fell back asleep.
See?
Abraham whispered with a knowing grin on his face.
Simple.
That's because you picked up the easiest one first. Just wait until you get to Gracie. He shrugged, but I didn't miss the tightening in his eyes. Our middle child was the one that tested both of us the most, and we knew today would be no different. Wanting to delay that fight, I instead walked over to Hadley's crib and gently lifted her into my arms. She stirred a bit too, but I quickly popped the binky in her mouth and her features slackened with sleep. I breathed a deep sigh of relief and walked over to Abraham. With careful movements we'd done 100 times, I laid my daughter on her dad's shoulder and watched as he tucked her little face into his neck. I watched Abraham for a moment, catching that brief look of utter devotion he got whenever she did that, and my heart squeezed almost painfully in my chest. Ready for the last one? I took a deep breath and glanced at our daughter's crib before squaring my shoulders and gritting my teeth. It was now or never. I made my way over to her and held my breath as I gently slid my hands beneath Gracelyn's little body and hoisted her into my arms. Her eyes opened immediately, meeting mine and seeing what I'm sure was stark terror. I grabbed her binky and started humming. It was the only thing I'd found that worked to get this little one back to sleep. Her wide gray-blue gaze stayed firmly locked on mine as I hummed, but I did my best to hide the fear. I swore these kids could smell it, even without their enhanced werewolf senses fully evolved. Gracie's eyelids began to droop, and I knew things were going to be okay. That we'd just successfully woken up 1-year-old triplets in the middle of the night without a major meltdown. What the hell were we thinking? "Are you sure about this?" I whispered to my husband for the dozenth time since we'd come up with this plan. He shook his head and turned to leave the room.
"You know it's gonna be worth it. Quit worrying."
I sighed and followed him out of the nursery and down the stairs to the ground floor. The lodge was predictably quiet because we were the only lunatics up at this hour. I shook my head as the doubts continued to dance through my head. Is this really a smart idea? What if they wake up on the drive and are up for the rest of the day? Will this mess up their naps? Will this ruin mealtimes? The questions ran on, and I struggled to not worry so much, but that was almost impossible as a new mom. I doubted everything I did, from what they ate and played with to what they watched and listened to. Every aspect of their lives was in my hands. It was my job to make sure they grew up happy and healthy. Some days it felt like I wasn't doing such a good job. Some days I'd feed them nuggets and french fries because it was easy. Some days I'd let them watch extra TV while I got some work done. And some days I pulled them from their beds in the middle of the night for no good reason. But then I'd look into their perfect little faces and know they were happy. They were healthy. And I might not be perfect, but I was enough for them. I tried to remind myself that that was all that really mattered. Somehow, we got them all buckled into their car seats without anyone waking up, and I felt like we might just get away with this.
"I told you it would be easy,"
Abraham said from behind the wheel as I fastened my seatbelt. "We've only just begun, McCoy. It's not time to get cocky yet." He shrugged as he backed out of the garage and headed down the steep gravel drive.
"I'm an alpha. Cocky kinda comes with the territory."
I rolled my eyes so hard my eyelashes fluttered. "I'm an alpha too, big shot. You don't see me acting like that." He arched a brow and shot me a look I had no trouble deciphering.
"So that wasn't you who did a victory lap out back that one time you beat Huxley in a sparring match?"
I shrugged. "But that's because it was Huxley. You know he deserved it."
"You called him Hannah for a week."
"That's because he cried like a little girl."
"You broke his ankle."
I rolled my eyes. It was just an ankle. Jeez. Abraham snorted, and I cracked a grin too.
"Bee's created a monster," he said.
I shrugged. "You don't train with her for over a year and learn nothing." He reached out to wrap his big hand around mine and squeezed.
"I'm glad you're learning from her. Means I get to worry about you less."
I squeezed his hand back. Like that'll ever happen. He shrugged.
"I worry because I love you so much."
My heart thumped unevenly in my chest as my stupid nose stung with the threat of tears. It really was that simple for him. The harder Abraham McCoy loved, the more protective he became. Which was why he still drove me to work as often as he could, and why he still came along with me during most of my alpha duties. Knowing this should probably have made me less argumentative, but it didn't. We still fought when I felt like he was being overbearing, and he thought I was being reckless, but that was okay. Making up was always the best part anyway, and Abraham had only gotten better at making me forget why we were fighting in the first place. I watched his strong profile as he navigated the dark, windy roads around Asheville. If I'd known when we first met how much this man would change my life for the better, I wouldn't have waited months to marry him. Hell, I wouldn't even have waited hours. He was, hands down, The best thing that had ever happened to me. Because of him, I had a family, a home, friends, all things I thought I didn't need, but now knew were essential to my happiness. And for the first time in maybe forever, I could honestly say I was happy. I glanced toward the back, breathing a sigh of relief when I saw all 3 sets of eyes still closed. How much longer? Abraham checked the time on the dashboard.
No more than 15.
Think we'll make it in time? He cracked a grin that still had the power to make my heart trip over itself.
Haven't I told you you worry too much?
I rolled my eyes and turned to stare at the windshield. A time or 2. He chuckled quietly, and I chose to ignore him as I watched the dark scenery fly by outside. My skin itched with the urge to shift and run through those trees, but I resisted. There was no safe way for us to transport 3 small children as wolves, so I'd have to stay human. For now. We finally pulled off the road and rolled to a stop, the headlights of the truck illuminating the murky woods and dense foliage. Like 2 well-oiled machines, we climbed out of the truck, made our way to the back seat, and began unfastening buckles and extracting limbs from straps. Once the first 2 were out and safely in Abraham's arms, I slung the diaper bag onto my back and picked up the last one. My boy, Franklin. After that, we silently took off into the forest that was just beginning to wake up. We'd only come this way a time or 2, but it was easy to retrace our steps, our scents even still lingering in some places. We finally stepped through the trees and onto the rocky shore of our lake. The sky was lightening a little, but I knew we had plenty of time now. We walked slowly around the lake, one arm cradling my son while the other wrapped around Abraham's waist.
This was a good idea,
he said softly, his deep voice barely breaking the peaceful dawn. I already knew he was right, but I couldn't make things that easy for him. I'll believe that when they all go down for their scheduled naps today. He shook his head, his lips pulled into a grin.
It'll be fine.
We'd made it to the outcropping of rocks where we'd had our first date, and I tipped my head back to catch a glimpse of the top. I wished we could go up there and watch the sunrise, but we decided that wasn't worth the risk. 3 toddlers on a cliff with only 2 parents just had bad idea written all over it. Instead, I slid the diaper bag off my shoulders and pulled out the large blanket I'd brought to sit on. With it laid out, I kicked off my shoes and took a seat right in the middle next to Abraham and my daughters.
Are you ready?
He asked. I shook my head. I don't think I'll ever be ready for something like this. He chuckled softly before leaning down to kiss Hadley on the cheek.
Wake up, sweetheart.
My daughter's dark eyelashes fluttered as Abraham continued to coo at her in that rough voice of his. I looked down at Frankie in my arms and kissed his chubby little cheeks, first one and then the other, and then his tiny little nose just for good measure. Good morning, my little love. He scrunched his tiny face and balled up his fists to rub his eyes. I watched in fascination, marveling over the fact that what once had started as a clump of cells deep inside my body was now this sweet, smart, ridiculously handsome little boy. His gray-blue eyes finally opened and met mine. We stared at each other for a few long moments before he smiled wide, revealing 4 little white teeth that he was endlessly proud of. I leaned down and kissed his cheeks again. Hello, sweet baby. Did you have a good sleep? He ignored my question, stretching his little body in my arms and looking around. I glanced over at Abraham to see Hadley awake, but resting on Abraham's shoulder, and Gracie with that look on her face. The one that promised a fit if you weren't careful. Give her to me, I said softly. The moment the words were out of my mouth, my middle child's eyes locked onto mine. Mom, she called, and I swear I felt it down to my soul. Abraham handed her to me, and I dug my face into her blonde curls. Yes, baby, Mama's here. She popped her binky back in her mouth and turned her head to rest on my chest. With all 3 kids awake and no catastrophes, I turned to the brightening sky. "Look at that, my loves. Can you see the pretty sky over there?" I pointed toward the east as the orange clouds burst with a fiery light and the sun peeked over the treetops. We sat quietly, watching the sun rise until Hattie started clapping. "Yay!" she yelled. I chuckled along with Abraham, and even the other 2 started laughing, although they didn't know why. I reveled in that beautiful moment, with my children on my lap and my husband's hand wrapped around mine. I knew I'd never been happier, or more content, or whole. I knew that no matter what, I'd fight for this feeling, for this happiness, for this peace. I'd have done anything to keep things as perfect as they were in that moment. Happy first birthday, babies. We love you more than you will ever know.
This has been Rise, Southern Werewolf Series, Book 3. Written by Heather MacKinnon. Narrated by Adrian Fleming and Tor Thom. Copyright 2019 by Heather MacKinnon. Production copyright by Heather MacKinnon.